We're dealing with decision making for XAT. It's a wonderfully different kind of topics which we're going to approach this slightly differently. It's similar to reading comprehension. You're going to take some information available, then answer a few questions. So read a passage, answer questions. The house is different. There's going to be a certain level of common sense and judgment to a context that you need to bring, which is usually absent in reading comprehension. And therefore, there's a commonly peddled myth that this is very subjective. That's not true. And the exam gives you 5 choices. One of those 5 is right. And so, don't work under the framework continuously that this is one vast gray area. That creates this preconceived notion that this is difficult. And so, we're going to learn a few techniques, add some layers of rules to how we go about it. It could so turn out that out of 10 questions, using your common sense and simple techniques and bits and bobs you've learned, you find 1 or 2 to be still tricky. That's all right. But predominantly, these questions are reasonably simple to handle once you apply a little bit of common sense, apply the context correctly, and make sure you have a set of rules to work. Right? I'm not going to start with a list of rules. We're going to arrive at the list of rules by doing a few sets on assorted things. Let's start with this. Throughout this, I'm going to assume that you've read this passage, read the questions. I'm not going to sit and read this for you. That's a waste of time. So if you've not read this, then go back, read this, read the question, and then we'll get into the discussion. Super. So Vimla is a domestic help for Shreya and her neighbor Padma. This is very short, so I'm going to quickly browse through it. Both live in a posh gated community. Vimla not only cleans but also cooks. Shreya treasures Vimla ever since she joined Padma's household this year. One evening, Shreya, trying to pay the pizza delivery guy, was surprised to find a few 500 rupee notes missing from her purse, but she was sure they were there earlier. And so this is important. So she was sure they were there earlier. It's not she thought they were there earlier. The kind of detail and words and context matters for XAT. Remember that. She wants to ascertain if someone has stolen the money. She wants to ascertain. So she wants to make sure has someone stolen the money. On reflecting, the following facts crossed her mind. Shreya had noticed cash missing on 3 occasions. Important. Husband also shared that something from his wallet was missing. Eldest son had been pestering Shreya for more pocket money. But in the last few days, he had stopped doing so. He wanted more money, but now he's saying he's not been asking. In the last 1 year, Vimla had received 6 mails from her family asking for money. That's a big indicator. Her eldest son's expenditure had gone up in the last few days. Now let's look at this. Which of the following combinations of above statements would decrease the likelihood that Vimla had stolen the money? So, if it is something of some of this list, it should decrease the likelihood, make it appear as if she did not do it, somebody else did. The last 1 year, Shreya had noticed cash missing on 3 occasions. This is broadly neutral. If anything, it makes the scenario worse. It's not that this was the only instant. There have been instances in the past. Also shared notes. He is also found it. Again, if anything, this makes it worse. It doesn't decrease the likelihood, it increases the likelihood. Her eldest son had been pestering Shreya for more pocket money, and now he has stopped doing so. This definitely decreases. How does it decrease? It introduces a new suspect. Suspect is a strong word for the offspring, but it's a business case study. We can use whatever vocabulary we want to do. I'm not talking about her son. And so somebody, Shreya's son, he might or might not have stolen. We don't care. Right? So the new suspect is being introduced. Therefore, this decreases the likelihood. We're looking for C in the choices. Straight away, E also comes in. Her eldest son's expenditure had gone up in the last few days. Obviously, this means that there's a likelihood that he had taken, or it reduces the chance that Vimla had taken. This doesn't work. We're looking for a choice that has C and E. If we can find that, we are through. Done. Wonderful. Game over. And if one of the choices had only C, one of the choices had only E, if you have to worry about something else, we worry. But this one is an easy question. C and D, both are available. Let's go to the next question. Padma discovered some money missing from her purse. She suspects that Vimla has stolen it. She wants to prevent the stealing from happening again and is contemplating the following actions. So these are the actions. Before we even go on to reading this, let's see the question. Which are the combinations of above options in the decreasing order of appropriateness? What should she do? What are the best course of action? And then the next, and then the next. She should let it pass, since to err is human. This is very passive we don't like it, I don't want to do that, I want to take action. She should confront Vimala and tell her that she knows the truth and the act is unpardonable. Right? Bunch of funny words here. Confront Vimala. Powerful. Say, look, Vimala, you took this. Be careful. That doesn't work. So generally avoid choices that are confrontational. Right? But she knows the truth. She suspects that Vimala has done it. There's no way of knowing the truth. So she's going to, this choice makes it look like she's peddling something. She's peddling a theory, parlaying it as the truth. We don't like that. So therefore, these two words, look for that. Confront. And she knows. She doesn't know the truth. So she has a suspicion. So you can't confront on the basis of a suspicion and by parlaying it as a truth. We don't like this choice. She should tell Vimla that she is aware someone has stolen the money from the house but is not sure who it is. This is fine. This is completely fine. Completely true, completely honest, completely direct, stating facts as they are. She is aware somebody has stolen money. She is not sure who has stolen it. And the better way would have been she is aware that some money is missing. She wants to know how it has gone missing, but this is fine. She should share with Vimla that neighbors think Vimla has stolen the money, though she doesn't, but is interested in finding out the truth. This is interested in finding out the truth. We like that. But again, you're saying that neighbors think Vimla has stolen the money. This looks like a ruse. This looks like you're creating a story in order to get some information to earn the person's trust. And so neighbors may have said, may not have said. So we are making an assumption that neighbors might have said this. So this is all right as a chance, as a choice, because we're not confronting, we're not saying nasty things, we're not accusing someone without evidence. We're saying, look, neighbors think it might be you. I don't think so, but I want to find the truth. So this is okay, not great. She should directly ask Vimla if she stole the money. Directly ask. I love that. Directly ask. You're worried about somebody, go and ask, did you take the money? Promising her no punishment if she confesses. This is an extra incentive. We may or may not agree with this part, but this part is spot on. The first part is very nice. Directly ask. That works. So we like C, we don't like B, we don't like A, we are okay with E and D. We have a choice that has C and one of E and D, we're going to like that. And so we have a choice that has C, that has both E and D, we like it, we're sticking it in. You're going to have to make evaluations like this. I really like C, I don't like A and B, D and D are okay, let me look for the answer choices. And it's not math, we all know that, right? Now that we have done a couple of questions, I want to consolidate what we are thinking about by listing down a set of do's and don'ts. And what should you go for? You should like the direct, honest, transparent option. She asked Vimla directly, did you take the money? She did not say, I have a suspicion or I am confronting you. Direct. Stay away from the sly, partial truth option. This whole, as a detective, you shouldn't show your hand, maybe convey something to one group, something to another group, might all work in your personal life context. As far as this exam is concerned, the direct, transparent, honest option wins over this gaming, partial truth, sly, telling one group, another group type of option. We don't like that. We like the upfront straight option. And so these are the set of things that you need to keep in mind when you're looking at chances. A more proactive approach, not the do-nothing choice. And so sometimes the do-nothing choice is tempting. And so suppose you've given a question where you say that there are 5 kids playing around, 2 kids get into a tussle, and then after 5 minutes you see that they have resolved it. And then after another 10 minutes, the same 2 kids get into a tussle. After another 3 minutes, you see that they have resolved it. You're an external observer. What should you do? Tell their parents, go and talk to the kids, leave them alone, all of this. Even here, leave them alone is an appealing choice. Honestly, if I were watching 5 kids play and they get into a tussle and get out of it, such as like, I wouldn't interfere. But as far as this exam is concerned, the passive do-nothing approach is not what you're looking for. So therefore, go for the slightly more proactive approach. I will engage them, I'll talk to them. Right? Again, ethically, morally, legally defensible choices. There's nothing even mildly doubtful on ethical grounds. And so none of this chalta stuff. Since everybody does this, it is considered okay to pass on some money to the gentleman standing at the gate, and therefore Ram went for that option. No, Everybody and their entire team could be doing this. Our Ram won't do this. Slightly morally, ethically, legally iffy. I don't like that choice. You don't like that choice. We don't want to go down that route. And everything should be clearly defensible legally and ethically. But there's no ifs and buts here. You're answering an exam, for God's sake. I don't even want to give you guidance on what you should do in your life on ethical grounds. I'm not the person to do that. Right? So, but as far as this exam is concerned, don't go for that slightly iffy choice. Don't. If it's ethically on mildly shaky ground, I don't want that. Collaborative, consultative approach, as opposed to unilateral authoritarian approach that makes assumptions. So she confronted Vimla and told her she had stolen the money. God knows. And so no confronting, no assuming that she has done it, no presumption of guilt. Listen to both sides. You've not heard what Vimla has got to say. How can you take a decision? Polite, courteous choices. So it's courteous choices. Pardon my spelling. I'll fix that. Confrontational, angry, violent is gone. She rubbished his choices, kicked him out of the way, banished him from the place. None of that. Absolutely none of that. And so your interactions have to be very clear and civil when you're doing this. And so this is a list of do's and don'ts. This should come of use. So very often out of 5 choices, 2-3 will get killed like this, and 1 or 2 will get picked like this. And then you're just playing with the margins. You can eliminate 3 choices out of 4, 4 choices out of 5, and then pick the one thing. But keep these in mind. Mrs. Biswas, once again, I'm going to assume you've read this context, read the questions, tried them, and then you've come here. Fine. If you've not done all that, do all that. No point watching the video without having tried to solve these questions. Fine. So, a couple retiring, and after retirement, they want to go to a place and buy their own house, or have different options for living in their own house. Which option would ensure the best control of quality of construction for the Biswas? Remember, buy a fully furnished house from a big developer. This seems interesting. Semi-furnished house and then furnish it. Again, interesting. Not much to choose between these two. Furnishing is probably a small aspect of this thing. So there's not much to choose between A and B. So if we boil it down to A or B, we are in trouble. But we'll come to that later on. Get a local unregistered contractor. Of course, we don't want it. Mr. Biswas, with inputs from the family, could supervise the construction of a house back in Kerala by employing the best material engineers, masons, and laborers. Goes without saying, this is the best choice. This is tricky, tougher, more difficult on Mr. Biswas. Could make his life difficult. But if you want control on quality, if you're able to control all the variables, get inputs from everybody, employ the best people, have the best material, obviously you can have best control. Best control of quality of construction, this is what will ensure that. The next one. Which of the following additional information, if true, would improve the chances of the third option being preferred? No additional information, this is passive, we don't want that. Among local property holders, the contractor in the third option enjoys a good reputation. We love this. He's an unregistered contractor, but he's got a good reputation. People like his work. It's going to materially improve his chances. He's not alpha, beta, gamma. He's a guy with a record. People say he's good. We don't buy anything without reviews. So some people are saying he's good. That helps. Big developers are less open to changes in design. This makes the first 2 choices bad. It's a good idea, but this makes the third choice good. So improving the third option will give it preference over this. Mr. Biswas cannot stay back alone to supervise the construction. If true, then this kills the 4th choice, which is important. If you're choosing from 4 choices, if one choice gets destroyed, then the other 3 become better. But still we prefer 2 because it makes the second choice, the third option, look better instead of making something else come back. The Biswas want to select furniture on their own. This makes choice, the second option, better than the first option. That's it, nothing more than that. Everything else stays as is. So the one choice where it improves the option 3 materially, that is choice 2, simple one. The Kerala government recently announced a policy. In case of any quality infringement, the builder will pay a penalty of 50% of the house in addition to the price of the house to the client within a year of notice. options that would ensure control of quality. Control of quality. So there's a penalty imposed on this. Right? So very clear. There is a penalty imposed on something going wrong. Right? Now, there are three different groups. One is Mr. Biswas doing things on his own. Rather with a big developer. Other is a contractor. An unregistered contractor. So if it's a penalty being paid, you'll probably get money back from the big developer and the unregistered contractor. But a big developer has a reputational risk, has something to worry about. It's not just the money, that it's a fact that he pays money and he loses his reputation. That will matter. The unregistered contractor, it might be difficult to even get the money from him. So of the three categories, this new rule change will have the least or not material impact on this guy. So I would assume that C would be the one that has least control on quality. That is this choice. Others don't matter. C, A, B, D. Why D would still be higher? Now you have control over every step of the process, any which way. If you're saying, I get the materials, I get the stuff in, I make sure that I have the right engineers, right laborers, right mason. If I do all that, then I'll definitely have control of quality any which way. This increases the penal damage on the guy who's the builder. But any which way, I'll have more control of quality if I'm controlling all parts of the process. So D at the end, C at the beginning, A and B in between. That works for us. College campus. Once again, I hope you've all read this passage. I hope you've all gone through the whole context. A bunch of things that are important here. You're given numbers here. What proportion are children? What proportion are old people? That matters. How many cars and bikes are there as a proportion of the people in there? That matters. The words and context matter here. It found it inappropriate to construct parking lot from the students' fee, even though they may not complain about it, but only those with vehicles may not complain about it. Every statement here is loaded. They added to the pollution and made residents less responsible. Overspeeding was menacing. It's not a small concern, it was menacing. And so the words and context, the adjectives matter. So keep all of these in mind when you're reading. You should pick up that. You should say, look, why are they giving? There are some children, some working age people, some old people. No, they've given you numbers. So now you can know what proportion is affected, and they're not affected merely, they've been menacing to them. And so keep those facts in mind when you're reading passages like this. Now let's go to the questions. Which of the following actions would be best to satisfy all the stakeholders within the campus? Levy extra fee on students to construct additional parking lots. Students should pay for upkeep of the campus. They collect money, students pay, but there will end up being more vehicles. This will increase the menacing problem, which affects 300 people, 200 children, 100 over 65. And so that's a serious threat. You're basically not paying enough attention to that large constituent of people. 300 people get affected by this, right? And people with vehicles might not complain, but you're not going to levy on all students. So that's also a mild violation there. So we don't like this. Let all vehicles be parked in a college managed space outside the campus, while 2 battery operated vehicles, lovely. So the pollution problem is taken care of. College managed space, so not additional money, handle exigencies inside the campus, an option available. And the only issue here, this seems to tick boxes, we'll have only 2 vehicles inside the campus. Outside the campus, if you want to go, you'll always have your vehicle. You can pick up your motorbike or your car at the end of the campus, at the gate. Whereas inside there are only 2 vehicles, so this could create inconveniences for a lot of people. So that's something that we worry about this, but this should keep everybody happy. You're not increasing charges, you're not charging extra parking lot, you're not building extra so that more vehicles can come in. The children and adults old people will be happy. This works. Bring all stakeholders to the discussion. This is the plain vanilla. Get a big basket, big umbrella, get everybody under the table. Fine. This is usually a preferred option. You like the collaborative, listen to stakeholders option. But here, there are 200 children, 100 old people, students, faculty members, students with vehicles, students without vehicles, faculty members with vehicles, without vehicles. the college administration and their investors, because you want to collect money or take that decision. There's just too many stakeholders to bring under one umbrella. It's a very bland choice, and just like a big bazooka answer choice, which we hate, which is not giving enough detail. In some cases, this kind of choice works. In this case, it doesn't work. It's like saying somebody says, I'm completely on board with my XAT preparation. I like business decision making. I do pretty well in that, and I'm actually good at data interpretation. I'm good at verbal, but in quant, in geometry, circles, I'm not really comfortable. And then you tell them, look, the best way for your solution is to prepare hard, study well, and do it. It's like a big bazooka solution. So bring all stakeholders to the discussion table. Can apply for anything. India and Pakistan are not happy with each other. Bring them onto the table. When the North Korea and US are not happy, bring them to the discussion table. Right? So, but that doesn't work as an answer choice because it doesn't give enough detail. So if nothing else is good and you want to go for the bland, big umbrella blanket choice, go for it. But now choice 2 works for us. Right? To reduce carbon footprints, only pooled vehicles should be allowed to operate inside the campus. So the only pooled vehicles is good like that. So there's the number of vehicles could come down. That is important. People could operate and walk about better. But how would you pool vehicles? That creates an extra problem of how this would happen. And this might not immediately work out. There's no way of monitoring whether vehicles are pooled. More than anything, choice 2 scores over choice 3 on almost all grounds. So choice 4, so this won't work. Charge significant fee from any vehicle entering or leaving campus. Good. The carbon problem gets taken care of because the number of vehicles would reduce. Revenues would come in. That we like. And the older and younger people, they'll all be happy. Kids will be happy because the number of vehicles will probably go down. We're charging a fee for people. It's not going to go down well with everybody who has a vehicle. There are 400 cars and 500 bikes. So give or take 900 constituents are going to be very peeved at the charge of a significant fee. Numbers, that word is critical. They won't agree. We say, look, entering a campus or leaving a campus, you have to pay 100 rupees. They'll say, to do my day-to-day life, I have to enter and leave campus 5 times a day. Why would I pay so much amount for just carrying on with my life? So that's an issue. But choice 2 it is. Let's look at this one. Very similar to the previous question. Best option to increase revenue and decrease carbon footprint. So we have twin objectives here. So we might have choices that totally do this but sacrifice this, or the other way around. We don't like them. Even if you have an iffy choice, it has to achieve both objectives. So remember that. Make substantial collection from vehicles entering or leaving campus and construct a parking lot outside the campus. This might work. Substantial collection, therefore revenues come in. Because it is substantial, number of vehicles will go down, so carbon footprint comes down. So it may not be a pleasing solution, but it achieves both our objective. Levy extra fee on the students and build extra parking lots inside the campus. You put students under the scanner, build parking lots. Revenue, yes. Carbon footprint ain't happening. You build extra parking lots, people have more vehicles. That fee is collected elsewhere. Once you have paid that amount, having a vehicle is the best thing to do. Even people who don't have cars and bikes might end up buying because parking is now freely available. Bring all stakeholders to the table and let them build consensus. Not in this context. Usually a lovely choice, but not in this context. To reduce the carbon footprint, only pooled vehicles. This reduces carbon footprint, but what happens to the revenue? Nothing. Therefore, we don't like that choice. Let all vehicles be parked in university managed space outside the campus, while battery operated vehicles parked with the 2 gates can be used inside the campus. This is what a great many college campuses actually do. This is a good, interesting choice, but your revenue objective goes for a toss. It's university managed space. It probably increases your cost, forget increasing revenue. In the end, it becomes an easy question because answer choice 1 works. Make collection substantial, construct a parking lot outside the campus. Revenue will come in, and because the charge is substantial, usage will reduce. Therefore, you achieve 2 twin objectives. Remember, just a quick recap of the do's and don'ts which we usually have. Prefer the direct, honest, transparent options. Stay away from the sly, partial truth options. Proactive works, do nothing does not work. Morally, ethically defensible, not this vague grey area thing. collaborative, consultative approach. I know I've rubbished this approach in the last 2 questions, but generally that works. Not a unilateral approach. Listen to sides, don't assume guilt. And so be polite and courteous, don't be confrontational. This point, take all stakeholders into account. Don't ignore key constituents. What do I mean by that? Don't ignore the 300 people who are right now being menaced. Don't ignore the 900 people who have vehicles. Don't say from now on you can work only with pooled vehicles, or from now on you have to pay a substantial fee for everything. And so don't ignore key constituents, especially when you have a sizable key constituent. BINK school, you got a letter from complaining about outdated syllabi, mediocre teachers. It's an anonymous mail. So there's an issue, there's probably an issue. Interesting thing, there's probably an issue with syllabus, all that. But remember, we can only say probably an issue. It's not yet a fact. You've got one email. I run a company. Once in 6 months, I get a peeved customer. That doesn't mean what I'm offering is wrong or bad. It did not appeal. Something that we say did not land. Maybe our delivery had an issue. We made a mistake. I listen to that one input and then I move on and say, how important is this? Is this endemic? Is this indicative of a trend? So, but just because one person has complained doesn't mean everything comes to an end. And it's anonymous. The anonymity could be because they're students, they don't want to disclose their identity, but it also means that they're not that sure of backing up their complaint. So you need to keep that in mind. Right? So any solution, best course of action, should address this issue and should keep in mind that there's been some anonymity to it. There's some probably factor involved in this. Right? Choice 1, she should invite students to discuss any problem openly, one-on-one or in small groups. Promise to act on them, but firmly condemn the culture of evil. Good choice. Come on, tell me. But it does nothing to address this issue. If there's indeed poor syllabi, outdated syllabi, mediocre teachers, I want to talk about that. We want to take even that one complaint seriously, evaluate it, and then take a decision. Just because it's anonymous, you don't want to just not at all think about it. She should update the students about the efforts the institute is taking in sprucing up the syllabi, but make no reference to the letter. Basically saying, I'll rubbish this under the carpet and then tell the students what we're doing. Maybe it's an auxiliary attempt, the first part. Right? So she might not refer to the letter on students. After addressing the issue, she might choose to reassure students also. But addressing the issue comes first. Reassuring is part 2, phase 2. You might want to create some mechanism to address the issue, then tell students to not resort to anonymous email, then say we are also taking efforts. All that might work. But first you should address the issue. And we like the choice that addresses the issue. You should convene a meeting of the faculty at the earliest, get them to work on updating the syllabi, and arrange a faculty development program. Faculty development program works, updating syllabi works, call them at the earliest works, but keep mum about the letter. So you're hiding a fact. Slightly low on transparency. It's not mandatory. You're the head, so you don't have to share every piece of information. So it is within your rights completely to keep mum about the letter. But because this choice mentioned that, I'm going to say, look, very interesting, but I'll keep it on hold. Convening a meeting of the faculty and talk about the letter as a symptom of a deeper malaise. Ask them to update the syllabi and also organize faculty development program. So she has a feeling, she talks about the letter, uses the letter as an opportunity to say, look, maybe we need to work on this. So she's not hiding the letter from them. Ask them to update the syllabi, also organize. So something to improve faculty. Request a task out of them. Disclose the presence of the letter and then talk about that. So this is direct, transparent. The only issue we have here is we are almost taking what is said in the letter for granted as if it is true. There's one anonymous email. There might not be a basis to that. That could be wrong. Right? So that's an issue there. Choice 3, ignore the letter. We don't like it. Now it is between 3 and 4. 3, we keep mum about the letter. So we're not transparent enough, but we're trying to take some effort. Here, we talk about the letter and then take efforts after that. Between these two, here it looks like you're taking the letter too seriously, but I would still prefer 4 over 3. Don't want to keep people in the dark about anything. This is a very marginal call. And so, very marginal between 3 and Genius Consulting. Once again, I'm going to assume you've read the question, read this passage and the question. I'm going to jump to the discussion part of it. So, the two rules these guys have. One, they should not do something unethical. Remember, this rule applies even if it is not stated. Anytime you're discussing any case study anywhere in the world, you're not supposed to indulge in anything unethical. I would recommend this as a general practice as well. But at the very least, in the exam context, remember, you cannot go for something that's even borderline unethical. Very simple. They share earnings equally. Well, let's go to this question, this particular context. They met to decide the way forward for the organization. What is this? Violates both principles, violates the first principle, basically violates, is this unethical? Should he get a fee? Those are the two questions we are answering. Right? Now, remember, in this question, it showed that Rahman's father referred their firm to the top management. He's not giving them the deal, he's referring the firm. Convinced of the team's talent following an impressive process. The top management makes an independent judgment. This is just a referral. The clincher for me is this phrase. Even though 6 other referred teams made process. All the teams are referred teams. So they're not getting a particular advantage over a blank slate contestant or a co-competitor. Right? So all the teams are referred teams. The teams have just merely been referred. His father is not pulling strings to get them the deal. At least we don't have that information. So I would argue that there's nothing unethical here. So it violates both their principles, out. Violation of the first principle, out. So now the only thing we need to worry, this one, Rahman can be paid a finder's fee this year and an equal amount be deducted from his compensation next year. Why would you do that? Either give it to him or don't give it to him. Why take it this year and why not take it next, give it back next year? Since Rahman has agreed to equal sharing, he is not entitled to a finder's fee. Now, we don't know whether finder's fee is kept aside from this earnings. Maybe you give finder's fee and then get to the earnings, that's what they share equally. We don't know that. So, we are having to make some assumption here. So, let's look at both choices closely. This one, they should take up the project and as the referral help them survive, Rahman should be paid a finder's fee. Help them survive. So, Rahman should be paid a fee merely because their context is different. Just help them survive. Maybe if they were doing well, they wouldn't have given them the finder's fee. It does not work like that. Your rules have to be consistent. They cannot be a function of how desperate you are for revenues. Therefore, we will not go for this. Equal earnings, not entitled to a finder's fee. Nothing unethical, not violating a rule. They take it up, they do well. That's where we are going. Pastor, this is a fabulous question, one of my favorites in this set. And basically, the pastor goes and says, I give God 10%, why should I give you more than that? I feel like saying that for GST. Fine. So 18% is a number that ticks me off. Anyway, that's a separate story. But it's an interesting case and it's a very relevant case to what we see now. Right? So everything has an escalation in between people. Everything has an escalation in the court of law. And thanks to social media, these days a lot of things have an escalation on social media. And judge, jury, everything in social media. I'm not saying I like it because a great many things in social media are wrong, but it's interesting and it's a very particularly interesting case because we're talking about that. We're talking about comments and negative comments and how it impacts life and all of that. Right? So again, read the case, read the question before we go to the discussion. What is the main cause for the situation becoming unmanageable? It's a beautiful question because of the wording. Becoming unmanageable. It's an issue. The pastor says he'll not pay. So the first coin is moved by the pastor. Then it is put on Facebook by the waitress. Then she gets fired. Then the comments start coming in. And so there's a sequence. He's not saying what is the root cause, what is the basic thing that caused this trouble, what is the reason underlying this incident. He's saying when did it become unmanageable? Right? Now let's look at the choices. The pastor for flouting the norm of the restaurant. Definitely not this. It's an easy option to eliminate. He says he doesn't want to give a tip. It's not mandatory. He doesn't give a tip. How you handle this makes it manageable or unmanageable. The waitress for violating customer privacy. This is an issue. How egregious this fault is up for debate. But this is not what tipped things over. So she just posted this on social media. There's maybe a silly error. But they have done this in the past. The team has The restaurant has already done this in the past, so it cannot be such a criminal error if they've done it once already before. And so they're not looking at it as a serious thing. This is not what we're looking for. The management for not taking any action against the pastor. There is no ground for taking action against the pastor. Why would they take action against the pastor? The management for giving out disproportionate punishment to the waiters. We have a winner. They listen to the fact you can't do anything to the pastor. You can't do anything to the fact that he's not paid enough. This lady has put it out there. They say, look, let me fire her straight away. The disproportionate punishment is what irks the social media participant. That is when it tips into unmanageable. The management for removing negative comments. This probably made it worse, but this is not the tipping point. So not fine choice for the tipping point is when they fire the waitress without sufficient ground. It's a disproportionate punishment for an error which they have let go sliding by in the past. A warning, a gentle suspension, saying that look, this is not done. That might have worked. But going and firing her and making a virtue out of that doesn't work. The downward spiral continued for the restaurant as the management persisted in defending their actions and argued with those who criticized them. Fabulous. You do something, people criticize you, argue with them in public on social media. I've engaged in this, and so I'm as guilty of this as the next man. It is useless. I mean, it usually is counterproductive. And so, the original post had generated over 18,000 negative comments. Fabulous. People love to chime in with negative comments, and that's what we are about. What is the first best way forward for the restaurant at this juncture? Unconditionally restore the waitress. Unconditionally restore. Basically, with that word, they're saying eliminate this choice. She has also had at least an error of judgment. You don't unconditionally restore a waitress after an issue like this. She was never at fault in the first place. No, she was at fault. She did violate the privacy. It was not an infringement that had been previously frowned upon. But now that it's caused trouble, management has a right to say, look, you can't be doing this. So this is out. Apologize to and reinstate the waitress and ask her to apologize for a breach of customer privacy and post both apologies on social media. We have a winner. You apologize for firing her, reinstate her. She apologizes for violating privacy and then you post both on social media. Fabulous. You have a winner. Not only have all sides been mollified, we've also posted this. These days we post everything on social media. So that's mandatory. And so we stick it in there. And why should I have an issue between three constituents? We'll have a discussion between three constituents and then post it on a wall. So therefore that is built in. So this works. This ticks all boxes. I'm going to still look at other choices. Reinstate the waitress provided she apologizes for a breach of customer privacy and post that apology on the restaurant social media page. This is fine. But provided she apologizes, this condition assumes that she's going to apologize. This condition puts a precondition on her apology. I don't want that. This choice is already making an assumption that she's going to apologize. It's been taken for granted. She's not complaining. So take that. Why should you want to go and put an if clause where none existed? Reinstate the waiter if and only if she apologizes. I don't want. She's apologizing. This choice takes that for granted. Why would you want to explore something else which does not take it for granted? Recruit 2 waitresses. It's not an issue of managing labor and managing your workforce. It's an issue of having fired that person. So it's not a quantity issue. It's a human management interaction issue. 5 is outstated.
Studio apartment. Madhuri Apte, a busy professional, rents out her studio apartment located in South Mumbai. Since she stays 3 hours away from the studio apartment, she uses a networked digital lock to monitor the property remotely. Each customer gets a temporary and unique access code for the digital lock that enables them to enter the studio apartment for the duration of stay. The apartment's entrance door can also be opened with physical keys, and Madhuri Apte has 2 such keys in her possession. She's employed a cleaner who has permanent access code to enter the apartment for cleaning every day. She's available only between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. Madhuri Apte's apartment caters largely to international customers. A customer typically stays for 3 days, paying an average rent of $125 per day. It's a lot of money. She makes nearly $375 in each customer, give or take, depending on how long they stay for. Madhuri Apte's studio apartment gets good feedback on other aspects. Many seem unhappy as they found the operation of digital lock complicated. Which of the following is the best for Madhuri Apte in this context? She should switch to a physical lock. I'm such a fan. Modern times, This is like saying, look, I don't want to address the problem, I'll run away from it. She lives far away. She'll have to be there. Her cleaner is available only from 3 to 5. So she cannot ask the cleaner to be there. Timing is a serious issue. And she cannot have a system where she has to be there every time somebody checks in and checks out. She's clearly a well-off person. Her time is precious, who's doing well. So $125 per day could be a lot of money, but it's not something that if she has to come and manage this property all the time, then one, it might not be worth her while, and two, it might not work out. Madhuri, on request, should send one of the physical keys 5 days ahead of customer's arrival at an extra charge of $75. Okay, 5 days ahead, people might not book. $75 extra is too much of a burden. So you pay $125 for the room and then ask for $75 for the key. You're going to get bad feedback. Fine, $125 per night for room, and then you say for the key you will have to pay $75. People are not going to like that. So this may be under consideration. This is not at all. Should request the cleaner to explain the working of the digital access code to customers for an extra charge. Look, the moment you say for an extra charge for explaining the lock or opening the lock, you're in trouble. The price is the price. The lock is a feature. So if that extra feature, lock is not something new. If you're going to offer state-of-the-art facilities for some business networking and communication in a separate thing and you charge for that, that's different. Or you offer spa services and you charge for that, that's different. But for unlocking, the moment you say extra charge, you're in trouble. And the cleaner is not available beyond 3 to 5. Okay, no. Should do nothing as digital locks shall be the norm in the future. Shall be the norm in the future. What about the present? Again, passive, and just because they'll be the norm in the future doesn't mean the customers are stupid for struggling with it. They're struggling with it. That's a fact. You've got to address that right now. You can't just say, okay, it's going to be there everywhere in 10 years from now, so you all live and learn with it. We help them out with it. Should create a video manual on how to use the digital access code and email it to customers before their arrival. This is very reasonable. It's not a big problem, but it's a pain point. Help them address it. Most customers probably won't go through it, but it's on their email. They come here, and then they struggle with the lock. They're going to open their email, check it out, and then go right in. So it's not just a one-off thing, but it's sustainable. You can create that video and stick it in there, and the customer can check it anytime. So they can be right outside the door, struggle with it, check out the video and fix it. Simple problems need simple solutions. You don't abandon a system. Sorry about that. This seems to have come from nowhere, so I'm going to close that. So you don't abandon a system. You don't charge extra for some regular part of the package. You don't ignore. You create a simple solution for a simple problem. Madhuri's apartment received good feedback from the guests, except with respect to the operation of the digital lock. She decided to leave a spare physical key in the house for a guest. Recently, some of the guests had forgotten to leave the key behind during checkout. Making a spare key will cost $500. That's a lot of money. It will take about 10 days to arrive. It doesn't seem like a real world thing, but it's a lot of money. $500 in 10 days. Them not leaving the key really messes her life. She was confused if she should continue leaving the spare key and was looking for a way out. Which of the following? She receives good feedback, she likes, she has a spare key, but some of them forget. They're not willfully misleading, but they forget. Right? So the key point, it's a very expensive mistake. It's a mistake that's very expensive for her. So she needs to find a solution. Second thing, they're not going to do anything with the key. They just come, they check out, and they leave. And so she needs to help them, but she needs to fix this problem. She can't be passive because it's very expensive. Keep digital lock as the only option and communicate to customers. I like this. I like this choice. I know this seems very harsh on customers, but I like this because $500 in 10 days is a lot of money. If I can't run my business for 10 days, that's potentially more than $1,000 in rent. And I'm as it is spending $500 in fixing it. So $500 is a lot of money. So I might just say, look, I'm not leaving this spare key, no spare key business, let's fix this. So I might go down this option because the expenses are very high. It's very expensive mistake for me. Be present during checkout to ensure the key is returned. I'm going for this. It is unsustainable. I can't be there all the time. Fine. So checkout could happen anytime. So I'll have to leave everything else aside and then do that. Not sustainable, not possible. I don't want that. Request the cleaner to be present during checkout. This is a possibility. I can go through that, except that we've been told that she's available only from 3 to 5. It's not been told that he or she comes only from 3 to 5. She can be there only from 3 to 5. She's available only between 3 and 5. So you can't just say every time there's a checkout coming, she's not going to be there. She's got other things to do. She's not there 24/7. Send polite reminders to guests before checkout date and on the day of checkout to leave the key behind. I like this choice. I like this choice because they're only forgetting. I know it's a costly mistake for me, but this is not an issue. The guests are basically saying, hey, they're just in a hurry, just put the key in their pocket and they run away. They forget this. And so there's not any willful erratic behavior, just forgetfulness. So a reminder when they sign up, reminder on the day of checkout could solve all the problems. They're going to check out at 12 o'clock, you send them a reminder at 11 saying, hey, it's a big pain for me if you forget the key, so please don't forget to drop the key behind. Use your digital key, best wishes, have fun. It might solve it for you straight away. Charge security deposit of $100, which will be forfeited if the keys are not left behind. So I like. So put the onus of remembering to leave the key with the guest. And I could probably do both of these. Unfortunately, I don't have the option of doing both of these. And so keep digital lock as the only option. So A, D, E, all three are left. But now I'm going to choose between D and E because I think working with the physical lock is important because you're getting good feedback except for this. And between these two, this is more forceful and pressurizing and severe. I don't like terms and conditions which are like this. Failure to return the key will result in a fine of $100. If I'm a customer, this is like an Airbnb. I want a degree of comfort with the house owner. So it's very close thing between D and E. I would have gone towards E because it's so expensive for me. But because they're merely forgetting, and then I have a relationship with a bunch of my guests, and I kind of get to know them and talk to them, and it's not merely a transactional relationship. I might go with D, but it's a very close thing between D and D. And A, D, E, all are good choices. A, I'm leaving out because I want to leave the physical key. Between D and D, I'm going for D, but with a very dicey. E also I like because it will come out as rude, it will come out as transactional, it will come out as I don't care. But I am paying a very heavy price. They forget the key, which is why I like E because of the $500 in 10 days. But between D and D, Lal & Sons, a family business, comprises 3 different companies in 3 different industries. Sudarshan Lal was heading this entire business from inception. 2 years ago, he hired 3 managers, one for each company, and Chhagan Lal Jha as a CEO to look after the entire business. So there are 3 pots. He was doing everything. He's got a guy here, and guy here, and Chhagan Lal as a CEO. These 3 managers report to the CEO. However, Sudarshan Lal and his family still own the entire business, though they are not involved in day-to-day operations. So Sudarshan Lal is basically stepped back. He's become like a chairman. He's saying, look, I can't go around running around each of these businesses all the time. My blood pressure will shoot through the roof. So I have Chhagan Lal Jha, who I trust, who can run and give me an update once a week, twice a week. And he'll have 3 different guys running the show for him and talking to him about it. So he's taking a step back. So think about the kind of things that he'll be worried with. So he's been managing the day-to-day. So he's going to find it very difficult to let go of the day-to-day. But he wants to transition to the headline thing. He cannot be too intrusive. He cannot bypass Chhagan Lal and then talk to these guys and drive his own agenda. But he has to keep an eye. He needs to know that things are doing well. He needs to have the confidence that over time, this show can run without Sudarshan Lal being there 40 hours a week. So the team has to inspire that kind of confidence and build a level of trust so that Sudarshan Lal can cool off and play golf. And that's the idea. So the questions we're going to look at the question, they're going to set the tone, but this is the starting point for us. Let's go here. 2 years after the handing over, important point, 2 years. It's not a long term, but nor is it 2-3 months. Things should have cooled down by then. Sudarshan was concerned that none of the companies except one is profitable. So one profit making and 2 loss making. Which of the following information, if true, will most likely reduce Sudarshan's concerns? Very important. So something here should tell him, hey dude, don't worry, things are fine. It could be just a hiccup or something, just we were building for the long term. Something wrong this year or something wrong at the initial phases, things are actually fine. Right? A leading financial institution recently advised its investors to purchase the shares of the 2 loss-making companies with a long-term outlook. Oh, this is brilliant. I really like this choice. Right? So they're making losses now, but they're still valuable. And so they're loss-making, but the terms that I like, a leading financial institution. So it's not a 2-bit mom and pop store who want to take over the company by stealth. These guys have advised investors. Right? And this phrase is very important, long-term outlook. We may be making losses now. Obviously, Sudarshan Lal is a very experienced man. So he'll be able to take news of the loss if he knows that the company is going in the right direction. So a leading financial institution who won't stick their neck out unless they've done their research are convinced about the long-term outlook of the 2 loss-making companies. So good news. I really like that choice. Let's look at the other ones as well. The corporation's performance was stagnant for 3 years before Sudarshan handed it over to performance. This also I like. It's already stagnating. And then it is not like the new guys have created the stagnation, but they're already dealing with something that was already stagnant. Right? The problem here was it was stagnant. It was not necessarily loss-making. And so stagnant is not growing. And so, but now you're seeing losses. So you're running the company, you're not even making money, not just not making money out of it, you're digging into your savings. You might as well not run the company. And so, and even if it had been stagnant for 3 years, keeping it still loss-making for 2 further years, that means for 5 years. If this also means not profitable, in 5 years, these 2 entities have not made any money. It's a long time. For one to say, okay, do we need to really do this business? Do we find a way of hiving it off? Do we need to take some drastic actions? So stagnant for 3 years and loss making for 2 more years, that's not very reassuring. So it's important that it's not like the line managers made a mistake. Probably they inherited a mess and therefore it continues to be like that. So maybe they are not screwing up, but it's not reassuring. The best performing division belongs to an industry which is growing in double digits. So I can eliminate this. And so the best performing industry is in a sweet spot. Right? So I'm worried about the 2 non-performing ones. So if one is really doing fantastically and other 2 are doing poorly, I know that I still have a pot to deal with, but I'm still worried about these 2. Why am I running this? Why don't I just give it off and reduce my stress and run only this and enjoy myself? So the best performing one doing well or doing poorly vis-a-vis the industry which is going in double digits, either in a sweet spot or it's also losing ground and an industry that's really doing well. That's not my area of concern. I'm worried about the 2 underperforming divisions. People holding senior positions have been replaced 2 years ago by fresh and young talent. This is a change. Right? As a guy who's handed it over, I'm probably not interfering and say, okay, this is the direction you want to take the company in, go right ahead and try that. But if I've had 2 years of this fresh and young talent and they've still not managed to stem the tide or still not managed to make profits out of it, I'm still worried. The rate at which the employees are leaving the best performing divisions is higher than the industry average. This puts pressure on the best performing division as well. That will make me more stressed. It will not reduce my stress. Right? So C, D, E are easily ignored. Between A and B, A is so much better. Worried. You tell me that 2 divisions are loss making, and then you tell me that, look, they may be loss making, but there's still leading financial institutions that want to invest in it because the long-term future is good. I'm a happy guy. Some of the senior employees who left Lal and Sons in recent past have complained to Sudarshan that the long-cherished values of the organization, such as respect for elders, job security, etc., are being compromised. Which of the following options, if true, will indicate to Sudarshan the employees are misleading him? And so it's a very important point, a very strong word here, misleading him. And so it's not like they're saying which of the following options will, if true, will indicate to Sudarshan that the complaints are overstated. That means there is a case for some error in communication. This is misleading him. They're actually trying to tell him something that probably is not true. And so, a powerful word. So this sentence, you're looking for a choice that might even paint some of the senior employees in bad light. You don't want to mislead your chairman. Mislead is a strong, powerful word. So you're looking for a strong, powerful choice which casts senior employees in mildly poor light at least. The replaced employees have been average performers for years. Yeah, this is important. Very important. They've been average performer for years. So they've been rightly pushed out or let go of. And then they come back and complain. So the job security part, which they don't have now, is something that they enjoyed and abused for a long time. They've been average performers for many years. So now they're complaining, so they're trying to mislead Sudarshan. That's an important choice. I like that. When senior employees were assigned to lead challenging but critical positions in the organization, they resigned. They did not take up that extra load. They were offered something. They were asked to take something and push themselves harder. They said, look, we're not doing that. And then they resigned. And then behind the new management's back, they've gone and spoke to Sudarshan. I like this also. This also seems like a very interesting choice. Both cast the senior employees in bad light. If given a great chance, you throw it away. Or you've been average and you're pushed out. Both not good. The senior employees were replaced by people below them and not from outside the organization. I don't know how this is material. You're a president, your vice president gets your job, or someone from outside gets a job. If it is from people below them, then it's not like someone new is coming in. But if you're still asked to leave your job, then job security is still an issue. I don't know. Someone from outside, new ideas is more of a shock, but I don't think it's such a big factor. And below them or outside, probably not such an important factor. So I'm going to ignore this choice. The other two are better. The replaced senior employees had only 4 more years of service and were not compensated for the premature termination. And so this is bad. And this is a wrong thing to do. You should probably, if they have only 4 years of service, they should be. So this paints the senior leaders, senior employees in good light. But we are looking for something that will indicate that they are misleading him. So this is not the right choice. The number of senior employees voluntarily leaving this organization is lower than the industry average. This again is reassuring. It's lower, so nothing wrong. So they're not. So their complaints are unwarranted. So they come and complain. They're probably trying to create an issue where none exist, but they're not actively misleading. This is not a misleading thing. And so this is not wrong, but it's not our number one thing. So I think it's down to these two. And so between these two, that's a very close choice. They've been average for years, so they deserve to be pushed out. So that's interesting. So they deserve to be pushed out. They were pushed out. What's wrong with that? Second one, they were asked to lead challenging but critical positions in the organization. They resigned. And so I like this because this is the new management has proactively given them an opportunity to prove themselves. They've been given the chance, not just challenging, but critical. They've been given an opportunity on a platter to take up something new and have a wonderful second innings under new management and leadership. And then they kind of chickened out. Now, if they go back and say they've lost all respect, they are not giving this, then that's misleading. So this is exact opposite of what the message they're trying to convey to Mr. Sudarshan Lal. And so these guys were given a chance on a platter, and they did not take it. And then they're going and complaining. So this is the choice. Chaggan Lal, the CEO, was certain that someone in his leadership team was leaking information to Sudarshan Lal well before Chaggan Lal communicated. How best should Chaggan Lal Cha respond to this? This is something that CEOs hate. The CEO wants to give news to the chairman, be it good or bad, and not for providing color or flavor, but it's his job. And so, if I'm saying something to my boss about my division's performance, I want to be the guy giving him the first input. And then my boss can speak to a couple of other guys to know what else could be done. But I don't want somebody else going and giving an update to my boss. Right? What should he do? Chaggan Lal should request Sudarshan to kindly wait for him to communicate, as informal sources may lead to misinformation. I love this choice. Right? Informal sources may lead to misinformation. I have one thing that I'm worried about. I might have spoken about that worrying thing in my meeting because I want to highlight the importance of that small thing to my team. But that's not what I'm going to escalate to the chairman. I don't want him worrying about it. I'm handling it. I'll take the decision on what needs escalation and does not need escalation. Somebody else goes and says, oh, he spoke 20 minutes in the meeting about this. And then the chairman gets the wrong impression about what is escalated and not escalated. So wait for him. Wait for the first update from me. And informal sources may lead to misinformation. Very relevant point. I like this choice. Unless I find something really good, I'm plumping for this. Should complain about this to Sudarshan? Yeah, perhaps. Threaten to resign? No. A small issue. Somebody is leaking, you find the leak, you communicate, you're good. It's not something to threaten to resign about. Chaggan Lal should request his team to continue passing information since it brings down the communication barrier. No, Chaggan Lal leaking information. It's a bad phrase. Giving information, providing updates, might have given it a neutral color. This is not about communication. It's not even about hierarchy. This is about the CEO having a chance to convey something to the chairman before somebody else jumps the gun. There's nothing wrong with the CEO saying, hey, chairman, let me give you the update first. Then you do whatever you need to do. And so this is not an opportunity to communicate better. Chaggan Lal should understand that this is bound to happen, should not bother. And so the rule of thumb in many of our exams, the passive choice is usually easy to weed out. There's a passive choice. And a lot of us go towards the passive choice in life because it solves us the hassle of going through a process and avoids confrontation. But that's generally not the most preferred course of action. Definitely, usually not the preferred answer choice. So don't do anything is not a right answer, generally. Right? Chaggan Lal should threaten his team. I don't like threatening the team. I can convey, I can communicate, I can tell them, dudes, you're not doing this. It's my job, so don't jump the gun. They'll be fired by the weekend. That's not the way to go about it. Doesn't stop immediately. So you have a problem, you don't take the fire hose to it immediately. You try to sort it out, you try to settle it down, you try to speak to the chairman, but you don't threaten somebody to fire. At round 5 of this, you can do that, not at round 1. And so, easy answer, choice A. Eva is the CEO of Ratan Brothers, a bicycle manufacturing company. The organization is doing well financially with a steadily increasing share price. Recently, Eva promoted Bhushan, her nephew, to the position of head of procurement after he completed 5 years in the organization. An important point. There's always a nephew angle, so therefore some nepotism that could rear its head. He's completed 5 years in the organization, so it's not an overnight promotion. After the promotion, he was automatically inducted into the quality council headed by Eva. Automatically inducted. So not like she pushed for it, was automatically inducted. Dev & Sons is a supplier to Ratan Brothers. It supplies ball bearings, an important part of any bicycle. After Bhushan took over, he switched to a new supplier, citing quality deficiencies in Dev & Sons product. Dev & Sons responded by publicly declaring that quality was not compromised. So it's a classic conflict between a supplier and the procurement head. The things that I like, it's a crucial product. As far as the company is concerned, critical phrases, nephew, 5 years, and publicly declaring. So I'm already a little worried about what Dave is doing and how they're doing this. If they really wanted to be constructive about this process, they would have taken a meeting with Eva, told her that, look, our quality is not compromised. I would like to check this out one more time, and maybe talk to Bhushan. Maybe something went wrong in the process. Maybe some other manufacturer was involved. So please check that. Further, it alleged that its competitor bribed Bhushan to get the contract. This is a very serious allegation, so they should have backed it up. Probably it could even be true. But if this is true, then I would have, if I were Eva, I would have picked up the phone and called Dev and Sons and say, guys, this is serious stuff. You're alleging something, give me the evidence. But you have no business talking publicly about this. Let's sort this out. We've been suppliers, we know each other. So you think there's something wrong, bring it to my notice. Bring me some kind of proof or some starting point so that I can run an investigation. Tell me this is the issue, we'll figure this out. But no point going and saying, look, this coal company is hinting that the company is corrupt by publicly declaring something. So the only part that I don't like in this whole passage is this. You have an issue, you bring it to my notice. Let's look at this. Post this public allegation, the share price of Ratan Brothers started falling. So this is what I was worried about as Eva. So I'm already, I'm straight away peeved with what Dev and Sons have done. Which of the following is the best option for Eva to immediately stem the falling stock prices? Fire Bhushan, blacklist Dev and Sons, and inform the press. So you fire Bhushan, you blacklist them. You fire Bhushan because you think there's some bribery involved. You blacklist them because they have complained, and then inform the press. And so it seems like I hear of this, and then I take a big hammer and then start hitting people out of it. I don't like this option because I'm jumping to the decision making phase. When Dev and Sons have alleged that Bhushan has taken a bribe, it may or may not be true. If it is true, then it's a very serious allegation against Bhushan, and we find it out and then we fire Bhushan, in which case there's no reason to blacklist Dev and Sons. And I can reprimand them for publicly sharing the information or talk to them separately, but I can't do all of this in one day. Right? Issue a press statement that a committee has been formed to look into the matter. And this is important. I like this choice. And so basically, one of our suppliers is saying something is wrong. So we're looking into it. So don't worry. We will sort this out. One thing that I don't like about this is, one, is this a serious allegation that some bribery took place. Right? 2, it is public. And 3, my share price is falling. And so allegation is serious because some bribery is involved, not some fall in quality standards which is not related to a crime. And this is public, so it's out there. And the share price is already reacting to it. So this is a good thing, but not strong enough. It's like saying that your platelet count is falling and you decide to have more pomegranate. It's good, but that's not what you're screaming out for right now. You need something to fix the problem, stem the flow, arrest this. It's like something more aggressive than this. Right? So if there's nothing more aggressive than this, I'm going with this choice. Issue a press statement that the company's quality standards have increased, and then anyone is welcome to scrutinize the relevant documents. So this is good. I like this as well. This is way more aggressive. Yes, Dev and Sons are saying that they've publicly declared that our quality standards, there's a question mark around it and there's some corruption. I don't agree with it. Our quality standards are really good and they've improved. And I tell you what, you don't have to listen to me. Anyone can come and look at our documentation and then figure it out for themselves. So it's a sign of wonderful confidence from the CEO saying, look, there's some allegation flying around. I'll tell you what, this has not affected us one bit. Our quality is actually improving, and not me saying it. The paperwork is saying it, the detailing is saying it. You can come and have a look. Cancel the remaining order and call for a fresh tender. It's very similar to this choice. When you jump the gun, don't take a nuanced view of things. Cancel the order, call a fresh tender, and hope that the whole thing will blow away. So we don't know who's done the mistake. We don't know whether there's been some bribery involved. We don't know whether Dev and Sons are just raking mud because they've been denied an order. Do nothing as Bhushan, as the head of procurement, has a right to decide on the supplier. Bhushan has a right to decide on a supplier, no doubt about it. But the moment there has been an escalation and a share price fall, it is no longer Bhushan's problem. It is Eva's problem. So the do nothing option is out. You're CEO. There's been some squabble and the share price is falling. You can't say, oh, such is life, I'm not going to do anything about it. You've got to step in and take action. That's what you get paid for. So the passive option is out. So between B and C, because the terms and the terminology and the seriousness involved, the issue is screaming out for slightly more aggressive action than saying, oh, committee has been formed, we'll look into everything. Under pressure from media and suppliers, Eva constituted a cross-functional committee of senior executives to investigate Dev and Sons' allegation against Bhushan. Reasonable point. So a bunch of senior people across different divisions, they look into this. The committee exonerated Bhushan. They basically said, look, he doesn't seem to have done anything wrong. However, rumors within the organization began to spread that the decision was influenced by nepotism. This is a problem of having your nephew in a high post. Which of the following should be the best response from Eva? And so she's put together a committee. The key point here, it's a cross-functional committee of senior executives. So it's not done in haste. She's not basically said, oh, Bhushan, he won't do anything, he's a nice guy. She said, look, there's an allegation. We're not firing someone just based on an allegation. We'll have a good team to look into it. Let them check out everything and then we'll listen to what they are saying. And the committee exonerates Bhushan. Rumors will be there, but you need to address them. Let's see what are the options available. Do nothing as a committee has exonerated Bhushan. We'll have to think about it, but the rumors they've begun to spread. If you stay ahead of the rumors and communicate clearly, then they'll not spread. And so I would eliminate this mainly because it's a very passive option. I'm not a fan of passive options. Maybe in life, yes, but not in an exam. Just kidding. And so don't take it too seriously. Force Bhushan to resign temporarily. Resigning temporarily is already I don't like this. If you're serious, make him resign. If you're not serious, go out on a limb and defend him. Don't chicken out and say, okay, for right now you step down. You can say, look, reassign him to avoid controversy. Even that is okay. But resign temporarily. Make an independent inquiry. For the record, the previous thing of cross-functional senior executives is independent. If found innocent, reinstate Bhushan. This whole thing has happened. You've done that. So why should you do it again? Then when will you stop? Then there's some more rumor that the independent inquiry is wrong, then you'll keep doing this whole thing. Communicate to all shareholders that these kind of practices are very common in organizations. In a private meeting, I may tell the odd guy that sab ho raha hai, but we'll handle it. But I'm not communicating, sending an email to everyone saying, look, get on with it. This is life. These things happen. I'm not doing that. Very passive option. Sack all those employees who question that authority. You're a CEO, not an autocrat, not a monarch. You can't just say, look, sack everybody. Explain in a town hall meeting open to all the employees how the decision to exonerate Bhushan was taken. I like this. I think the town hall meeting is probably over elaborate, but this scenario calls out for not doing the process again, but calls out for explaining that. Basically saying, look, a bunch of guys who are credible, senior, a group across different committees, they looked into it. And then they finally said there's nothing wrong. We can't go around listening to Tom, Dick and Harry hurling accusations against our guys. So if it happens, then we say, okay, there's an accusation, we'll look into it. We'll look at it the most independent and senior group of cross-functional guys in a team possible. And then we'll listen to what they've got to say. They're saying there's nothing, no wrongdoing here. If we don't listen to them, then what will we listen to? This is clear. It's been done independently by senior people. And so this is clear. Explaining the decision works. I don't know whether it really calls for a town hall meeting, but the other choices are far less exciting. Choice E it is. A few months after the issue of Dev and Sons, a vigilance committee discovered some financial irregularities attributable to Bhushan in his earlier stint as a senior manager in marketing. The board of directors was concerned about this and demanded a response from the CEO. Eva contemplated the following responses. Super, this is wonderful. One, he has been an accusation and been exonerated. And then it says discovered, this group after that, the vigilance committee, so they're looking into all kinds of allegations. They discovered some financial irregularities attributable to this. So remember, discovered, there is a certain lack of ambiguity about it. When they're basically saying there's something funny happening here. They're not saying that there is something for which he has to explain away. So there's something that he needs to come back and explain to us, or it's not a matter that deserves looking into. It has already been looked into. If it's not a mere escalation, it's an escalation after which the investigation has been done and then there are some irregularities. And the board of directors was concerned about this and demanded a response from the CEO, basically saying, look, this has happened. We need to hear from you, and today. It's not a friendly call saying, hey, I heard this from some random employee. Do I need to take it seriously? There's something that they've taken seriously. They've investigated. They found something funny. And then they've called the CEO and said, look, we need a response, preferably today. It's a serious claim. And the seriousness is conveyed by these words: vigilance committee, discovered, so there's some finality to it, demanded a response. Right? Offered to resign from the post of CEO, since as a CEO, she's ultimately responsible for everything in the organization. So this is called for only because Bhushan is her nephew. And otherwise I would have said, look, there's an issue with one guy, it's not necessary that you should resign. We'll look into it. But because his nephew, anything Bhushan screws up on is a reflection on her. Because at some level, she's part of the organization, he's been promoted, and he's done something. Right? Sack Bhushan immediately and make the reason public. Again, I'll look into this. At some point of time, you don't try to salvage something. This is clear, they've discovered something wrong. So you should probably do that. And you should do that early enough. You might want to do this as well. You might not resign, but you can offer to resign. You can say, look, it's my nephew. He's done something wrong. There could be a suggestion of impropriety. I would want to avoid that. So I would be glad to step down and resign. Have a town hall meeting with all the employees and deny any financial irregularities in the organization. And so why would you do that? It's a vigilance committee. They have discovered something. Why will you deny that? You're not even doing it. Forget the order in which you're doing it. So somebody says something is wrong, and then you call a meeting and say nothing is wrong. That's not the way to go about it. It's a vigilance committee. They probably know what they're doing. They've discovered some irregularities. So you're not doing this. I like 1 and 2. 2 more than 1. But 3, we're not even doing that. Communicate to the board that as a CEO, the organization's financial health is our top priority, on which she has delivered stellar performance in the past 5 years. This is all right, but this is about the irregularities. It is about she being demanded a response. Something is wrong and I want to haul you up. You don't come here and say, oh, look, the company is doing really well. If there is a quality concern or a marketing concern or a pricing concern, then you say, look, the health is very good. The company, look at the balance sheet, look at the P&L, you're doing really well. But if it's an ethical concern and a concern about legalities and the financial irregularities, then performance takes a little bit of a backseat. I might do this to convey to them that, look, actually the company is running really well. So don't upset the apple cart. This is a one-off. We'll fire the guy and get on with life. We might do that, but that's not early on. I'm not going in and saying, look, how well are we doing? How does it matter if somebody stole something? Right? Inform the board that Bhushan was promoted because his initiatives helped the company immensely. It's probably important. They've demanded a response. She can say, hey, we did promote him for a reason. He did something wrong, so we did take action. If you think this is not enough, you can even fire me. Or I would be happy to resign. And so, in that scheme of things, justifying why Bhushan was kind of promoted in the first place is also useful, saying, look, he's a good guy, but then he did something wrong. He merited this promotion, after which he lost his way. So probably include that. Right? So the one thing I'm definitely not including anywhere is point 3. I don't want that. So now I'm going to look at the choices. I'm going to kick this out and kick this out. And 5.2.1. Inform the board that the Bhushan was promoted because his initiatives helped the company. Sack Bhushan immediately and make the reason public. Offer to resign. So I like this. Sack him, offer to resign. I would have probably sacked him, offered to resign, and then tell the board that, or sack him. So I would have even liked 2.5.1. Sack him, make the reason public, then inform the board that because his initiatives helped the company immensely, then offer to resign. I would have liked 2.5.1, that little bit better than 5.2.1, but 2.5.2.1 is also alright. 2.1.4, sack Bhushan immediately and make the reason public. I like that. This also has choice 3, we can eliminate that. We probably start with that, sack Bhushan immediately. Offer to resign or post of CEO, since as CEO she is ultimately responsible. Fine. Communicate to the board that as a CEO, the organization's financial health is lost its way. So probably on which she has delivered stellar performance in the past 5 years. Sack Bhushan and then offer to resign, then remind them that the performance has been good. This is also tempting. Find a way between 5.2.1 and 2.1.4. Do you remind the company that the board that the financial health is our top priority or not? That's what it boils down to. Right? So she's been called over for a response. There's a vigilance committee that has pushed. So between 5.2.1 and 2.1.4, I'm really torn. Right? So I would probably go for 5.2.1 because I don't think this meeting is a performance review meeting. It's not a meeting where I say, hey, how well I have gone about this business as a CEO. This is a meeting where the call to action is very specific, where the cause is very specific. Look, Bhushan, they're seeing some irregularities, we gotta do something about it. Give us something really quickly. So it's about this issue. So I probably don't want to communicate about the big performance, but I'm really torn. Between 5.2.1 and 2.1.4, it is very close. I would go for 5.2.1. If you've gone for 2.1.4, then it's very close. Not much I can tell you. 3 persons, A, B, and C, lived on an island hill. A lived at the top of the hill. B occupied the middle portion. A on the top, B in the middle, and C occupied the bottom of the hill. At the top of the hill, good rainfall. Main source of water had few trees. Middle of the hill was lush with trees offering timber. The bottom of the hill had good stones and sand. A, B, and C assessed their wealth in terms of ownership of timber, water, stones, and sand available in the island hill only. So you can't have an offshore account in Cannes and claim that to be your wealth. During heavy rains, stones and sand from the top and middle portion of the hill rolled over to the bottom. Such is life. This is gravity. When the rains stopped, both A and B claimed that some stones rolled down from their lands to the land occupied by C. They wanted the stones back. But C argued that rolling down of stones is a natural process. I don't know where the questions are headed towards here, but I'm inclined to agree with this. It's not like Steve set up a squad of military operants to jump out there and steal the stones. Stones roll down, you roll with it. C probably can't lay claim to it. They can find a mechanism to share this. They can find avenues to have a good treaty, some ways of not screwing over each other over sharing these resources. But holding somebody accountable for natural processes, not my cup of tea. Right? Let's jump into the questions. All three approached a wise man. As it turns out, we are the wise men here. This adjective basically means I'm going to ask you a question. You better come up with one of these 5 choices. Which of the following is the best option available for the wise man? Award ownership of stones to A. No, not avoiding ownership of stones to A. Then that means C will have to go and return them. Then this constitutes, I won't say stealing, but some form of something wrong that has happened. Permit A to build a dam so that A and B and C are deprived of water. This word alone disqualifies this choice. Almost all international treaties are built with the water treaties are built with the idea that countries living downstream definitely have access to water, even in the case of war. You can fight with a country but not deprive it of water. So deprived of water, no. Award ownership of stones to sea as stones roll down naturally. Yes, I'm inclined to go through this. The only thing is, I would go to the extent of saying, don't call it a crime. Don't force sea to take the pressure of returning them. Not something wrong. It's a natural process. So I would say stones rolling down is a natural process. There's nothing wrong with it, such as life. But I don't know whether I would go ahead and award ownership of stones to sea. They did roll down. They can be anybody's. If you awarded ownership of stones to sea, every time anything rolls down, sea keeps getting it. These guys share the wealth. So eventually sea will own all the stone and sand and everything that comes down. They need to have some mechanism of finding middle ground. Otherwise, one will hold water, other will hold trees, third will hold stones. And then you are in trouble. You cannot say each one lays claim to one of the three parts independently. They should have some form where they have stake in each other's life, and some form where they have the ability to transact goods. I'll give you some stones for your water. That's how countries and regions build. Award equal rights to all three over all the resources. So this is the most benign overall solution. I don't like it because it says award equal rights to all of them over all three resources. This forces them to trade or share or find some mechanism. He's not saying one owns the sand, other owns the trees, other owns the water. He's not saying we'll partition everything into chunks which each of you can use. You cannot do that. Trees are trees, water flows, sand will roll. But create a mechanism where instead of three pockets having three sets of resources, it is three pockets having access to one giant pot of resources where they can all access with some mechanism. It's good, but I don't like the idea of equally sharing out resources because they each might start with the original value of resources. I don't like the idea of equal rights, but it's a good solution. Award A ownership of water, C ownership of stone. That's something that we are not doing. If you award A ownership of water, then A is very much permitted to do this. Definitely not doing this, definitely not doing this, definitely not doing this. And so C and D, between C and D, D is definitely the better choice. So this ownership of stones to C, that's an isolated thing. You just basically say it rolls down, give it to C. What about the water and trees then? And then just because they roll down, you are offering ownership to C completely. Anything that rolls down, C starts owning. So it's not a complete solution. It's not. It doesn't address all the issues. D is better. 6 months later, the three realized that the solution offered by the wise man in the previous question wasn't working to the satisfaction of all because it did not help them find the appropriate value of resources. Very interesting. Find the appropriate value of resources. That's the issue here. Why did it not work? Because of this issue. Therefore, they reverted to status quo ante. After 1 year, all three of them wanted to construct a house each on their respective property. Three types of resources: timber, water, and stone and sand. Obviously, the house has to have all three, otherwise it's not a good question. Right? While each had one resource in abundance, none of them had all the three in sufficient quantity. Of course, they still could not come to an agreement on how to fairly value and use each other's resources to construct the house. So A has access to the water, B has access to the trees, C has access to the sand and stone. But how much is this timber worth? How much is this water worth? They're not able to conclude. They're not able to find an agreement. Valuing each other's assets is a mug's game. They're not able to do that properly. So that valuation, how much is it worth? That's the issue. They again approached the wise man for advice. The wise man studied the situation carefully and proposed the following actions. He also probably knows that they don't listen to good solutions from him. And the governing body of the United Federation of Islands, of which the island hill is a part, should take ownership of all the three properties and construct houses for the three. Wonderful. This is a classic wise man advice. This reminds me of the old story with the cats and monkey. And two cats go to a monkey and ask him to divide up a cake. He eats a little bit and then breaks it into two parts. They're not equal. So he takes a little bit from the bigger part. That becomes too small. He goes on, finally finishes the whole cake. And so you're fighting among each other. So you get someone new, take ownership of all three, and construct houses for all three. Right? Unless you're completely devoid of self-interest and you're massively fighting, you're not going to take that option. Unless there's a head to your gun, the three of you don't give away everything to the third, fourth guy and say, okay, now you solve the problem for us. You'll anyway end up, you solve this problem, but you get a house, and the other guy takes a giant cut of everything you own. United Federation of Islands seems like a classic international organization which is going to have fun doing this process. And so, not my preferred option. You don't cede all your ownership to some fourth guy just because you can't resolve your issues. It comes at a huge cost. You're going to give away ownership of everything to someone else. Why would you? Each person should own 1/3 of each of the resources. This is what the wise man may have suggested in the first place, and it did not help them. It isn't working to the satisfaction of all. Right? And 1/3 of each of the resources, the wise man suggested shared ownership of everything, not ownership of 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. The ownership, the wise man wanted each of them have more stake in each other's lives, and not just divvy everything up, and that is very difficult to pull off. So this is probably good, and so, but this does not achieve this objective. Find the appropriate value of resources. You're just partitioning everything and saying each of you deal with what you have, and that has not worked once. So one, I definitely don't like. Two, I somewhat like. But the point of finding the appropriate value of the resources, that's not working. Finally, somewhere you have to say 1 tree is equal to 10 gallons of water, equal to 3 kilograms of sand and stone. Some way of having a mechanism to recognize the value in someone else's property in terms of what you own. You go to a shop and you say, look, for 20 rupees, you give me 2 packets of biscuits. The value and the price of the biscuits is sitting inside some mechanism that has come up with the 20 rupee number. Otherwise, this is just, that is the idea of price discovery, value recognition. Right? So the 3% should arrive, come back to the choices. The 3% should arrive at the value of resources by trading the resources among them. Barter to recognize the value. So I'm looking at a choice which has 3 in it and does not have 1 in it. I'm ambiguous about 2. We'll come back to 2. 3 I like, 1 I don't like. You create a trading mechanism, you can discover value. For 3 trees, you get 10 kilograms of sand. If you can find that equation, problem between B and C is resolved. If they can find that, it's resolved even better. You keep bidding and you find that trading off point, life is good. This is the market solution to a great many problems. So we want 3 in it. So I don't want this, I don't want this. I might have this, I don't want this. I might have this, but I don't. The impeccable employee. What would you all not give to have one impeccable employee? Ramesh, the owner of an auto component manufacturing company in Sanand, had just returned after attending the funeral of his employer. Not good news. Pankaj Kumar, who had died of cancer at the age of 35. Pankaj was a hardworking and sincere employee. This is good. This is very important. Important adjectives here. With impeccable performance record. Good guy. We need to help him. Fine. Pankaj was a sole breadwinner for his family with negligible savings and was survived by his wife and 2 school-going children. His wife will get around 8 lakh rupees accrued to Pankaj as social security benefit, and thankfully she's getting something. A large number of employees wanted the organization to employ Pankaj's wife on compassionate grounds so that she could support the family. This seems like a wonderful exercise in compassion. In helping somebody out, but I'm actually not a fan of this kind of system. Right? So it's like having one solution which might create some other problem somewhere else. Right? The old adage which says good practices set bad precedents. Right? There is a compassion and looking out welfare aspect to a society, and a profit-making performance objective to a corporate. You simply cannot have a system which sacrifices one for the other. I don't know whether Pankaj's wife is a good resource that can be meaningful to the organization. We should help her, but not at the cost of efficiently running the organization. So I don't know whether you can just compassionately recruit somebody. We should help, but recruitment is not among my preferred. So if she has a qualification and the skill and the aptitude, obviously yes, it's a no-brainer. But she should probably apply like anyone else, and then see if we can recruit her. We should help in other means, but not by giving a job. That's my preferred route. So I'm not such a big fan of this. One emotional moment you offer a job, we just end up setting bad precedents for years. So Ramesh was sympathetic to the demand. He realized that this could set a precedent. Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. Where the organization will have to provide jobs for everyone with similar conditions in the future. In fact, only recently, Ramesh had refused a request for a job to the daughter of an employee who died a few months before he was to retire. Good point. You help out in other means. You find a mechanism for them to survive. You do everything you can, but giving a job, this is probably not the best way to go about it. I will be with Ramesh on this one. Ramesh formed a committee to look into this matter, and the committee came up with the following suggestions. Create a fund to take care of immediate family expenses, of course, important, especially because the 8 lakhs could take a while. Finance the school and college education of his children, important, very useful. You don't want the family to just have money, you want them to have some long-term future. So if you give them money and then they survive the next 2 years, but the kids can't go to school, they are in trouble 5 years down the line. You're just battling the symptoms. Sponsor the vocational education of his wife and subsequently help her find a job. I like this. Very important. Again, long term, it's important to address that instead of just giving them money. Purchase insurance for all the family members. So this is, you would have either already done it or it's a knee-jerk reaction to one event. It may or may not be sustainable. Or if you're doing for all family members of I don't know the name, Pankaj, then you have to do for all family members of everybody and all employees. It's just a precedent for something that you just didn't sign up for. Anyway, the event is already done. Not such a big fan of this. Request all employees of the organization to contribute towards the welfare of the family. All right, but I don't like to make an emotive request. The employees are anyway saying the organization should help. They will also help. It is not my job to go and demand or put pressure on employees to do this. So I might think about it, but not a preferred option. Not something that I want to do straight away. I think people are compassionate. They will do it on their own. Well, let's look at this chart. Which of the following options from the above suggestions will be the most sustainable for Pankaj family? Most sustainable, therefore I'm leaving out one. One addresses immediate symptoms, important, but has nothing on sustainability. It says immediate family expenses. I really like 2 and 3. I'm eliminating 1 and 4. You keep 5 away and look at the choices. 1 and 2 out, 2 and 3, I like that. 3 and 4 out, 4 and 5, 3 and 5. Don't have to worry that much about 5. It's a choice that gives for 2 and 3, I'm through. Ramesh, along with senior managers, was in the process of designing a policy to deal with such issues in the future. Which of the following policy statements will be the least amenable to misuse in the future? And least amenable to misuse. People shouldn't be able to screw over with it. The firm should provide one job to any of the direct dependents of the deceased employee. Anybody dies, I'll be saddled with an employee over which whose recruitment I have no control over. There could be a complete loser and I'll have to recruit him or her. The firm should provide one job to any dependent if employee dies during the service. I don't want to do anything that sacrifices efficiency. I will help, make them sustainable, make it help them out with finding a job, equip them, skill them, train them, prepare them, but not recruit them or not promise a job without validating any of this, because that's very easily liable to misuse. The firm should provide one job to any dependent. The family does not have any other support. An employee dies during service. This is an additional caveat. I will have to assess whether they have support, and that leaves a lot of open threads to do this. If they don't have any other support, I'll try to find a mechanism to provide that support. I don't like a solution that gives a job. That's liable, amenable to misuse straight away. I'm employing, I want to employ after validating. I want to help in other ways. but that giving a direct job, validating whether they have other means and support. Like, see, the family can create a scenario where it looks like they don't have any other support, and then we'll have to somehow give job. The firm should provide help to the dependent family members in pursuing good education and employment. This is something that I like. Help to the dependent family members in pursuing a good education and employment. Yes, should provide help in order to make sure that this is provided. The firm shall constitute a committee with fair representation from all stakeholders to decide on the course of action based on specifics of the case. This also I like. So it's a toss-up between D and E. Should provide help to the dependent family members in pursuing good education and employment. This representation from all stakeholders I like here. It's an important point. And the specifics of the case also important. If somebody has joined the firm 6 months ago after having worked for 15 years somewhere else, then and he dies through some other causes, not in line of service, then I won't say that it's got nothing to do with me, but I'm corporate. I cannot help out and step in and solve everybody's problems. At some level, I'll have to accept that. And so these cases are very different. And if the company, the difference between a 35-year-old who's done 15 years in the company and dies during service, and a person who's 1 year away from retirement dies of some natural cause somewhere, they're two different things. So my responses could be two different options. So the specifics of the case, fair representation from all stakeholders. I like those two phrases, so I'm going for choice E.
Sanchit Group of Hospitals seeks to improve the success rate and patient satisfaction rate by 100% in the next year. That's ambitious. In BDM, make sure that you're looking at all the details. It matters. It's been told as 100%. That's ambitious. However, the management can't afford to send doctors for professional development outside the country, nor afford purchasing more equipment. We can't send them outside. We can't purchase more equipment. As an in-house measure, the managing board thought of having doctors with high patient satisfaction to mentor those with less. Seems like a good idea. Some guys are doing well. They can mentor those who are doing less well. Most of the doctors found it an interference by management, judgmental, and an expression of distrust. And this is likely to be pushed back. Anytime you say you learn from others, it conveys that message. More importantly, doctors and management could have more of a conflict because the management does not necessarily understand the exact challenges faced by the doctors. At least that's what doctors are likely to feel. And so this is set of doctors, set of management. There's likely to be more a setup for mild conflict, because doctors will not want management interfering and telling them how to do their job, that is handling patients. Right? There were, however, some isolated few who found it a novel way of learning from each other. Remember this word, isolated few. Many people felt it to be a pain. Isolated few. Isolated, the adjective is saying few, not too many. The doctors felt the management should instead increase consultancy fees and spend more on recruiting more paramedics who could spend time with patients rather than blame doctors, and decided to call it quits. Some have quit. Doctors want an increase in pay or consultancy fees, which is understandable. Everybody is going to say that. They want to fix this satisfaction issue by saying have more paramedics. Patient satisfaction. Doctors come, meet, say hi, hello, give the tablet and go away. And paramedics sit, counsel, talk to them, handle them, and make them feel more reassured. That's a plan the doctors seem to be pitching. For the management, this would mean loss of patients. I mean, they're saying if we do this, then we probably lose patients. They feel that the doctors shouldn't shy away from providing patient satisfaction. We cannot outsource it or hand it over to paramedics. That is the opinion management has. They feel that this would lead to this approach would lead to loss of patients, and this would mean loss of patients. Right. Wonderful. Let's step up and see the questions. Consider the following actions. Conduct a survey of all stakeholders and ascertain their needs and suggestions. Build consensus among doctors and paramedics on a possible way forward. Prepare an action plan that details the roadmap along with financial implications. Design differential service packages based on the affordability of the patients. Run a brainstorming session among the leading doctors of the area. Which of the following sequence of actions is most appropriate for the hospital administration in achieving their goal? It's a very simple rule of thumb here. Anything that says include all stakeholders, discuss, listen, brainstorm, build consensus. These are the words that we like. And these are the ideas that you like. So even if in your mind you know one course of action is the best, any choice, any statement that says discuss, listen, brainstorm, include stakeholders, build consensus, those are the statements that we like. Right? What don't we like? Anything unethical. Anything where someone new is brought in who's not involved in the process. Anything illegal. All of that we don't like. And so we want to discuss and create a way among all of us. And so we don't want something else to be imposed based on one new person's idea or some rule that someone has read somewhere. We definitely don't want to do something illegal. We want to stay away from anything unethical. And among the choices here, nothing appears unethical. When nothing looks illegal. So there's no easy way of eliminating. The statement that I like is this one. Build a consensus among doctors and paramedics on a possible way forward. I like build consensus. You have to get doctors on board. You have to get paramedics on board. Conduct a survey of all stakeholders and ascertain their needs and suggestions. So this expands the scope. This is likely to be a good first step. Speak to doctors. Speak to paramedics. Speak to the people involved in management apart from you yourself who's conducting the survey. Speak to patients. And get their ideas, inputs. Tell them this is what we want to do. What's your idea for this? So anything that expands and gets views from all stakeholders, I like, and the exam likes. Keep that in mind. Prepare an action plan that details the roadmap along with financial implications. So sequence of actions. This will come after survey and consensus building. This is, listen, then create a path. So this is also a good idea, but this comes later. I don't like anything that starts with 3, but I like choices that will end with 3. Something, 3. Or something, 3, something, depending on the choices. But I cannot start with 3 for sure. Design differential service packages based on the affordability of patients. This is also fine, but this seems like something that you have arrived at after they're doing a set of analysis. And we don't know the analysis points. So this seems like an action that's based on analysis and we don't have the analysis backdrop for it. Run a brainstorming session. We like among the leading doctors of the area. I want to talk to my doctors. I want to talk to my paramedics. I want to talk to management, patients who come here. Without going to leading doctors. I want to speak to everybody inside first before going out. So I'm not such a big fan of 5. Definitely not a 5 before doing 1 and 2. I will do maybe 1 and then 5, 2, maybe to go forward. But I like 3 also. So now we need to figure out how we can put this together. The 2 choices that I really like are 1 and 2. Conduct a survey, get everybody's view, build a consensus. Right? What I would want to end with is 3, create an action plan. Brainstorming session cannot come without speaking to our own people. And so I don't want to do a brainstorming session without speaking to our own guys. So starting with 5 out, and then define differential packages straight away, then build consensus. This is out. A is out. Conduct a survey of all stakeholders, brainstorm, then prepare an action plan. So this seems reasonable. Conduct a survey, run a brainstorming session. So know what all your people want. Look outside, listen to them, then create an action plan. 4-2-1, design a differential package and then conduct a survey. You'll define a package and then conduct a survey. That simply doesn't work. 4-5-2, design packages, run brainstorming, then build consensus. You build consensus after you build trust. Oh, this is out. 1-2-3, conduct a survey of all stakeholders, Build consensus among doctors and paramedics on a possible way forward. Prepare an action plan. This is also interesting. Between this and this, I'll prefer this, because leading doctors of the area, this becomes you will discuss that if you had a medical session where you say, look, how do we handle the spread of malaria? How do we make sure that we communicate to everybody about the challenges faced because of leptospirosis? Then I would speak to the leading doctors if I want to have a medical consensus. What I'm looking at is a business problem. So my stakeholders are one notch higher than doctors of the area for my business problem. So I would have a bias towards 1, 2, 3 and 1, 5, 3. So I would go towards choice E. It's a tricky. Eliminate this, then pick and choose between what you're left with. Which of the following decisions is most likely to satisfy all the stakeholders? Allow doctors to choose patients based on income levels. We can't say, look, you treat, then all of them will want to treat rich patients. Then we won't treat the less rich patients. Somebody will have to treat them, profiting both patients and the organization who will treat the poorer patients. Allowing doctors to cherry pick straight away, no. It is not an ethical way of running an hospital business, and where you say, look, each one will cater to a set of patients who can pay. Who pays, who has the ability to pay. The commercial objective is important, but the decision is taken at the hospital level. Letting individual doctors scramble for rich patients will leave a mess behind. Give 30% discount on medicines purchased from the hospital store. I don't know how this solves our idea of patient satisfaction and what doctors are likely to provide. Some patients will be happy. You get a discount on medicines. But the core here, people are coming for the service provided by the doctors and paramedics. So just medicines being cheaper, I don't know how it will satisfy this. Increase the income of doctors and number of paramedics. Yes, this I like. Doctors want more money. They want to hike up consultancy fees. Number of paramedics increases because they want to recruit more paramedics and do this. This is a usual thing. Increase the income of doctors and paramedics and the ambience of the hospital. This also is good. Increase income, so doctors are happy, paramedics are happy. Increase ambience, so patients will be happy. Raise income of doctors, that is good. And reduce the waiting time for patients. So patients will also be happy, doctors will also be happy. So it's between C, D and E. It's a very dicey choice. Right? So let's go back to the statement. Increase consultancy fees and spend more on recruiting more paramedics. For the management, this would mean loss of patients. He's saying having more paramedics and increasing the pay for doctors. He's saying this will lead to loss of patients. Lots of paramedics, doctors just go from place to place, they have higher fees, they spend less and less time with patients. That's not a solution. So increasing paramedics and having them fill in, that's not an option that we like. And so this is raise income of doctors and reduce the waiting time of patients. How will this lead to this? This is an end result. This is a route to that. This is not a decision. You cannot decide to reduce the waiting time of patients. You will do something which reduces the waiting time of patients. So increase the income of doctors and paramedics and the ambience of the hospital. This will help patients. This will help doctors and paramedics. And the impact of that should help the management as well. So choice D. Given the current situation, which of the following is the most interactive and effective way to increase the learning among paramedics and doctors? Very often, the question phrasing is a big giveaway. Not just effective, but most interactive as well. Create groups of paramedics and doctors to meet every day and discuss their insights and experience of the day. Good. So they can meet. So the interactive part will be high. Effective part should also be high. Ask doctors and paramedics with high satisfaction rate to give lectures to others. Give lectures, the wrong message. Before start of work. So it's like they come and preach to the others saying how they should go about their work. That's not likely to be well received, number one. Number two, it does not tick the box on interactive. So I don't like this much. Get doctors and paramedics with high satisfaction rates, document their success stories. No, you document your success story, probably nobody reads it. Even if they do read it, it's not interactive. Implement professional development standards for staff, linking it with an accountability framework. It's probably something that will improve board, but again, it fails on interactive. You implement development standards, then everybody gets to know what gets a bunch of, it's like a training kit to become better, but they don't chat and learn from each other and have the choice of asking questions. Encourage paramedics and doctors to pursue courses over MOOC platform at their own cost, which will be partially subsidized. Subsidizing is good, but at their own cost is a pain. More importantly, MOOC platform online, it could be very effective, but it is not interactive. It's an easy question. The moment you picked that there are two criteria here, one is interactivity, other is effectiveness. On effectiveness, we could have debates about these, but on interactivity, A scores and is head and shoulders above the rest. Ice cream franchise. Divya grew up in a business family in Hyderabad. As a systems engineer, she traveled extensively on business deals and later settled in her in-laws' place in Warangal. Once during her visit to Thailand, she got to taste some rollover ice cream. Interestingly, a few weeks later, she came across an advertisement from a reputed Bangalore-based rollover handcrafted ice cream company calling for expression of interest from potential franchises. Warangal did not have any quality ice cream parlor. The company wanted the potential franchisees to invest rupees 20 lakhs and 700 square feet space. Profits were to be shared in 3:7 between company and the franchisee, so more for the franchisee. Divya was excited but was wondering if rupees 20 lakhs was too much to invest. So she'll have to do some math on it, see how the numbers play out. She did not have the entire amount and was thinking of taking a loan. It's also prudent. She inquired with the rollover franchisees and found that a franchisee in Hyderabad had sales revenue varying between 5 and 6 lakh rupees per month with a profit margin between 25 to 30%. So what profits do they make? 25% of 5 lakhs is 1.25. 30% of 6 lakhs is 1.8. It's around about 1.5 lakhs per month or 18 lakhs profits in a year, which is good money, which means that the investment gets kind of seen through, or you get back your investment practically in a year and a half, thereabouts. Right? So the numbers are good, but this is for Hyderabad. Obviously, Warangal might not see the same numbers. It's a smaller town. She'll have to figure out a different way of thinking about it. All of that, but the numbers are not bad. Warangal had three main areas: Kazipet, Jangaon, and Warangal. Warangal inside Warangal. All areas were linked by good roads. Kazipet was a business area where most high-end retail formats were located. It was also the education hub of the city. Jangaon, on the other hand, was a growing lower middle class business area, and Warangal was mostly residential. So a business area, a bustling middle class growing area, and mostly residential area. Divya favored Kazipet. Business area, people could go out on lunches. People are used to going there for special deals. However, she soon encountered problems. Not only was it difficult to obtain space in Kazipet, but property rentals touched 30 to 40 rupees per square feet per month. So if she wants 700 square feet, 700 into 40 would be 28,000 per month. Not cripplingly high, but high. And Warangal, where it was 15 to 20 rupees per month. In Jangaon and Warangal, it's much lesser. Divya's friend who lived in Jangaon told her that a few branded outlets were opening in Jangaon, and it appeared to be the fastest growing market in Warangal with the highest percentage of teenagers. And so Jangaon has a lot of teenagers, fastest growing middle class area. Some of the brands which were probably originally only in Kazipet are now coming to Jangaon. But Divya was not in favor of Jangaon. She hoped to target college-going crowd of Kazipet, not teenagers, but college-going crowd. High real estate prices in Kazipet and lower profitability estimate in Jangaon market confused Divya. And so, high real estate in Kazipet, lower profitability estimate in Jangaon. Maybe the numbers will not be that high, confused Divya. But if you think about it, you're talking about a monthly rental of 28,000, 25 to 28, 25,000 thereabouts for Kazipet. About half of that, 12,500 to 15,000 in Jangaon and Warangal. So there's a 10k, 12k rupee difference in rental. Not crippling, but significant. Which of the following options, if true, would most likely interest Divya to start a franchise? A bank is ready to give her a loan. Yeah, this is good. The bank is ready, so financing is easier. But financing is not her problem. Her problem is high rental, so there has to be extraordinary revenue and low profitability. Fine. So she wants to know about an option of getting low rentals in Kazipet, or somebody reassuring that the business in Jangaon will be good or in Kazipet will be really good. Her friend who runs a restaurant recently in Kazipet is doing good business. This is good. Fine. But this guy is doing restaurant, but not ice creams. And there's a distinction. Fine. So this choice is good, but it's not the most crucial thing. This is more important than this. She can charge high prices for her ice creams without losing customers. This is really good. And this again is good. If I can charge instead of rupees 20, I can charge rupees 30. Then that takes care of my high rentals. I don't have to worry about high rentals. My rentals become a crippling issue only if my top line doesn't work. If everybody thinks in Kazipet, rich people come, it's a business district, high-end retailers are there, high-end shops are there. So if you have a coffee shop which is right in between a very busy Nike showroom and a big jewelry shop, the kind of people who come there, they don't care whether the ice cream chart costs 30 or 40. So you can price high and offset the high rent. So that's also a good choice. Doctors of the area do not consider ice cream to be a major cause of obesity. It's not our answer. That's got nothing to do with our business. This is a not negative. In recent times, a couple of franchisees shut down within months of starting. This is likely to be discouraging, not interest. And so I think it is effectively between B and C. Even just regarding bank loan, that's not our biggest criteria. High rentals and profitability are our big criteria. Here, restaurant is doing good business, but I don't know whether good business offset the rental. High prices without losing customers, that means the rental will not be a factor. Between B and C, because it's a restaurant business and not the ice cream business, I would go for C. It's very marginal between B and C. C probably shades it. Which of the following is least likely to demotivate Divya, or which of the following is likely to motivate her or make her feel good? What is positive for her? Investing a huge amount may not bring expected returns. This is discouraging, very likely to demotivate her. The bank would insist on loan payments on monthly basis. So this is also be demotivating. It's not our answer choice. If we get everything to be demotivating, then we'll have to go to the least likely. But I'm hoping that one choice would be good news. Unlike Hyderabad, people in Kazipet don't seem to like rollover ice cream. This will also demotivate. This is worse. They don't like it, then you're in trouble. The core business is not working, then you're in trouble. The property rentals would soon go up in Kazipet. Again, bad news. C is the worst, easy to eliminate. Then maybe D and B. Rollover franchise in Hyderabad is making huge profit. This is good. The Hyderabad guy is making money. Chances are Warangal will also have a market. That's how I'll think. I'm thinking of starting something in Warangal and I see the Hyderabad guy and he's making a lot of money. I'll say, okay, there is a business potential for this. People are willing to buy ice cream. There's likely to be turnover. There's likely to be a good business. The costs are not so high. So this is a business I can manage. I'm likely to be motivated by this. The rest are demotivating. E is good news. That's the choice I'm going for. What could be the most likely reason for Divya opting for Kazipet? Spiraling real estate prices in Kazipet. It'll be like, I don't want to do this. It's going higher and higher. She felt college going crowd is excited about the latest in ice creams. Yeah, this could be a reason. And this could be a reason. College going crowd is excited about the latest in ice cream. That is true. Rollover is a new flavor. It's an education hub, so that might help. High percentage of teenagers in Kazipet attracted to rollover ice cream. This will also help. Right? So, the teenagers, if they are attracted to rollover ice cream, business is going to be good. High density of population in both Warangal and Jangaon. If the high density of population is there, I would want to go there. So why would I opt for Kazipet because of that? No branded outlet is likely to come up in Janggaon in the near future. This makes Janggaon less attractive. Even that I'm not sure. If the existing ones are doing good business, there is room for rollover. I can go there. But B and C are far better. So, high percentage of teenagers in Kazipet attracted to rollover ice cream. But the phrase teenager was mentioned in connection with Janggaon, not Kazipet. Kazipet is a college going crowd. That's a relevant market in Kazipet. So if college going kids are attracted, then she'll be attracted there. High percentage of teenagers, lots of teenagers in Janggaon. So there might not teenagers is not the market you're looking to attract in Kazipet. So I think therefore B. If high percentage of teenagers are attracted to rollover ice cream, not necessarily, if this were not there, then that will help Janggaon. Because teenagers like it, Janggaon has a lot of teenagers. That's the way I would go about it. But the Kazipet is about the college going crowd. Therefore, the bias would be toward choice B. What is the most important decision criteria for Divya to consider in such a business situation? Range and variety of ice cream flavors. So this is good, but this is the secondary, tertiary question. Do they like rollover ice cream? Will they continue to like something? Will they patronize a new thing well? Is my cost good enough? Those are more important criteria than this. Attracting customers through big discounts in the initial phase of business. Not a fan of this. This is you're looking to be in business for a long time. You need to have an initial plan, but you've got to have a sustainable way of attracting and addressing a sizable market. The market has to be sizable. You have to have a sustainable approach. After that comes the launch cost where you do a big hoopla and have a big discount to attract more people in. But it's a secondary, tertiary thing. Consistent increase in the number of customers in the future. Yeah, I like that. I like the word consistent. There are more customers and my customers keep on increasing. I love that. Everything else can come later. If 100 people come to my shop this year, 120 come next year, 145 come the year after, I'm doing better business. I will be profitable. Availability of space in premium locality. Yeah, important, but not as important as this. Availability of low net interest rate, important, but not as important as this. If I'm thinking about a franchise, my most important criteria, whatever I'm looking to sell, is there a sizable market for that, which is both large enough and likely to grow. After that, I'll think, is my approach for doing it sustainable? With the Hyderabad model is seeming to suggest that if the market is there, it will be sustainable, which is the blueprint for many franchises. The market is there, then you'll figure out a way of making it sustainable. I want to know whether there are enough takers for that product. And will they likely grow? So choice C it is. It's a reasonably straightforward question. Electro Automobiles. Due to increased competition, Electro Automobiles, the Indian subsidiary of Robert Automobile Company, reported lower sales and profits. RAC expects its new model Limo, developed especially for value-conscious customers of India and China, would revive its fortunes. So, RAC is in trouble. She's launched something new that should work, and that's a hope for Electro Automobiles as well. In order to prevent customers from buying competing products, RAC announced the launch of Limo 6 months ahead of schedule. It's savvy and confident. Unrest in its Indian supplier resulted in delayed delivery of essential components to its main plant. Oops. Hence, Limo was launched on schedule only in India. Within a short span, Limo captured 30% of the Chinese market, which was 200% higher than expectation. Oh my god, that's fantastic. They expected to grab 10% of the share. They've got 30% of the share, which is a huge number. Indian customers were becoming increasingly restless because they couldn't get a Limo in India. Electro's dealers were worried customers might switch to other cars. Wonderful. So they've got a golden opportunity. The evidence of the Chinese market is further proof of that. The fact what they've seen in the Chinese market is clear demonstration that this Limo is going to be, or is likely to be, a big hit. It's slipping out of their hands due to some delayed delivery. Fine, that's what this is about. They thought this was a Hail Mary. They're hoping for it. And then it turned out that it was their hopes were all not misplaced. It's indeed been a big hit in China. Quite likely it will be a big hit in India as well. However, they have this problem. Fine, let's look at the questions. The Indian subsidiary is concerned that the delay in launching the product will give undue advantage to some competitor. The organization was considering the following strategies to keep customers engaged with the company. 1. Ask the dealers to encourage their prospective customers to seek similar products from the competition rather than wait for Limo's to launch. Why would I want to do that? My customer is going to talk to my competitors. He's not an idiot. But I don't have to push him in that direction. I don't have to say, okay, my car might or might not come. Why don't you see what the other guys are offering? They might or might not do this, but it's my job to say, hang on, sir, if you're not in a big hurry, maybe another 3-6 months, I will get it done for you. I'll put you on the first list. I want to engage and keep them happy. I might lose customers. You get a long delay in a product launch, you will lose customers. But it's not my job to suggest that they go find something else. Suggest the dealers to accept booking for Limo, announcing the launch within 6 months of booking, while in reality plan to keep postponing launch indefinitely. This is not done. You're conning people. This is unethical. You're lying. Straight away, I'm not going to do this. There's no way I'm going to mark this as a set of choices. Where basically, you tell people that it will happen in 6 months, where you have no clue and you have a plan to keep on extending it indefinitely. You're more or less lying, and you can't have that as one of your answer choices. So it's an easy one to eliminate. Run full page advertisements in the papers every month to keep the interest in the model from ebbing. No mention of the launch date. You spend money, you keep interest going, you maybe get people excited for no reason. You end up turning off a few of them who get wound up by the fact that you keep on doing this ad without the product. But having said that, you're not lying and you keep the interest alive. This can be done for 6 months, 8 months, 9 months. This is not sustainable for 4 or 5 years. People will give up on your project and say, look, I don't want this. And you'll run up huge costs. But as a short-term fix, you keep talking about it, run ads, so make people interested. Anyone looking to make a decision today is probably going to say, okay, I'm not in a hurry. 4 or 5 months later, I'll get the Limo. Right? So this is not bad. 1 and 2 are bad. 2 is 1 is working against your interest. 2 is lying, unethical. So 1 and 2 can be eliminated. 3 we can hang on to. Import parts from outside India and launch the product at a 30% premium, planning a relaunch a few years later of the Indian version. This is all right. The 30% share that Limo has got in China, that's not to be sniffled at. So maybe at a bigger cost, we will import and fend for ourselves, then relaunch a slightly less expensive version or some Indianized version a little later. 3 and 4 I'm on board with, even though they're not best case scenarios, but I'm already in trouble. I'm only looking to fend. I'm not looking to create a great winning strategy. That ship has sailed. Go against its worldwide policy of non-interference in supplier plans and announce a hefty bonus to the employees of the supplier with a hope to temporarily bring the plant to life. Again, the big issue, I have a giant market. Maybe I'll do an exception. They've got 30% of the share in China. It's huge. Right? So it's tempting. So maybe I will do an exception and say, look, this calls for an exception. This is a maybe. Promise the supplier plant a higher margin share of about 5% compared to what was shared earlier, with an eye to stem the unrest. This is also a maybe. Tell the supplier, ask him to fix, give him money, or promise bonus to employees and stem the unrest because they might be peeved with the supplier. Both 5 and 6 are not attractive choices. Interfering in somebody else's plant or changing the terms of transaction, not great. So I'll say 1 and 2 we eliminate. 3 and 4 we're okay with. 5 and 6 also okay with. And 2 is a definite no. 2 is unethical. I'm going to go from elimination. So 2 is out. This is out. This is out. 1, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5. We don't like 1 also that much. Therefore 3, 4, 5. And we're taking a set of 3 not great choices. We're going to run ads. We're going to import and launch. We're going to incentivize the employees to make them to shock the plant to life. All are not great choices, but you're not lying. You're not doing something unethical. You're not running up a policy against your own interest. Therefore choice E works. A collection of least bad options. Mr. Murugan from Chennai experienced the comfort of Limo during his visit to China. He was willing to deposit an approximate price of Limo to buy the first available unit from Mr. Ahmed. a dealer in Chennai. He wants the first unit. He says, I'll give you the money now. Electro Automobile is yet to announce the actual price and the process for allocation of the vehicles. Which of the following is the best option for Ahmed? There's the customer who brings in money and says, take it. And so you don't want to turn him off. But just because he's giving you the money, you don't want to make any false promises or have him live under the impression that this is going to happen in 2 months or 3 months, or you have something in your hand. So key thing is communication. Key thing is to clearly be transparent in what you're dealing with, but in a way such that you don't turn off the customer. Collect the amount and transfer it to the account of Electro Automobiles instead of keeping it in his personal account. Yeah, it's a good step. Good step. I can't keep it in my account. I'll transfer it to Electro and tell them, hey, this is happening. Or can I transfer it to Electro because I've not yet completed the sale? Fine. So this is not a wrong choice, but the communication part is important. You should either tell Electro that there's a very interested customer, please put him at top of the list and make the first available unit from Mr. Ahmed. He's already for Mr. Murugan. He's already paid the money. I'm transferring it to you, and therefore communicate the same to Mr. Murugan also. That works. But you're taking the money, putting it for Electro, that might not be the best thing to do. Collect the amount from Mr. Murugan. Later, when delivery is delayed, blame it on RAC's problem. No. And you already know what the issue is. So if you collect the money, then you can't blame it on somebody else. Collect 50% of the entire amount and the remaining at the time of the launch. This is alright. You're basically saying, look, we'll get it to you. So I don't want to take the whole money now. The moment it is launched, I'll tell you at the time of launch. This is reasonable. So I might go for choice C, except that the communication is not clear. Not collect the amount, but suggest to Mr. Murugan to write to Electro Automobile. This is also fine, but this is lukewarm. If I don't have any outlook on that, then I shouldn't take the money. But tell him, look, write to Electro Automobiles and get a promise from them that you'll get the first unit, then give me the money. The only thing that I don't like about this is the customer who's coming and giving you the money, you're saying no. And that's an issue. He collect the entire amount Mr. Murugan is willing to deposit after clarifying the delivery and price is subject to company policy. This I like. I'm taking the money, I'll try my best, but I'm very clear this is not in my hands. When it will get delivered, what the price is, that the company has to decide. This is the only choice that is very clear about communicating. So the other choices don't tell you what you're telling Mr. Murugan. When you're telling him, take the money, rest later, collect the money, put it in the Electro account, collect the amount, blame it on somebody else, don't collect the amount, ask him to write. So D is passive. A, B, C don't communicate the reality to Mr. Murugan. E says collect the money, tell him very clearly the delivery and price are subject to company policy. It's about to RAC or Electro, not in the dealer's hand. When I'll take the money, I'll keep your ideas, your preferences in mind. I'll play for you, but it is not in my hand. Communicating is not in my hand. That is very crucial. So therefore, that because E includes that communication, I'd go for choice E. Cabinet Minister Thakur Raja, a young cabinet minister, glanced through the notes of his secretary regarding the recent controversies on racket, the most popular game of the country. While International Racket Association has agreed to implement drug testing code, the Racket Club, which controls the entire racket-related activities, had some reservations regarding the initiative. A majority of the citizens eagerly awaited their country's participation and performance at the international competitions during the Champions Trophy. Due to the popularity of the game, 70% of the total revenue associated with the game originates from the country. Hence, the Racket Club has earned high bargaining power with the IRA and can influence decisions not aligned with its interests. 3 of the most popular and senior players of the club, including the captain, are against the imposition of DTC, citing security reasons. A decision against the interest of these players might result in law and order problems throughout the country. Other players support the decision of their senior colleagues, and if the Racket Club refuses, players may support the Rebel Counter Racket Club, a new national level initiative. The Counter Racket Club can challenge the monopoly of the Racket Club if it succeeds in attracting some popular players. Continued. Raja was a great soccer player and has major reservations against racket. According to him, racket has negative influence on the country's youth and distracts them from productive work. He also considers drug testing as an essential feature of any sports and games across the world. As a new cabinet minister for youth and sports, he needs to take some important decisions on this contentious issue. I love doing this one. I quite enjoyed solving this because I don't know if you have picked it. It's a direct parallel between ICC, BCCI, cricket, drug testing, and senior players, and BCCI's role, BCCI's power with the ICC, 70% revenue, the whole shebang. This actually happened in real life, except that forget about it. I'll worry about the real life part after we solve this. Fine. So there's parallel to some real context here. Fine. So very interesting scenario. Obviously, Racket Association carries some clout. The Racket Club carries some clout with the IRA, the International Racket Association, because it generates 70% of the revenue. So it has significant bargaining power. Right. The drug testing code. The IRA has agreed to implement the drug testing code. And a few senior players are saying, my security is an issue and I'll walk out of this. Right? So some of the other players support it and they want to create a counter racket club. Remember, this guy Thakur Raja is a cabinet minister. He does not need to get involved in racket club and counter racket club issues. For all intents and purposes, the racket club and counter racket club could be associations that run this game, but Thakur Raja cannot be directly involved in perhaps he would want to stay away from that conflict. He would want that conflict to not happen. Right? So very interesting side. Let's see the questions and then see where this goes after that. If Thakur Raja wants to create a lasting impact, the most reasonable option for him to lasting impact, that means he doesn't want controversy. He wants to move the game forward. He wants to make sure that racket club continues, does good work. The IRA is kept happy. The drug testing committee, or DTC, I don't know what it stands for, I forgot. The drug testing code is either complied with or the IRA goes easy on it. One of the two. Let's look at this. The most reasonable option. Ban racket as a sport out. I think it's negative influence on youth. It's a very popular game. It can even cause law and order problems if people are affected. You don't ban the sport. Enforce drug testing while providing adequate security to the players. This seems very reasonable. I'm already liking this choice. Enforce drug testing. He has a stand on drug testing. He believes that drug testing is essential. The concern raised by the players has been on security. So provide security, we should be good. Force the racket club to accept all regulations related to drug testing. Force the racket club. I don't like that word. Force this on them. Ban that. Demolish that. Restrict that. Don't listen to them. Remove their voting powers. All of those look like unilateral decisions. When we don't like choices that look to be unilateral decisions. So all of these are business situations or political situations or socio-cultural situations. You need to bring people together, get them all to agree, each one gives something, and then we go forward. Right? So I don't like that verb force. Align with counter racket club and reinforce their initiatives. Racket club might have its flaws. They might listen to their players, might have clout with the IRA which they are using in many ways. But they've been running the sport. So one fine morning, align with cabinet minister saying, I'll go after and support this rebel group. This is what this counter racket club is going to be. It's not even completely formed. So for the mainstream cabinet minister to go and support a rebel group, again, what do you want? You want to make sure that the racket club comes on board with your idea. You don't want to go and join a counter racket club on day one. Get popular racket players to endorse soccer. Could be a brilliant idea, but it has nothing to do with this case. Fine. So enforce drug testing while providing adequate security. So security is the issue. Remove that fear. Enforce this. We are good to go. Identify the best argument for Raja to decide in favor of the IRA. That is to say, DTC is on board. We will do drug testing. Can justify his decision citing his position as a cabinet minister. I don't want this. This is not a good choice. It's like saying a parent saying, I told you so. You got to do it because I told you so. This is more or less than I told you so. I have the power, you have to follow what I am trying to say. That is a use of the power as a play to try to make changes. The most popular sport in the country. So this has got something going for it. You don't want to ram things through just because you are the cabinet minister. The next World Cup is scheduled to be held in a country which has made DTC mandatory. This could be a killer. You want to get the racket club on board. You got to tell them, dudes, I see what you're doing. I see some people have concerns, but this is important. The drug testing code is mandatory. So if you don't get on board this, then we have trouble. It is not just the IRA, the entire country which has made DTC mandatory. So it's not just racket, it is everything else. So the World Cup is going to be conducted in this country. If the sport is not DTC compliant, if our country is not DTC compliant, our entire participation could be in trouble. So figure out a way to fix this. That would put pressure, and it's a wonderful argument. Raja is interested in making racket less popular in the country. That's not a good argument in favor of IRA. To say racket is popular, we'll still comply with DTC. What IRA says is good. DTC is good. Without DTC, we cannot do. We need to have that on board. That's got to be his argument, not this. 3 of the top international teams are keen on implementing DTC. Yes, this is good. Because you can say, look, China, US, and Germany are interested in doing this. They're good countries. They're top international teams. They are keen on doing DTC. They have found out a way to work with the security concerns. So we should follow suit too. That's a good reason. And that's a good pitch, good argument. So this is something that we should consider seriously. Oops. Raja and the president of the racket club are political opponents and could use the present issue to settle their mutual scores. I don't want any choice that says settle their mutual scores. So it's between B and D. The next World Cup being scheduled is a better choice. The 3 top international teams that are doing this, they're international teams, they're top. But our security concerns could be very different from theirs. They might not even have security concerns. It's not a compelling enough argument. So the people can say, look, their concerns are not similar to ours. We have separate issues. We have got more bargaining power. We don't need to listen just because 3 of the top teams are doing it, because we account for 70% of the revenue. Those could be the counter arguments to that. Whereas if the World Cup is going to be scheduled, then you really have got to comply. And that could be a more compelling argument than D. So B is the right answer. According to DTC, each athlete sportsperson needs to submit their schedule for the next 3 months, specifying an hour each day when they can be randomly tested for drugs. Fine. So DTC also ensures the confidentiality of the submitted schedule by limiting access of player supplied information only to 2 senior officers, allowing these officers to access the schedule of only those sportspersons who are randomly selected for testing, introducing similar security features for DTC database as is the case with financial institutions. Right. So security is an issue, privacy is an issue, confidentiality is an issue. So the DTC goes out of its way to reassure the sportsmen and the authorities that they will take sufficient care about information, confidentiality, secrecy, security, all of that. Right. The top 3 popular players realize security is the only reason for them to get a favorable decision from Raja. Hence, during discussion, they should focus on all options except. They should keep on saying that this can compromise our security. Any leak of their private schedules may result in huge public gathering and will make the job of security agencies very difficult. This is true. So if it knows that the top racket player is attending a wedding function in Lucknow on December 26th, good chance that there will be like 100,000 people waiting to see him. That poses a security risk. That is true. Recent report includes their country to be among top 5 nations vulnerable to data security breach. True. So data security can be breached. Fine, that's a concern. And so the DTC database could be international, but data breach is likely in their country, so they have to worry about it. DTC is unwilling to share details with security agencies of officers involved in the background check. This could also be an issue. If DTC is coming on board, all of these share details with security agencies of officers involved in background check. They're not willing to share the details of the officers involved in the background check. So the DTC is playing its cards close to the chest. They will say it is because of confidentiality issues, but it could compromise security. So this is something that we'll fall back on if we get no other choice. But this appears to be true. It is difficult to provide adequate security coverage in large stadiums where racket is played. That's probably true. Fine. But is that the reason for citing against DTC? The drug testing code, that fact is for individual players for 1 hour. So you can argue against security saying people will know where I am, there's going to be leak of information, confidentiality is gone, privacy is gone, security will be compromised if there's some leak somewhere. But if racket is going to be played in Alpha Beta Gamma Stadium in Mumbai on December 28th, probably everybody in that region knows it 6 months ago, 6 months prior to that. And so, therefore, there is no security concern because of DTC on this. So this is the argument they cannot put forward. So far, this looks like the best choice. So security concern is there, no doubt about it. If racket is played, then security concern is there. But it's got nothing to do with DTC, with drug testing. Everybody knows they're going to play a match. Popular racket players are on the hit list of terrorist organizations. This is also a sound argument, saying, look, anything that we do against racket players, popular ones, is a risk because their security is paramount, and there are lots of people who are interested in compromising their safety and security. So A, B, C and D are arguments that they can post forward, but D has got nothing to do with DTC. Happy Public School. Mrs. Balla is the principal of Happy Public School. Well, it's a private school. The trust is socially sensitive, and as part of their spread happiness policy, provides quality education to many needy students from low-income neighborhoods for free. Oh, very nice thing. They're there. Yes, giving education for free to a bunch of kids that need it. Fine. So I like the spread happiness policy already. I'm rooting for Mrs. Balla. She gets into any conflict, I'm marking answer choice where she is right. Anyway, she received a strange complaint from some of the affluent parents regarding their discomfort with allowing poor children to study along with their kids. What's the big deal? Anyway, they were concerned more about their manners, habits and language than about schooling. Okay? They wanted a trust to either start a separate shift for such children or remove them from the school since they are supporting them. So if already I can sense that I will be saying we'll have to make some way of convincing these parents that we simply will not suspend it. Fine. So straight away I'm going to say the questions are going to be likely that should they stop supporting these kids? Then they shouldn't. We should have to find a way to get the richer parents to understand that it is very important that their own rich kids meet and interact with kids from other backgrounds, just know about the real world out there. Right? So that's going to be my bias. I think that's where we are headed with this set. On the other hand, the parents of the poor children complained of bullying and teasing and share their concern regarding the mental trauma their children undergo. Right? That's a bigger deal. We'll have to sensitize the rich kids. While Mrs. Balla by no means wants to yield to the demands of the affluent parents, she also cannot ignore them since some of them have been making substantial donations to the school. So there's a commercial pressure. They give money. So let us get them on board and convince them that it's really a good deal for them as well. Right? Which of the following is most likely to get the affluent parents to accept the school's policy? Meet the two parent groups separately, understand their key concerns and seek solutions from both. We want to get the affluent parents to accept the school's policy. Don't know whether there's a need to meet, whether they'll be convinced if you meet both groups separately. So this is lukewarm. Not really a fan of this. They have to be given something which says it is good for them also. Invite professionals to conduct workshop for the poorer children so that they learn basic manners, habit and language. And so this might solve the problem, but we are not doing this. Incidentally they'll improve, but I don't want to run any program for poorer children. Invite the founder of the school to clarify to all parents the school's policy. They know the school's policy. It will help. It will cushion whatever ill will they have. But I'm not such a big fan. Just one speech might not change the dynamic. We probably have to do something in something where we communicate something. Accept the suggestion of affluent parents to start a separate shift. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. When we're not going to start a separate shift for poor students, the key here is to sensitize the richer parents and richer students and make them believe that it's a good deal for them to ensure that they come on board the project and to make them see the lives led by other people and have some empathy towards them. And so this one are against that. This might help, but I'm not sure it's what you want to communicate. I'm not sure whether the principal can himself or herself communicate that as well as the founder can. Meeting groups of parents separately, not the best thing to do. Share the fact that the government instituted school ranking places 25% weight to policies similar to the schools. So this might work. This might totally work. The affluent parents need to have a compelling reason to have poor kids in there. And this could be a compelling reason because their rankings would climb up because they're socially sensitive policies. So it's an external motivating factor. Intrinsically being motivated in subsidizing education for poor people is great. Failing which, external motivation helps. And so I want to eat well and stay healthy and be fit because it's good for me. But if somebody says if you eat well and stay healthy, they give me $1,000 a week, and I'm tempted because of $1,000, it's not great, but at the very least, I'm eating well and staying healthy. So it's a slightly roundabout way, but I would probably think about that. I'm choosing between C and E. C seems very flat. Just get somebody to make a speech. E is that little bit more compelling. None of the choices is great, but on balance, I would pick E. While Mrs. Balla understands the problems of overcrowded classrooms and classroom management, she foresees in them an opportunity to develop more sensitive and self-motivated learners. I'm with her. Sensitivity is important. Self-motivated learning is important. Overcrowded classroom, that's the reality of our country. We can still learn. We need to accept the constraints and still learn. We cannot go and live in bubbles. She's considering the following actions. Take the student and teacher councils on board and seek their ideas to redress the challenge the school faces. I like this. Get them on board, take their ideas. This is a challenge. Give me some inputs. Brainstorm with teachers and students on a strategy to engage all learners in teams for meaningful learning and healthy relationships. Meaningful learning, healthy relationships. Crucial point. Teams. Put some 3 poor kids, 5 rich kids in a team and say, now you have to deliver this product. Don't let the rich kids be in their own teams and poor kids in their own team. Have good relationships and brainstorm with them. Yeah, again, I like this one. 1 and 2, both we like. Encourage students for self-learning and teachers into more supervisory roles to ensure discipline. Yes, has been suggested there. This has been hinted at in the question itself, so I like this as well. Engage students in a process of periodic reflection so that they can get in touch with their thoughts, feelings, and actions towards self and others. And the more sensitive. So, be in touch with the feelings and actions towards self and others. Be empathetic. We like this as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. All of them we like. All of them have been hinted at. Create achievement-based student groups to encourage competition and ease classroom management. This we do not like. We want empathy. We want teamwork. We want understanding. We want sensitivity. We don't want competition and then the rich kids will bandy together, poor kids will bandy together. So we like 1, 2, 3 and 4. We do not like 5. Let's see if we can eliminate some choices. This can go out, this can go out, this can go out. So it's between 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 4. And so let's look at this, 3 and 4. Encourage students for self-learning and teachers into more supervisory roles. Remember, the question says, make students into more self-motivated learners, not self-learners. It's saying find the motivation from within and learn from the system. It's not saying learn on your own. It's not saying teachers become supervisory. It says teachers will help, teachers will teach, students will learn, but their motivation for learning should come from within. They don't have to learn on their own. So it's not 1, 2, 3. That distinction is important. It is 1, 2, 4. Finally, an easy question. Which of the following options will empower the students the most? Maximize students' learning achievement. This will work. If you learn well, you study well, you do well, you will feel empowered. So I like this choice, but it's slightly lukewarm. It's going to make you a better student. I don't know whether it will make you feel empowered. It will result in academic achievement. Is that a proxy for empowerment, feeling confident of self-belief, high self-esteem, all of that? I don't know, but it's good choice. I like, if you have good learning, good background, good academics, you understand whatever is being taught well, you'll automatically be empowered. So I like A, but maybe about 70%. Encourage students to ask questions the teacher will find difficult to answer. Why should you do this? Putting somebody else in a spot is not going to empower you ever. We frequently think that it will, it won't. Help student relate to their real life experiences. This might. So I'm experiencing something, you explain that in a context, I'll feel empowered. I'll feel that I'm learning something which will have a tangible, real impact in my life. I'll feel confident about facing the next situation out there. So this could help. Ensure no kid from poor income group is detained. Why should I ensure this? Creating an artificial rule which will help poor children just go through their academic process will not help poor children, will not help rich children. It will create some resentment. Ensure rich kids get to know those on whom their money is spent. Ensure rich children get to know everybody. They don't need to know that their money is being spent on people. Why would you want them to know that? Ensure that they learn, ensure that they treat everybody equally, ensure that they are sensitive, empathetic. But why should they know on whom their money is being spent? You don't need to know that. Between A and C, because the word empower is used, A is bland, I would go for C, but it's a very marginal choice. Between A and C, I would go for C. Relating to real life experiences is enriching and empowering. Academic achievement or learning achievement alone will not give you the feeling of empowerment. XAT BDM, a multinational company MNC sources pristine natural spring water from Buri, a village in Satpura mountains. The unprocessed natural spring water is directly bottled by the MNC. And so this is probably crucial. It's directly bottled by the MNC. The company branches as natural spring water and sells at 50% premium vis-a-vis other brands that sell processed water. So natural is better than processed. Some new age fad. The local panchayat under the Panchayati Raj Act 1992 controls the spring water usage. Hence, the company signed a 30-year contract with the panchayat for exclusive access to the spring water for business purposes. Very interesting. The spring water is controlled by the local panchayat and the company has signed a 30-year contract. And this contract contributes 50% to the panchayat's revenues besides providing 250 jobs in the panchayat. The spring also meets domestic and agricultural needs of the people of Bori and its surrounding villages. Wonderful. So this is a very crucial relationship. They sell natural water, which is considered better than processed water. They're joined at the hip with the panchayat. They have a 30-year contract and they provide 50% of the revenue. So these two numbers are big. So we cannot look for any solution that just says, look, goodbye panchayat. We're broken up. It's not working. We have to find a solution which says, okay, let's figure out something and work together straight away. And so the details matter in these questions. So it is very clear that they're positioning natural spring water, not processed. That's important. So unprocessed natural spring water, branded as natural spring water, premium over processed water. So very clear. Right? 30-year contract. And contributes 50% of the jobs and 250 jobs in the panchayat. 30, 50, 250, all large numbers. They joined the hip with the panchayat there. Lovely. Let's go to the questions. Chanchala owns a small parcel of land, farming land in Bori. She grows cannabis in some part of her land and earns a significant amount of money from it. Soon after the bottling plant was commissioned, Chanchala, instigated by a landlord with a vested interest, starts accusing the MNC of robbing her of water and impacting her livelihood. She threatens to take the MNC to court. Wonderful, wonderful. Robbing her of water and impacting her livelihood. The 30-year contract with the panchayat. And so they contribute significant revenues and significant employment. And so unlikely that the case has any merit. And every time a set of resources are being used, it doesn't mean the people there are being exploited. And the panchayat is getting standing to gain a lot. They get half their revenues from this. A lot of their folks are employed here. And therefore they've signed a nice long-term contract. So it's in the panchayat's interest to make sure that the MNC continues to bottle water. Right? Chanchal has clearly been instigated by a landlord with a vested interest. He has some stake in this, some game business, so he's poking her. Let's look at this. Which of the following options will best solve the MNC's problem? Request the panchayat to excommunicate Chanchala for cultivating canopy. Excommunicate Chanchala. Powerful word. Too powerful. You can't request to excommunicate somebody. No, not such a fan. If nothing else fits, we'll come back to this. But excommunicate is kick the person out, send them out. And we'll always look for something in the middle. Something in the middle. Always look for the accommodative, negotiative discussion, bringing people together method. And always, that's your first, second, third port of call. And then we'll go to the other means. And hopefully that will never happen. Get the villagers employed by the MNC to persuade Chanchala not to sue. This could be a possibility. There's a possibility. So it's one collaborative, it's accommodative. So the people who know her go speak to her. It's obviously been instigated by somebody else. If these guys go and tell her, look, this is not the way you think it is. These guys are good. They might be bottling water and selling it, but that does not make them evil. We have a long-term contract. We're all working here. They're decent paymasters. We know they're doing the right thing. Why should you go and accuse them of robbing the water? We have a contract with them. It's not robbing. So that's a possibility. And it's very accommodative, very consultative, very discussion oriented. All these kinds of things are crucial. And promise to employ Chanchala's 17-year-old son as he turns 18. This is a possibility. This is something that could work. And Chanchala has a stake in the process. She has a stake in the MNC continuing to be there and having their factory there and doing well and all of that. And so, therefore, this again is to be considered. Buy Chanchala's produce at a premium of 30% to the market. You're an MNC bottling water. You don't buy canopy. So you don't do that. It can be. Definitely not. Compensate the monetary loss as perceived by Chanchala. This sounds decent. So she's losing some money, give her the money. But there's a problem with this. There is somebody who's causing trouble. Basically puts their hand up and say, hey, you're causing me trouble. I'm losing money because of you. You go and compensate for that. This sets a very bad precedent. This says, okay, come here, cause trouble for us, we'll compensate you for it. They've not done anything wrong. She's growing canopy and some motivated landlord is coming and having a go. So the MNC does not need to compensate her. So it's between these two. This is a specific solution to give something for the child, for the 17-year-old as he turns 18, giving the job. This is more accommodative and elaborate. We don't know how good the kid is. We don't know how he would fit into the factory, whether he would work well, all of that. Whereas this is probably slightly more sustainable, where you bring her on board. This is the more unilateral method. Okay, you're causing me trouble, I'll give you a job. Come on, now you're on our side. Whereas this is winning her over with reason, logic, with people convincing her. So I would say B shades C. C says, look, let's not have a discussion. Let's not solve this problem. I'll give you something else. This will offset that. Come on, let me solve the problem. We just gloss over this. It's like some error in the furnishing. You can remove the burr by slowly scraping it off and making it smooth, or you can just paint over it. Option C is painting over it. In which case the bump is still there, you're just painting over it. But B would be the slightly more preferred option. The MNC has spotted traces of chemicals in their fortnightly water quality analysis. The MNC realizes this is due to the contaminated agricultural runoff flowing into the spring from the nearby fields where farmers use pesticides and fertilizers. This requires an immediate solution. Which of the following options will best resolve this situation for the MNC? Interesting. So they bottle water without processing it. That's their entire pitch. They simply cannot afford to have this. They don't process it. Remember, they're very clear. They give natural spring water, not processed spring water. That's their reason for getting a big premium over other brands. This is their pitch. They simply cannot afford to have this. So this is a huge problem. And this is something that is core to them. So they need to solve it immediately. You're looking for a rapid solution. They cannot afford for this to happen. And they want an immediate solution. And so keep that in mind. That those are our passage tells us these things. Close down the bottling plant until the problem is resolved and inform the media that customer interest override profit concerns. Probably, yeah. Serious problem. I don't find an automatic solution. I'll do this. I'll basically say, hey, we got a problem with production. Therefore, we're stopping this. We'll resolve this. Give us a month. Maybe for a month, we won't have this. That's all right. You'll take a business hit. You'll take a profit hit. You'll take a distribution hit. But you're conveying that you're taking it seriously. More than conveying, you are taking it seriously. And so quite a few times we've seen production concerns not being taken seriously and having serious repercussions on either employees or customers. And so we don't want to have that. Continue bottling the natural spring water without processing it, since the villagers drink it as it is. Of course not. One, to start with, is not the right thing to do. Two, villagers are not your customers. Since the customers trust the MNC to do what is good for them, remove the contaminants and continue to brand as natural spring water. No. If you remove the contaminants, it should become processed water, which means it's the same as everybody else. But you can even do that, but you can't brand as natural spring water. That's done. Source water from an uncontaminated natural spring 150 kilometers away at an addition of 50% to the total cost. Yeah, like this. So this increases your cost, but keeps your business going. It buys you some time to solve the problem. So if I stop everything, then that means I'm losing business, losing revenue. One. More importantly, I'm losing my distribution channel. I'm losing I'm letting down my customers who come to buy my natural spring water. My retailers will not know when to order. They'll be worried. They might therefore order something else, and I might lose share to competition. They might lose shelf space to competition. Whereas this, I'm taking a cost hit, but I'll probably not let down my customers. Fine. So D is also good. Rebrand natural spring water as purified spring water after removing the contaminants. Now, being natural is core to the proposition that the passages clearly told us, not E. So between A and D, D basically pulls the plug. A basically pulls the plug and says, look, we're not doing anything. We'll inform the media. We'll shut down the plant today. And then we will restart when we restart. Whereas D, let the entire business continue as it is. Do a kind of a jugaad fix for now at a higher cost. So people have to manage it. People have to go and explore this. People have to figure out a way of transporting it for 150 kilometers. They have to bear the cost, all of which are all right. You don't want to lose share. You probably have a very healthy margin on this business anyway. So sourcing it and signing the deal, those are the trickier bits. So D definitely over A. I don't want to kill the business. I don't want to put a halt to the business, but I can take a bigger cost. The MNC is concerned about chemical contamination of the natural spring water due to the agricultural runoff with pesticides and fertilizers. The MNC is looking for a sustainable solution to this contamination. Sustainable solution. So this is an interesting word. Again, crucial. Pesticides and fertilizers, we've already been introduced to that in the previous question. But that was what you do immediately. There the question was, okay, what you need to do something today. This is, you maybe take a week, 2 weeks, but get it right. Negotiate with the panchayat to gain control of the entire spring and provide alternate sources of irrigation for farming. Yeah, this is interesting. This is something that you should probably consider. The only issue with it is you become the MNC that's controlling the spring. One, there could be a cost. Two, it's an issue. You're basically entering into another business by saying I'll provide irrigation for the whole farming business, which could be tricky because you have 250 people employed with you. So it's a sizable number of people. So this is not a small panchayat which has 100 people. There's probably likely to be a huge panchayat whose 250 people are just working with you. You're more or less going to take over that entire region and be responsible for giving alternate sources for a giant chunk of the population. And you're getting control of the entire spring with the panchayat owns it. They could have you should have to make sure that even if you do gain control, it is for a long time. And there could be an issue with taking entire control over a long period of time. This is still natural resource. And this is not an individual's land or building. This is a natural resource, not particularly owned by anybody, but controlled by the panchayat, which is likely to be elected democratically. And so, getting the entire thing, getting some part of it on lease, working with the rest of them, that's all right. But getting the entire thing, it might not be the most preferred solution, but still very interesting because it solves the problem for you. You're going to provide alternate sources of irrigation, so you're solving the problem for them, and therefore it could be a win-win situation. Change branding from natural spring water to processed drinking water. Nah, anything that takes away natural, we don't like. Coax the farmers in the natural springs catchment to move to organic farming. Yeah, this could be interesting. Because pesticides and fertilizers, this could be interesting. They're letting the agriculture run off with pesticides and fertilizers. Oh, wonderful! I missed something completely. This is out. We're not talking about the source of water. We're talking about this final runoff from water. They don't have an issue with providing irrigation. You don't need to provide alternate source of irrigation. They don't have a water shortage. Providing source of irrigation from the spring is all right. It's a runoff from pesticides and fertilizers that's killing it. What is going out of the spring is not the issue. What is coming into the spring, the runoff, that's the issue. So this can't solve the problem. Choice A is out. Acquire all agricultural land in the natural springs catchment and afforest them. How does it help? The farmers will continue to farm. And afforesting them is a huge area. Acquiring all land is going to be a huge process. And so farmers will figure out some other way. You can't just replace their entire mode of living. It's a giant project which governments can take over a few decades, not an MNC over a few weeks or months or years. And you can't just say, okay, I'll replace all agricultural land with forest. Then you have to buy the entire land. You're basically saying, I'll take over this town. Yeah. Move to another state with unexploited natural springs. You've signed a 30-year contract. Fine, and you have you were in charge of 50% of the panchayat's revenues. You employ tons of people. You can't just take your sticks and run. No, we discussed this even at the beginning. Any solution has to keep in mind that the MNC and the panchayat are connected at the hip. Very crucial. And you can't figure out and go for a solution that says, okay, I'm off. That doesn't work. So choice C it is. A is very close. But the problem with A is it seems very interesting, but it talks about other irrigation methods. We don't have a problem with giving water from the spring. We have a problem only with the water coming back to the runoff coming from the fields back to the spring. That's the issue. Yeah. Read the situation below and answer the 3 associated questions. Rakesh, who hailed from Dhanbad, worked in Jamshedpur with SPCIL, a government construction company. Although HR policies concerning job security and work-life balance attracted Rakesh to SPCIL, over time he found his work monotonous with no growth opportunities. However, the proximity to Dhanbad enabled him to visit his parents at his convenience. Recently, Rakesh applied to Grow and Prosper, GNP, a multinational company engaged in construction-related operations, making inroads into many Indian states. GNP interviewed Rakesh and offered him 3 times his current salary at SPCIL. Wonderful. He's taken the government job. Job security is there. Work-life balance is wonderful. This is like a typical scenario that they are explaining. The proximity location is also good. But he's getting bored. The work is monotonous, so he wants to shift. And this is a big deal. This new company, GNP, they're offering him 3 times his current salary. Whatever your current salary is, if it is tripled, that's fantastic. I think the questions will link to whether he should jump, what decision should he take, what variable should he keep in mind, and the rest of it. Fine. Let's look at the questions. While considering GNP's offer, Rakesh pondered over the following facts. The 5 facts. Which are the following combinations of the above facts will best help Rakesh decide on joining GNP? I hate these questions where we have to select 3 out of the 5 or 4 out of the 5. Fine, so if it is only one, I like it. It's easy to pick the most likely, least likely, but some of these come with descending order of importance and all that. That's a bigger pain. A recent government policy made poor performance punishable by salary reduction or dismissal. Fine, so this is important, but I wouldn't put it as very crucial because he's got this job offer. And work-life balance and job security is a given. He's got a job offer. Obviously, Rakesh is doing a decent job. He's bored. He's not finding it challenging. It's not. I don't think there's any indication here that he's underperforming here. The first assignment at GNP is a bridge construction project in a village near Dhanbad. This is good. Kind of important because he wants to be near Dhanbad. These projects take a while, and so this could be important. Not very crucial because this is short term, but important because when he's starting off, one of his main criteria gets met. With his current savings, Rakesh need not depend on regular income for at least 6 months. This is not important. He has some. He's not taking a risky option of not taking up a job. He's taking a riskier option of taking a higher paying job. If he goes to GNP, he's not suffering over finances. He's getting paid more. He's not talking about quitting his job and trying for UPSC or something. This is not important. I'm looking for a set of choices that does not have 3. And so I already want to eliminate this. Lovely. Though an exemplary performer, Rakesh has hardly been recognized at SPCIL. This is crucial. Important. You want pay hike, promotion and recognition. Based on the annual performance review at GNP, Rakesh will either earn double the salary or get fired. This is crucial. This is merit gets rewarded and job security disappears. Crucial factor. So this completely clearly in one example defines the whole thing. It basically says it is double or bust at GNP. Right? So 5 is also important. Anyway, with the choice set, we know that 5 and 4 are both in. Both of these are in. It is between 1 and 2. One says a recent government policy made poor performance punishable by salary reduction or dismissal. This is I don't think Rakesh, there's any hint that Rakesh needs to worry about this. Right? The second thing is between that, but it's definitely between these two, 541 or 542. The job security disappearing at GNP is significant, very clear. Whereas in government thing, even if this policy comes in, it's going to be a marginal shift. It's not going to dramatically change. So whereas the Dhanbad thing could be a serious factor, I was very torn between this and this. I would go for this, very marginal. But we should be able to easily eliminate C, D and D. Between A and B, B probably shades it. If you marked A, don't beat yourself up. It's very marginal. You'll get the next one right. While mulling over the offer, Rakesh consulted Manikandan, his trusted senior at SPCIL. Manikandan, who had friends at GNP, disclosed that it preferred government employees for its projects in Jharkhand, Bihar and Chhattisgarh. Once the project is completed, GNP may not need your skills, observed Manikandan. Wonderful. So they're calling him over for his SPCIL role, for his government role, and then they might ask him to leave or say goodbye. And that's a fear that's there at the background. And so get the guy in, use his contacts, have a relationship, start the project, complete it, and then say goodbye in some form. And so let's think about this. Which of the following, if true, will best enable Rakesh to decide on the offer? Manikandan stopped both of his sons from taking up private sector jobs, given his loyalty to the government. Not important. Manikandan has a different risk appetite, different priorities. It's not necessary that Rakesh also has that. Senior level employees at GNP who began their career in similar projects are now confined to their desk at the head office for almost a decade. This could be crucial. This is basically Rakesh wants to shift because his job is monotonous. He might get to do one interesting project and then do a job of monotony at GNP also. So that's a crucial factor. As GNP also planned to enter 2 southern states, it has decided to recruit people from these states. How does it matter? He is from Dhanbad. Jharkhand, Bihar and Chhattisgarh is where the government employees are preferred. He's going to get the job here. This is not a relevant factor. During the interview, GNP quizzed if Rakesh would sustain his relationship with his former colleagues at SPCIL. Preferred government employees, yeah, but I don't know. The government expertise is important. How the relationship is maintained. Yeah, maybe they want to have a relationship with the government, perhaps. But I still prefer B to D. B seems a more crucial factor. Through social media, Rakesh discovered that Manikandan's contact, who had left SPCIL to join GNP, is no longer with GNP. Interesting. He's no longer with GNP, but we don't know whether he has quit to find a better opportunity, whether he had some other reason. Just one data point. And we had all of them quitting GNP, all of them being kicked out of GNP no longer finding any need for them, then that's different. One person. And even that we don't have complete information. Maybe he quit to join SNK, an even bigger private sector company. And so I don't like E either. A, C and D are out. But it is between B and D. Between this and this. Right. Here they're just quizzing him. Right. I prefer B. So a larger set of instances. Senior level employees at GNP. That makes it better than E, clearly. And D, it's just an interview question. They're just having a conversation. So I definitely prefer B to D. B it is. Rakesh, in his current job, came across incidences of bribing by private sector officials. He wondered if he might have to bribe government officials while at GNP. He reflected on his interview at GNP. Which of the following sequences of the above statements is in the most appropriate descending order of bribing undertones? Wonderful. The interviews were puzzled how Rakesh could manage his EMIs with his current income. How comfortable is he with bribing? They want him to say that he can manage. So suppose you want to ask somebody whether he or she were taking bribes. You might want to take the route of saying, तुम्हारा EMI है वो तो 15-18K आएगा ना, तो you're getting 20K. How do you manage, yaar? And the guy says, yeah, I manage. It's not that difficult. I figure some other ways of getting income. I can manage. Or if he says, look, my father bails me out, or I have a fund, then he's not taking bribes. So it could be a way of extracting that. So it may be important. One interviewer was constantly probing how Rakesh managed to meet his project deadlines with little cooperation from his subordinates. And so, no, this seems like the subordinates are not doing the work because they've not got bribes. Remember, bribing by private sector officials. So to get the job done, somebody else might have. Rakesh as a government employee, it's not the guy who's going to pay the bribe to his subordinates. That doesn't work. And so somebody else is doing the payment. So this is his subordinates not working is just people not working. And what would you do if your project has a fortnight's deadline and it takes a month to obtain a permit? Yeah, bang on. This is exactly how we would ask a question. That guy will say, this is how we would throw this conversation open. We're looking for Rakesh to say, yeah, there are ways and means of getting them to get the permit sooner. If you know the right people, then permit to आ जाएगा, हो जाना चाहिए. So you're throwing it open for him to convey that. I'm not saying I'm comfortable doing it. I wouldn't be comfortable sitting at either side of the interviewing table on this one. But there's a way in which you would throw open the conversation. How are you going to get it done? Fourth one, a question that intrigued Rakesh was, should a pack of dacoits share their loot with one of their gang who had killed a bystander against their motto, thou shalt not kill? This is an ethical dilemma question. Fine. Or a moral dilemma, not even ethical, because you want to, somebody has killed somebody, so rather serious matter. But sharing the loot, these are dacoits anyway. If somebody asked me this question, I would look at it as a moral dilemma question and think about it. But I'm not getting bribing overtones from it. If I say they should share or they should not share, I don't understand whether either answer makes me more likely to be someone who's comfortable to bribe. I'm not that happy with 4. It's a good question, but I don't know whether there are bribing overtones sitting there or bribing undertones sitting there. So I really like 3. I kind of like 1 also. 4 and 2 less so. And so we're looking for 3 and 1 being ahead. 3 in the end is definitely out. 3 and 1 should be ahead. 3 ahead. I like these two. 1, 3 is also alright because 1 also I like, but these two I like more than that. So 3, 1, 2, 4, 1, 3, 2, 4. I think between these two, 3, 1, 2, 4. I think 3 is the clearest thing. You're tossing it up and expecting the guy to say, "Ho jayega jugaad, ho jayega." I'm not saying I'm comfortable being the person asking or answering the question, but that's you're floating it up for the person to respond like that. So 3, 1, 2, 4. Read the situation below and answer the 3 associated questions. A powerful, intelligent king, Vanamali, once ruled over an ancient kingdom, Vanarajya. The kingdom was known for its high mountains and sprawling plains, and 90% of its land was under forest cover. Very nice. High mountains, plains. Trade in forest produce was the mainstay of its economy, supported by subsistence agriculture. With the increase of population, over time, the forest in the plains was cleared for agriculture. Okay. The forest in the mountains continued to supply nutrient-enriched water and abundant forest produce to the plains. As a result, agricultural yields were bountiful. The plains prospered as compared to the mountains. Very interesting. They're blessed with natural resources. The mountains have the nutrients and they send water which is nutrient enriched. They have the forest. The plains have cleared out the forest. They're doing agriculture. They enjoy forest produce. They enjoy good water. And the plains are prospering compared to the mountains. Mountain life is tougher. Obviously, you want the forest area here because this can't be really cleared for agriculture. This is cleared for agriculture. Because the yields are good, the plains are prospering. And so I think that this thing will hinge on this. The plains prospered as compared to the mountains. We're having a mechanism where one region is enjoying the fruits of natural resources present in the other region. And so the foresters could lay claim to the fact that they're blessed with forest cover, which produces forest produce, and the ability to give nutrient-rich water. The plains can say the water is coming here, we're using it, we're supplying. So the plains can say, why should we subsidize you? The forest could say, you're using our resources, but we are not getting to enjoy the fruits. That conflict is inherent in many places. Let's see how the questions go. The increasing prosperity of the plains people tempted those in the mountains to divert forest land for agriculture. Okay. Vanamali was afraid that expansion of agriculture would result in deforestation of the mountains. Yeah. The mountains get deforested, then nutrient-rich water will not come for the plains. Forest produce will reduce, which they have in abundance, which has been part of what has been driving their economy. So it's tricky. He doesn't want that to happen. Which of the following is the best course of action for Vanamali to conserve the mountain forest? Urge the elders of the mountains to come up with agricultural practices that ensure no erosion of forest cover. Good idea. Nudge, persuade, don't give a decree to come up with agricultural practices. Maybe if you had given them a list and asked them to follow, validate, that might be interesting. They might not have the incentive to come up with a bunch of practices. So the idea is good, but I would ideally want something to be more persuasive. Right? Levy a tax on traded agricultural produce from the plains to cross-subsidize supplies to mountain people. Basically generate funds from the plains and give it to the mountain people. There's one way of normalizing this. One way of saying, hey, I'm taking more tax from this group and providing to that group. There's a kind of balancing act that several governments do. The part that is prospering because the resources of another component, the part that is prospering spends slightly more on taxes, gives slightly more on taxation, and it cross subsidizes. And so it's a good mechanism. Again, good idea. The one thing here is once you put a tax, the one who's taxed, they feel like it is onerous. and they don't get the tax revenue, it goes to somebody else. Sooner or later, the plains people will say, I'm cross-subsidizing these forests. They don't provide something of economic value. There's so much taxes on me, and I'm giving it to them. Whereas that is further from the truth, because the forest cover being maintained, the nutrient-rich water coming from there, that underpins the agricultural wealth of the plains. So this is not the plains providing some charity to the forest cover. So that message I'm a little not comfortable with, but again a good idea. 1 and 2, A and B have both been good ideas. Institute a mechanism that ensures plains people pay royalty to be transferred to mountain people for maintaining forest cover. Plains people pay royalty. I don't know on what they will pay royalty to be transferred to mountain people for maintaining forest cover. So the more forest you maintain, the more amount you get. So they pay some form of royalty for the forest. So it is for the idea of having the forest up there, they pay royalty, and this gets transferred to the mountain people. So it's very clear that this royalty is paid in order to have the forest cover being maintained. So there is an expectation that the forest cover should be maintained, and they pay royalty because of that. And so levying a tax here to cross-subsidize supplies, they could get the money and still do divert land for agriculture. Who doesn't want more money? Whereas here, the amount is paid for maintaining forest cover, clearly. And so this also is interesting. And we're getting too many good choices. I don't like it. And constitute a committee to protect the forest with powers to punish those who fell trees. The punitive measure as a first step. I'm not such a big fan of a punitive measure, something that punishes and puts a burden on somebody else. I think it can be done with a nudge and a tax and a royalty and an encouragement rather than a punishment. Declare a mountain day when plains people meet and thank mountain people for sustaining their agriculture. Lovely. No. It seems like one of those fancy HR practices that amount to nothing. So I can eliminate D and D slightly more confidently. In between A, B and C, urge the elders of the mountains to come up with agricultural practices that ensure no erosion of forest cover. That's tricky. Where are they going to come up with that? You need land, so forest cover is going to fall, and you have to have a bigger incentive system than just urging the elders. And so I would look between B and C. Tax on agricultural produce to cross-subsidize supplies to mountain people. Mechanism that ensures plains people pay royalty to be transferred to mountain people for maintaining forest cover. I like C a little bit because the incentive is not just broad but specifically for maintaining forest cover. B says, look, we'll cross-subsidize, but then people might get the cross-subsidy advantage and continue to divert forest land for agriculture. Whereas C, what they get paid is linked to how much forest cover they maintain. So not only do they get money, they also have to maintain their end of the bargain, which is maintaining forest cover. Lovely. Let's go to the next one. Vanamali, afraid of further deforestation, issued a diktat against felling of trees in the mountains. In due course, thanks to the booming agriculture, the king along with plains people began to prosper. However, mountain people became relatively poor thanks to Vanamali's diktat. He says, okay, no felling here, which is good, but then there is a relative disparity. You're using the natural resources from one region and prospering. At the same time, the region that is providing the natural resources is getting poorer. This is a typical example given in a number of instances in India where states get broken down. The one part of the state always claims that, hey, I'm being used. My resources are being used, but the funds are going there, the economy is going there, the big trade surplus is going there, the urban development happened there. Extent to which my natural resources are exploited, I'm not being compensated for that. So carve me out into a separate state. That's where the state demand usually comes from. So it's an interesting scenario. Which of the following options should mountain people choose to best protect their long-term interests? Seek employment in the plains. This is good. This definitely is a good idea. It ensures that you go and find a job for yourself, handle yourself. But long-term interest. They want to make the mountain land work. You cannot say, okay, mountain provides nutrients, this provides agriculture, everybody come here, the forest cover, let it disappear. Then over time, everybody's interests are killed. You have to have a sustainable economy in some form. For the forest people, they need to have some means of generating extra income there in the forest, not necessarily go away. Stop the flow of rivers to the plains. No. This is basically saying, getting angry and saying, look, I won't give you the river, give me some money. Basically, I don't care about this, I'm going to stop it. So generally, as a rule, don't go for the extreme option, which basically says no more talks, destroy everything, prevent it from going there, cut off the supply of that, don't supply electricity, none of that. Don't go for the extreme cutting off option. Charge a premium on forest produce and issue hunting permits. This could be interesting. Charge a premium on forest produce. So try to get more money from your forest produce. Issue hunting permits. If you issue hunting permit, that's another source of revenue. And hunting can happen only when forests are maintained. So this is an automatic incentive for forests to be maintained. There's a way of generating slightly more revenue on back of having forests. Charge a premium on forest produce, get more money. So C, I like. A and B, less so. C seems interesting. Ignore Vanamali's diktat and divert forest land for agriculture. No. Prefer the option that engages. Don't prefer the option that violates a rule. Don't say, okay, the government is always going to screw you. Ignore the government, do your own thing. We have to take up guns and define what we are about. Fight and kill people. Don't go for those options which are not towards engagement and discussion and dialogue. It's basically saying, look, the government is saying this is illegal. This is the government. Government has issued a diktat. You fight with the government, you try to convince the government, you persuade the government. Amp up how you are doing it. But you can't say, look, I'll ignore it, I'll do my own thing. But you can't go for that choice. Sell forest produce exclusively to the neighboring kingdoms. Anything you do to neighboring kingdoms, it's an issue. This is your kingdom. You have to find a mechanism to solve the problem. It could be your aunt and uncle sitting there in the plains. Every time you start engaging with neighboring kingdoms, it increases the risk. So I'm not a fan of D&D. I don't want B either. Between A is all right, but it's basically saying this doesn't work. I'll go find for myself. So C it is. The village elders of the mountains had informed Vanamali about the presence of a precious metal in abundance under a large part of the forest. They pleaded with him to repeal his diktat and permit felling of trees for mining. Seems like a reasonable thing. There's a lot of resource now. We need to tap it. Vanamali knew that the precious metal would make his kingdom prosper. Good. However, he was worried that mining would reduce the flow of nutrients, water, and forest produce to the plains. So, he's worried about three things: nutrients, water, forest produce. If we can offset maybe two of the three, should be good. Right? So, let's think about this. There are 5 statements here, which are the following sequences of action plans in the descending order of their ability to contribute to Manarajya's sustainable prosperity will be the most appropriate action. So we have to list all 5. Okay. Repeal the forest diktat and charge hefty royalty for mining in the mountains. So repeal diktat, that seems reasonable. Charge royalty. The risk here is if you just put a royalty number. If it is low enough, then everybody can come in and then they can devastate the forest without worrying about which part they can mine and which part they cannot. There could be a sudden rush, and that could be negative. But otherwise, the idea is good. Make sure mining can happen, but charge money for it so that the kingdom gets prosperous. Permit mining in the mountains and enforce rainwater harvesting in the plains. Mining, you permit. Rainwater harvesting gives you the water in the plains. Forest produce will fall. Nutrient rich water will fall. And permit mining in the mountains and begin afforestation in the plains. You let them mine, begin afforestation in the plains. So forest produce might be maintained and the forest cover would be good. You will continue to, it doesn't look like there's a water shortage. So water might continue to be reasonable. nutrients might struggle. No, nutrients might also be okay. Whereas there'll be some water with nutrients that is coming from there. So 2 and 3 are both all right, not great, but good. Permit mining, either go for harvesting rainwater or for afforestation in the plains. One of these two. Both are okay. This will give us maintain forest produce, might also help in rainfall and water. This is purely for water. There does not look to be a water shortage in this place. So 3 would probably shade 2. 3 is slightly better than 2. But good. Continue with the forest diktat in the mountains. No. We've told it's precious metal, present in abundance, and it would make the kingdom prosper. We have to tap in. We might have to bend over backwards to take care of the environment and people and balance and sustainability, all of that. But we can't go for an option which says this is wonderful and we'll just leave it there. That doesn't work. Right? Permit limited mining in rotation, but maintain the forest diktat in the rest of the mountain. Yeah, I like this. So the issue we had here was people could just jump in and mine in different places randomly. This is limited mining in rotation. So it is, the sustainability is automatically taken in, but maintain forest diktat in the rest of the mountains. Beautiful. So maybe 5% display, tap in. We'll see where we go. Small steps, maintaining the balance. So I really like 5. I don't like 4 that much. So 5 should come early. 4 should come late. 2, 3, 1 in the middle. And so let's look at this. 4 is coming early. These 2 are out. 4 in the middle. 1 in the end. Continue the forest diktat. Or permit mining and mountains and begin of no, not such a big fan of this. I think 3 and 2 should come close by. Both are saying permitting mining. One you go for rainwater harvesting, other you go for afforestation. One gives you water, other gives you forest. 3 would probably shade 2, but I can't really imagine 3 and 2 being split up automatically. So it's between these two. Permit mining and begin afforestation. Permit limited mining in rotation. 5 is really good. 3 and 2 are not that good. This one would be the answer. 5 is really good. Limited mining. Maintain the diktat in the remaining parts. Go step by step. Worry about long-term sustainability and manage this well. 3 and 2, one gives you afforestation, other gives you water. So both are good. Between 1 and 4 and 4 and 1, I would have liked it. My preferred order would have been 5, 3, 2, 1, 4. And so where I would say, look, repeal the diktat and charge hefty royalty. So let them mine, but take money for it so that you can handle for prosperity. That's better than saying no mining at all. But 5, 3, 2, 4, 1 seems to be all right as well. Read the situation below and answer the 3 associated questions. The small shop selling computer peripherals, the only one of its kind in the remote village of Turturunk. Because online purchases take 2 weeks or more to arrive, the small shop is a quick stop for buying items such as pen drives and USB cables. 2 weeks is a long time. Besides selling computer peripherals, the small shop also undertakes repairs of out-of-warranty products. Wonderful. So the small shop in a remote village, they sell standard items that make them some money. He also undertakes small repairs. Wonderful. Let's go here. The small shop, which earlier recorded an annual increase of approximately 12% in revenues, has been stagnating at 4% for the last 3 years. This is tricky. During which e-commerce sidelined brick and mortar outlets. Super. The Amazons and Flipkart of the world are making even the remote outlets struggle. The shop is struggling to increase profitability. In general, the small shop has been offering a discount on MRP to compete with e-commerce prices. And they're continuing to offer discounts. But once you give discount, then profitability is an issue. And so, super. But if you don't offer discount, then your revenues could fall. Your revenue number is also significant, is also important. And so it's a dicey situation. Which of the following is the best reason for the small shop not to reduce the current discount offered to the customers? Even though even e-commerce offers a greater range of choices, villagers prefer buying readily available products from the small shop. Yeah, this is crucial. They come here, they buy, they have a regular clientele. They turn up. It's a small village. If you lose them, then they're not going to come back to you in a hurry. If you nudge them towards e-commerce, then if you take away your discount, then they'll go to e-commerce. Already it's a struggling business. So you might lose your loyal clientele. People like to do it. So the price sensitivity is at a place where they say the comfort and the idea of picking it up immediately is far more than some 3%, 5% I might get in Amazon or Flipkart. I have a similar decision making criteria. I go to a shop nearby, I go pick it up. Then I check the prices online. If it is 3%, 4%, then I'll buy. If it's 12%, 15%, then I'll chuck it, buy online, wait for 2 days. But I'm in a metro, so it's only a 2-day, 3-day wait. With a 15-day wait, then I might offer a bigger, I might go for the local shop even at a bigger discount. So the having a loyal clientele is very crucial for the local shop. Choice B, a new resident who earlier worked in the computer hardware industry is contemplating starting a business in Tottenham. He worked here. New guy coming in is not a factor for us. He's contemplating starting a business. We don't even know whether it's a business like small shop. A large fading sign prominently placed behind the shop's cash counter reads, "In business and in life, always be fair." If you're discounting, it doesn't mean you're being unfair. Fine, so this doesn't help anything. To cover insurance cost, e-commerce has begun charging a delivery fee from last year. Yeah, this is important. They're charging a delivery fee. They begun charging. So, but I would argue this would be a reason to reduce the current discount, not to not reduce. You're offering at a certain price. They're offering at a certain price. They have jacked up their prices. Technically speaking, you can also jack up your prices. So this is important. But if you have this information, you'll probably look to reduce the discount, not increase or not reduce. So D is choice. A probably shades B, C, and D. Recently, customers from a nearby village have started shopping at the small shop for low-end peripherals, accounting for around 3% of the shop's total revenues. 3% nearby village, small number. No, I would go with A. A is the biggest reason to not reduce the discount. D is relevant, but D would probably make us kind of tempt us towards reducing the discount. If they have increased their prices, we might as well enjoy some more profitability. The small shop wants to increase the variety of products sold, including expensive ones. However, it is averse to accumulating unsold products, specifically of the expensive kind. Correct. Unsold inventory kills small businesses. And so, which of the following is the best option if the small shop wants to increase? And so, you need to pick quick selling, expensive goods. So you can increase your variety, but you can't store stuff. That becomes a nightmare. So if you keep on accumulating unsold products, then you don't have shelf space, you don't have money, you just have to wait for somebody to buy it. It's a small region, so you have to buy only fast-moving goods. And so fast-moving is a crucial criteria. Not holding on to inventory is a crucial criteria, but you want to expand your variety. If you are selling only one thing, sell 2 more things, but not 17 more things, and find a mechanism to limit your inventory. The small shop should get suppliers to courier its requirements to the shop whenever needed. The suppliers require that the small shop orders a minimum quantity every month. They courier, but they want a minimum quantity. I'm worried about this because you're already in a village and you're in a small place. There is no guarantee that you'll keep putting a minimum quantity order every month. That's first percent will lead to accumulation of inventory. The small shop should focus only on low-end peripherals that currently contribute to 60% of its revenues. Profitability is already a concern on that. Low-end peripherals give you the revenues, but they probably don't make you money. The whole idea of increasing variety and price is to enjoy more margins. So if you focus on low-end peripherals, the idea is to go for variety. It's the exact opposite. Right. The recommendation for the exact opposite of what we're doing. The small shop should acquire extra space at lower rentals available at a distance of 3 kilometers from its current location. We have not been told that space is a constraint for inventory. It could be capital. It's a village, so we're not told that storing is an issue. We don't want to hold on to most goods that don't move. lower rentals. Right now revenue growth is not there, profitability is tight. Just taking on another location and storing stuff there, I don't know whether it solves the problem. It just increases complication. I wouldn't do this. The small shop should focus exclusively on high-end peripherals, which contribute to 10% of its revenues, but 25% of its profits. So it's only 10% of its revenues. It might be 25% of the profits. You cannot focus exclusively on 1/4 of profit and 1/10 of this. You want some variety. You want to have, but your bread and butter needs to be there. Only then your clientele will come. The guy comes to buy pen drive, you tell him this one is interesting. Why don't you buy this fancier CD as well? Maybe they will. So they come to buy the regular stuff. They might look around and pick up one more thing, but you can't focus exclusively on high-end peripherals in a village. The small shop should make an arrangement with a retailer of the nearest city. Okay, the shop can spare one of its employees once a week to procure the weekly requirement. This could work actually. Retailer in the nearest city, go once a week, pick up inventory, come back here. So this guy probably holds a wider range of inventory, so you can increase your variety. You can go pick up. Somebody is not couriering a stand of stuff to you and requesting therefore asking you a minimum quantity. You have one employee who goes there. So many small villages have this relationship. Once a week they go there, buy a bunch of stuff on credit, come back next week, pay the money, buy the next lot, maintain that relationship. So you can maintain exactly relevant inventory. Whatever you have sold, you refill it, replenish it, maintain your inventory balance. Increase the variety slowly based on your customer demand and what they want. Go weekly so that you don't pile on inventory. So the more I think about it, the more I am happier with choice E. An emerging brand offers a franchise to the small shop for repairing its products on a condition that other brands are not to be repaired. Repairs currently account for 15% of its revenues. Nice. 15% of its revenues is repairs. The emerging brand offers a franchise. Which of the following, if true, will best help the small shop to decide on the franchise? Revenues from repairs are expected to increase by 3 to 5% annually. So this is important. You need to, suppose you're investing in a new business, you need to know what growth rate it is. And so the question is not saying which will support the decision. What will help the small shop? I'm trying to get into the services business I'm trying to get into the franchise business for repairing. So I'll probably end up sacrificing my other brands. Totally out of my 15%, maybe 5% is for, or 3% is for this franchise, remaining 12% here. Already I'm sacrificing all this. Right? So I'm thinking about it because my terms could be better here. And I know it's only 12%. Only 15% is overall my repair share anyway. If I get very favorable terms, then it's good. But if this pie is going to grow very fast or is going to decline, that changes my opinion. So you're getting into a new business. How much is it likely to grow? How much is that segment likely to grow? It's a crucial factor. So this is important. For the first 3 years, the emerging brand has offered to pay a fixed amount equal to the revenues earned from repairs the previous year. Now, any payment is going to be linked to repairs that you do. Right? The previous year. So there is some payment transaction. It's important. So this is important enough for us to say, okay, yeah, we'll keep this in mind. How much will they pay? Is that enough to offset the loss of revenues of 12% or 14% from repairs of other brands? The crucial criteria. No big and reputed brand has shown any interest in franchising the small shop. That's true. This might be true, but I don't think it's that relevant in evaluating this decision. He's not evaluating whether he should go franchise with A or B. He's evaluating, should I franchise with A or not have a franchise engagement? The upcoming brand is very new and needs franchisees desperately. That would be the problem for the brand. So you know that you will get good terms. That's important. You should bargain and get those good terms. That's important. But I don't know whether it's a crucial factor for the small shop. He's desperate, so he's desperate. Therefore, we get some extra bonus on top. But I need to first. That is the one-off bonus or joining time thing. So if suppose you finish your MBA and you get a job, company A pays 15 lakhs per annum. It is a good prospect, which is nice, and you can expect career growth and learning and all of that. Company B pays 13 lakhs per annum, but 14 lakhs per annum with a modest career growth and prospects. But company B gives you a 3 lakh signing on bonus, which is significant. It will take your salary higher for the first time, and maybe the 3 lakhs upfront is good. But generally, as a rule, long-term sustainable prospects are more important than one-off hits. You should take the company that where you learn a lot and pays you a reasonable amount, not the guy who's providing you the one-off which is very juicy. And so therefore D, I'm not that sure. E, the small shop will have to send 2 of its employees for a 3-month training if it wishes to be a franchisee. The emerging brand will bear the training cost. These are terms of the transaction. You send them, they learn, they come back, they've learned, they're good, they're useful. So this is interesting, but I don't think this changes the decision. And so the segment and its growth rate and the amount of money you make, those 2 are important. Here it says pay a fixed amount. We don't know what that amount is. Is it enough to offset? It's not enough information about choice B. Therefore, I would go for choice A because this number is given. My gut feel is revenues from repairs expect to grow by 3 to 5%. That means they're broadly moving in line with the revenue growth rate overall. So it's not a declining sub-segment, nor is it a growing sub-segment. So, but knowing that it's going to grow at 3 to 5% annually, that is crucial, because that number gives you a direction very clearly. That would appeal to me. So choice A, but it shades it. Very dicey question. And so I'm not very happy with any of the choices. If I have to do it, I'll pick choice A. Read the situation below and answer the 3 associated questions. When Deepti opened the package, she was aghast. She received cotton pillow covers instead of satin pillow covers, and she had ordered. Deepti ordered them for her father from a popular e-commerce website that hosted products of many sellers. Confused, Deepti contacted the seller's office using the details given on the package. The seller's representative profusely regretted and promised to send the satin pillow covers at no extra cost. He added that Deepti need not return the cotton covers she received. Deepti happily accepted the deal. A few days later, Deepti received another package from the seller. Unfortunately, this package also contained cotton pillow covers. Completely disillusioned with the seller's professionalism, Deepti decided to put to use these cotton pillow covers also. And I've had this experience a couple of times. You buy something, something else comes, when you talk to some customer representative, they speak as if everything can be fixed and they will fix, and then nothing gets fixed. And so it's a pain. For me, it happens with the banks. This is with an e-commerce seller on e-commerce website. A few days later, Deepti received an email from the e-commerce website requesting her to share feedback about the seller. Oh, the gall. Deeply frustrated with the overall online purchasing experience, she deliberately ignored it. Later that evening, over supper, her father opined that the balcony curtains needed to be changed. He suggested that they be bought from a local shop. If something went wrong, we could at least yell at the seller. Very prudent point. When at least you go there, you download on the seller, you're good to go. Deepti stared at her laptop and began writing her feedback. So interesting. What would Deepti definitely achieve by giving feedback? Instigate people against the seller? No, you don't want to instigate anybody. You're not looking to start a riot. This is a customer interaction. It's a corporate tussle. Not even a corporate tussle. It's a complaint forum. Nothing more. Coerce the e-commerce website to punish the seller. You can give feedback, but going out to coercing the e-commerce website. Definitely communicate and give feedback. What would Deepti definitely achieve by giving feedback? I don't think you can achieve this. I think you can just put in a rating. There'll be some points that are there. They'll keep that feedback in mind, but you're not going to be able to coerce the e-commerce website. What would Deepti definitely achieve? An act of social service. You write a complaint against a provider of pillow cases. You want to call it social service. All of us will be great giants, but it is not what it is. And so we should be clear about it. So it does help the community. Good feedback does help the community. This is a purchasing community. This is making sure that the marketplace is clean and transparent and honest and has high integrity. There is a lot of good that people who write detailed feedback go bestow on the entire community. No doubt about it. But writing one feedback email when you're frustrated, I don't think you're achieving social service, an act of social service. And so maybe if no other choice works, I'll go for this. But I'm not such a fan. You're really, I won't say insulting, but putting down social service by saying one email is social service. Release her frustration. This will happen. What will she definitely achieve by giving feedback? You feel like you've cast a stone. You feel deeply that, hey, at least मैंने बोल तो दिया. At least I've told it. So release her frustration? Definitely yes. She will definitely achieve this. This is not asking about your objective, mind you. But what will you definitely have? I'm shooting for the stars, but I'll get this. I want the world to be changed. I want e-commerce websites to be cleaned up. I want the sellers to get clear communication. I want the website to mandatory dock some points. I want the seller to take this seriously and speak to his employee. All that. But at the very least, I'll remove my frustration. That I can achieve. Prove a point to her father. That's not the objective. He might have said something that even she might have been peeved with, but it was ordered twice. It didn't come out good. He's probably right in saying that, hey, why don't you buy it from the local shop? And so, not E, not A, not B. Between C and D, D would shade it. I would go with D. In the feedback column, Deepthi awarded 1 star out of the maximum 5 stars to the seller and described her negative experience. Later that evening, the sales head called and pleaded with her to retract her feedback and upgrade them to 5 star, as they had already fired the employee concerned. He appealed that they were a young organization and their sales were getting badly affected. Given the circumstances, what should be the ideal response? She should stick to her feedback and the stars awarded since she reported only what had taken place. I like this. I like this. I'll tell you why. Because there's not one mistake, but two. The first strike was sending the wrong sheets in the first place. Second one, you have a complaint and then they continue to call you. Third, after that they've sent a feedback email. Right? This is the two mistakes that have happened twice over. Second thing, they're not the information this guy is providing. It's on empathy grounds. He's just saying sorry. And he's saying I've taken action against the employee. This is not on any compensatory grounds. This is not solving my problem. Nor is this solving my problem. More importantly, this is unverifiable. As they had already fired the employee concerned. I don't know what other issues were there. They are not solving my problem. I'm not getting satin covers. And so, they didn't mess up once, they messed up twice. She should retract the feedback and award 5 star as the seller has already punished the concerned employee. My objective was not to get the employee punished. My objective was redressal. I'm not looking for vengeance. I'm looking for redressal. But if they had not gotten them fired but fixed my problem, made my life better, simpler, then there's something to go with it. Suppose you go to a restaurant and there's something the issue with the food. A decent restaurant will say, okay sir, ये पूरी अच्छा नहीं है, मैं आपको नया वाला plate दे देता हूँ. They come and give it to you. You feel nice, especially if the second one is good, replacement is good. You go, okay, there was an issue. This is not good. Okay, I told him, and then 5 minutes later, it has been replaced. He says, oh, this is not good. I will fire the cook, sir. It doesn't work. They fire the cook or not fire the cook and get a new cook. It does not solve my problem. I'm looking for redressal, not vengeance. She should retract the feedback and award 5 stars since sales are getting affected. So, don't get me wrong, but you're sending that feedback with complete awareness that sales could get affected. And sometimes some companies do less than great things and their sales do get affected. Such is life. Must happen. And so, if you're giving unfair, untrue, fake, negative feedback, and so sometimes I've been very peeved with those. We've had a few of those. I get very worked up. But you've been honest. Sales are getting affected. That's a consequence of having that feedback. And that's what happens if you don't treat your customers well. She should order again with the same seller and share her renewed experience. No, her issue is not fixed. None of this would have mattered if they had sent a replacement satin covers. If sales were seriously affected, they could have shipped another set of satin covers to her and said, "Sir, ma'am, really sorry. Have you at least received it?" Yep, you have indeed. Try this out. If you're okay with it, then please change your feedback. So instead of pleading and firing, they sent a satin cover. This might have been if its sales are getting seriously affected, they should look to fix it. They should look to get the customer on board rather than just pleading and firing somebody. I'm not ordering again. She should retain the feedback but award 3-star as a consolation measure. This is neither here nor there. There's no basis for going from 5 to 3 to 1, 5 to 1 to 3. So, not this either. This works. After a few months, the sales head inquired, in case you're using the cotton pillow covers and like them, kindly rate them on the e-commerce website. It'll help us serve our customers better. Later that evening, her father remarked, I really love these pillow covers, though I'm not sure why you bought so many of them. So they want satin, but the cotton ones are actually working better. And she was peeved because the cotton ones, the satin ones, they messed up. They sent cotton twice over. Let's look at this, which is the following reasons gives Deepthi the best rationale to ignore the sales head's request. Acceding to the request benefits just a seller, while her sore experience remains. Not necessary. You accede to the request, and then your sore experience is you're holding on to the fact that you've been shipped the wrong set of covers and you're not getting a good experience. You accede to this and say, look, this is fine. There's a decent chance that your feeling about this whole pillow buying experience improves. The experience of getting the cotton cases can't be changed. But what you feel cheated, you feel like you've got a poor product, that'll go away. You'll feel that look, the cotton thing is good. Yeah, good, okay. So I was not cheated. I was just given the wrong product, which actually, as it turns out, has actually been a decent product. So I won't say it benefits just a seller. And so her sore experience of having got the wrong product will remain, but her feeling toward that experience, that could be heavily mitigated. Right? Cotton pillow covers were delivered erroneously, hence the seller does not deserve appreciation. Yeah, but they're working. They seem to be working. And so that is, I wouldn't count. If the cotton pillows are working fine, then you can concede the fact, you can completely reiterate the fact that they sold the wrong product twice. But saying the seller does not deserve appreciation. This mistake was done, but they are working fine. And you have already punished them or conveyed that you are displeased with this. So maybe you can still change it. There's not sufficient ground for ignoring the sales head request. Acceding to the request will imply that she was wrong in ordering satin pillow covers in the first place. Of course, but there's nothing wrong with that. Yes, it'll mean that you should have probably ordered cotton covers, but there's nothing wrong with this. Why is that saying, okay, I wanted satin, but turns out cotton is better? Good. So accepting that you were wrong in the first place might actually be a very good thing. So not this. It's not even that she's going to be punished over it or she has to face judge and jury. So don't mind. She'll probably say, yeah, I got this one wrong. Might as well send the guy an appreciation mail or change the feedback and accept the fact that maybe from next time around I will order cotton instead of satin. If the seller truly cared about customers, they should have shipped the satin pillow covers by now. Yeah, they shipped the cotton ones once. That didn't work. I complained. They shipped it second time. So they made a mistake twice over. And then they called and pleaded with me to change the review and said they fired the employee. It would have been far simpler to ship satin covers and then say, ma'am, I've shipped the satin covers. Sorry about this. I'm also sending you a link. We've given you 3 sets of covers when you had bought only one. We'll definitely give you one for free. If the cotton covers are working fine, you might perhaps want to pay for it. I would have loved that. But they're not losing out. I'm getting my satin. They fixed the issue. And then I feel good about giving them the money for the one set of cotton covers. I'm getting the other for free anyway. A lot of the problems, this is a customer service issue. If as a provider, you can ask for feedback, review, good news, improvement, rating, all of that, only after you have fixed the problem. So you fix the problem and then the customer gets happy. The problem here is not even the quality of the pillow covers. The problem here is I ordered for satin, I've got cotton. Not once, twice for the same purchase. And so the company is unhappy and the customer is also unhappy. The company is unhappy because they've shipped 2 cotton things. Only one they've got paid for. Customer is unhappy because she didn't want cotton in the first place. So the issue from both ends gets fixed. She then gets the satin things. And then you send her an email saying, look, ma'am, we've shipped a satin ones to you. We've shipped you 2 cotton covers. You're using them and they're all right. Would you mind paying for one? She'll probably be thrilled to pay for one, change her review, have a good feeling, continue to order with them. Everything gets fixed. I think that in this experience, shipping the satin cover is a crucial piece of the jigsaw. And I think that would have changed everything. That would have been, that is the customer expectation. Whether it is stated or unstated, doesn't matter. So I'd go for this. Or I like this at least. Her review will lack credibility since there is no proof that she purchased the product. Not necessarily. I have reviewed on Amazon a few things that I have not bought from Amazon. And I've liked the product. I've picked it up from somewhere. I wanted to convey to the seller, the producer, the manufacturer, the people who are handling it. That was a good product. I find the best place to review in is always Amazon. I go there and say, look, I like this. It's true, it's honest, so I don't worry about the credibility of honest stuff. And so a well-written review, you can distinguish it from a fake review. You just go through it, you'll be able to figure out. And so I'm not sure it will lack credibility. Several purchases that are made on the e-commerce platform, they are fake. And so it's an important factor. I don't decry it. People who have actually purchased from the e-commerce thing have that little bit higher stake in giving feedback on that platform. No doubt about it. But it's not the only criterion. It's not like we have not made the purchase. There's no proof that you purchased the product. Therefore, there's no credibility. It doesn't work like that. And I would go for choice D. Especially because we want the best rationale to ignore the sales set request. The best rationale is this. If he really wanted my feedback, he would have shipped my satin covers. That is true. So they really want to fix the problem. The problem still is that I have not got my satin covers. That will get fixed with none of this, but just one act of actually shipping me the satin covers. Then give me a call and say, ma'am, have you received it? And then say, could you pay for the cotton covers? We've given you 2 of them. If you don't mind, pay for 1 of them. That's all right.
Saradeep was a proprietor of Saradeep & Sons Private Limited, an auto parts manufacturing company. He had 3 children, Tapsi, Kesar and Sandeep. His wife passed away when Sandeep, the youngest kid of the family, was only 8 years old. Tapsi, being the eldest sibling, was more of a mother to Kesar and Sandeep. Tapsi and Kesar joined Saradeep's business right after college because Saradeep trusted them immensely. He once told Kesar, I want key positions to be held by the people I trust. It's nice. Saradeep wanted Sandeep also to join his business like Kesar and Tapsi. Saradeep felt that Sandeep had a strong business sense, probably the best among his 3 children. Hence, Saradeep wanted Sandeep to take his higher education in business studies. However, Sandeep had other aspirations. He wanted to become a lawyer. Of late, he was offered admission to the prestigious National Law School, Bengaluru. As soon as he received the admissions offer, he rushed to share this news with his family members. Nice. So this is a classic thing. The entrepreneur wants his kids to inherit the business in some form. He wants them to run it and make it big and fulfill the dreams that he himself kind of nearly fulfilled, but not completely. The typical tale of parents living their lives slightly vicariously through their children. He wants, this sentence is interesting, he wants key position to be held by people whom he trusts. Right. By people whom he trusts, so he wants his family to be there. He wanted them to join, Tapsi and Kesar joined straight away. But he has his hopes pinned on Sandeep. He has even bigger things planned for Sandeep than he has perhaps for Tapsi and Kesar. Lovely. Let's do this. See the questions. Sandeep shared the news of the admission offer first with Kesar, who exhibited mixed feelings. It's coming to weird territory. He was happy for Sandeep's admission to the National Law School. Nevertheless, he was concerned about their father's reaction. Moreover, Saradeep had an anxiety attack a few months back and was working from their family mansion in Shimla. So they're pretty well off. Kesar advised Sandeep to delay sharing his selection news with their father. And so Kesar saying, look, dude, I understand this is a big deal for you. We'll hopefully make it work. But father's not in a position to listen to this news that you've got a great admit. He has big hopes pinned for you. He wants you to come back here and then do an MBA and whatnot. So Kesar says, just hold on. I'm not sure that's the best idea. If you're going to say, might as well get it out of the way. But Kesar says, hey, hold on. Which of the following, if true, will best enable Sandeep share the news with Saradeep without delay? So he has to go against Kesar's advice and say, hey, which of these will nudge him towards saying, you've got to share this news straight away. Right? Saradeep did not talk to Sandeep for weeks because he did not get the news of Sandeep's bike accident immediately from him. This is crucial. This is clearly saying, hey, Dad is going to be super peeved. That already seems like the patriarch in the family. He's like, you've got to listen to me. This is a path I have designed for you. Yet tumhare liye acha hai type. And it's already had one episode where he has shielded his dad from information or delayed some news to him, and he's kept away for weeks. So there's precedent here. Saradeep regarded law as a respectable profession. That doesn't matter. I don't think this matters too much. It's not that he has an issue with law versus engineering versus MBBS. He has an issue with doing something else apart from the family business. He has a son pegged for the future business leader. Come here, learn the trade, go do an MBA, come back and run the company. And I don't know whether it's really law as a profession that swings things here. Since childhood, Sandeep, before going to bed, usually shared all happenings of the day with Saradeep. This is interesting. So again, I'm tempted to go with this. I'm tempted because he usually shares, and then suddenly he withdraws in this crucial portion. He might feel like he's let down his father. He might feel like that he should have shared this with his father. So ostensibly good news. He's happy with it. It's a great college. Yes, he wants to go. So this is important. This could be it. Kesar had always been paranoid about his family ever since the untimely demise of his mother. This is true. If this is the case, then Kesar always overreact, chal jaake bata dete hai. So, but I think A and C are closer. Pinning it on Kesar's behavior rather than Sandeep's own or Saradeep's or their relationship driven thing. So I'm not such a big fan of this. A or C is slightly better. Even after the anxiety attack, Saradeep walked 4 kilometers daily. Whether that is reducing his anxiety or he himself is walking 4 kilometers a day, so he's seriously working on it. That means he must be really anxious. So again, this is tangential between A and C for my money. Sandeep, this is a precedent. You don't talk if father gets super peeved. He's a patriarch and it gets on his nerves. Gets worked up. You've always had the habit of sharing. You always share the day's events with your father. Both. This is from more Sandeep's point of view. I want to share. I've got this. I'm going to tell my father. I share everything with him. This is what it is. This is my life. This doesn't go down well. The relationship gets spoiled. So between these two, between A and C, I had a tough time picking it. Then the answer is A, because it's a clear precedent that because he did not get the news of Saradeep's bike accident immediately from him. So deferring the news, not telling him straight away, telling him after a while, after the news has been digested by everyone else, after cushioning the blow or keeping him at one step distance, that pisses off his father no end. Not knowing the news immediately is a serious issue. There's a direct precedent for this. So there's a piece of information, you don't tell the father immediately, you delay it, he gets super peeved. That information is available directly on a platter in choice A. That's an automatic precedent, therefore it will go there. It's a tough one. I was torn between A and C, almost like flipping a coin. Very easily I could have gone for C, or another day I would have gone for C. Or I don't know, maybe I checked the answer and saw that it was A and convinced myself. So between A and C, I can go that far. I'm not saying that this is a dead cert, but that this precedent, direct precedent angle is probably a factor that swings it. Saradeep requested Kesar to decide on the head of a new manufacturing plant. The plant and its culture had to be molded in the same way as their other plants. Kesar wanted to identify a candidate acceptable to Saradeep. Right? Which of the following candidates is the best choice for the position? Taapsee, who headed another plant, which was 2 hours away from the new plant, could be requested to take the additional charge. Yeah, but this is a short-term fix. Plant just 2 hours away. You want to have a head who gets the culture slowly. So if you say, hey, there's an issue here, ask Taapsee to start till we search for a new guy, and that might take 6 weeks. That's all right. But you can't do a 2-hour thing and manage 2 plants at the same time. The culture might work, but you're going to burn out and going to cause 100 other problems. And so it's a short-term thing. I would have gone for this, but you want to create a new plant in the same mode. You not necessarily have somebody fudge it for a short while. Sandeep had about 10 months left to join the National Law School. No. You want to start a plant, build it, create the subculture, create its own culture, create a culture in sync with group values. You can't do it in 10 months. At the end of the 10 months or end of 7 months or 8 months when Sandeep is leaving, a new guy has to come. He has to kind of inherit this and carve out his own territory. No short-term fix. No, definite no. Suhasini, an MBA graduate and Kesar's wife, who had been a homemaker for 15 years. Yep. This is probably a point. She's an MBA graduate. She's quite clearly someone whom the family can trust, and trust ranks high in several family enterprises, and particularly this one, we stated in the question. But she's not been in the mix for 15 years, and that's an issue. So that's a long time, and for a crucial job. For instance, suppose you say, hey, Suhasini wants to get into the family business, let her start off with some role, learn her way, get to know the people, and then rise to a position of leadership. That might have worked. But to go and say, hey, we know you, we trust you, you're part of our family, go and lead this plant. But be too much of a burden on Suhasini and too much of a risk for the plant. This 15 years is a big deal. And so I'm not a big fan of this either. Surendra, the deputy head of their largest plant, who had been with them for 30 years and would retire in 7 years. I'm taking this. I don't even really want to read E. This guy's been there, the deputy head of their largest plant. He knows this inside out. They've been with them for 30 years. So super wonderful long career he's had with them. So the trust, loyalty, all that is built in. And would retire in 7 years. 7 years is long term. 7 years is long term. No company is planning for a 40-year cycle. 7 years is long term to run a plant. So there's visibility, there's experience and trust, there's experience in the role. It's a no-brainer. I'm still going to read E. Dhanush, the most technically qualified employee who joined the organization 3 years back straight from college. Good. He probably the guy who can inherit a new plant another 10 years down the line, 7 years down the line, 6 years down the line, but he's just 3 years into it. You can't take a leadership of a plant thing on the back of technical qualification with so little experience. So Surendra, this is a question which I was super happy marking the choice. I was like nice and confident, yeah, this is going to be right. So choice D it is. Kesar was also concerned about Taapsee's reaction to Sandeep joining the National Law School. She wanted to be a fashion designer. However, Saradeep dissuaded her from doing anything other than production engineering. She was very upset with her father's decision back then. Nevertheless, over time, she became a staunch supporter of her father's values and beliefs. Currently, she headed one of the plants, which also happened to be the best run company plant. Kesar felt that she would not take Sandeep's decision well. She might try to prevent Sandeep from pursuing higher studies in law. And so, this could probably be a scenario of Kesar overthinking it. She has had something that she wants to do, and that has been thwarted. And she said, look, okay, that's gone. I'll anyway be happy, I'll do this. She hasn't come to share her father's values and beliefs. She works with him. He's ostensibly a nice guy. He's probably a patriarch who therefore has set in his views of what his children should do. But quite perhaps a wonderful father other than this, and obviously a sound businessman. And so obviously she shares his values and beliefs. There's nothing per se in the rest of the story that suddenly makes you wonder that Taapsee is going to react very differently to this. So she's going to feel the same way Kesar feels, that perhaps her father will not take it well. I don't know why Taapsee herself will have an issue with that. Which are following, if true, will best assuage Kesar's fear regarding Taapsee. But best assuage Kesar's fear regarding Taapsee. So Kesar is worried that Taapsee herself has moved over to the dark side, saying, look, you shall not do what you want to do. Yeah, so what will best assuage Taapsee's fear? Kesar's fear regarding Taapsee's behavior. Taapsee, in a marked departure from family tradition, was fully supported by her family when she decided to marry her batchmate soon after college. So this is interesting because the father has said, look, you can't do anything else. But then she's married, whoever she wants to marry. But there could be a kind of loosening of tradition when it comes to matrimony, which is perhaps not available for employment, because the father is still keen that Sandeep come back to run the plant. This is, look, you like the guy you marry, I'm okay, but company to sirf hame chalana type. So not a direct parallel, because this is a personal life and there's no sense from here. And more than this could have been best assuaged Kesar's fear regarding Saradeep's reaction, not regarding Taapsee. This is not something new that we know about Taapsee. This is about how Saradeep has accepted this. Taapsee mentored an online startup dedicated to women's fashion in her free time. This is just her hobby. She's still holding on to what she wanted to do. She likes doing that. So she's made her peace with the fact that she runs this factory. But in her free time, she does her own thing. Interesting. I like this because it says that, look, if you want to do something, if you're interested in fashion, you can still work in a normal company, automobile spare part thing, but still hang on to your fashion thing. See, Taapsee, in a fashion school convocation speech, said that she still harbored a dream of quitting the family business for becoming a fashion designer. In a moment of whimsy, perhaps she says, hey, I just want to do that. This is super good. Why? Because Kesar is afraid that Taapsee will not appreciate what Sandeep is about, what Sandeep is brought to the key decision making point. But Taapsee still feels, and she still feels let down by her father's decision or many years ago, preventing her going to this. She does share her father's values and beliefs now, but she understands the pain of letting go something that you love, you like. Right? So in a fashion school convocation space, she still harbored a dream, even today, quitting and doing her own thing. Even though she's come to accept her father's values and beliefs, she still has the dream. So she understands the pain of having to let go some other profession or stream that you love because the father is saying, look, you can't do that. So she can empathize with Sandeep. So if this is true, then Sandeep coming and she would not take, she definitely takes Sandeep's decision. Sandeep comes and says, look, mujhe law karna hai. She'll be like, yaar tu kar. I was prevented from doing it, and I still feel like I might have been enjoyed the fashion designing thing. So you feel like it, go for it. She might connect with it, empathize with it if she still has her own dream. So I really like this. Taapsee gifted Sandeep a sports bike on his 19th birthday, even when Saradeep was completely against it. It was tangential. Right? But it gives us an insight into characters. So I want to come back to this. Look at the last one. When Sandeep was 8, he supported Taapsee's desire to pursue fashion designing. It was long back. I don't think this is a look, you scratch my back, I scratch your back type thing. They look out for each other. She will do something that she thinks is good for Sandeep. I don't think she holds on to what happened eons ago about this. Of course he's helped, but he's an 8-year-old. He was an 8-year-old kid. It's just based on love for his sister than anything more than that. It's not a serious family drama here. So this is a good factor, but I don't think it's crucial. I want to revisit D because I was surprised about why it is there. Why it is there among these choices. What is the key point here? Taapsee gifted Sandeep a sports bike on his 19th birthday, even when Saradeep was completely against it. It's a beautiful thing. There is not, in this whole backstory, this thing, Kesar felt that she would not take Sandeep's decision well, but she's come to accept her father's values. When Kesar says she would not take Sandeep's decision well, it is his interpretation of how Taapsee would take this based on how their father would take it. The biggest opposition is going to come from Saradeep, not from Kesar, not from Taapsee. Taapsee is not going to have an issue with Sandeep trying to do something on his own. So even if her opposition comes, it's going to be from the point of view of, hey, what does father think? How is it going to go down with him? How is he going to be super peeved by it? That's where the opposition is going to come from. This point does not address it, whereas D addresses it head on. Taapsee is comfortable doing something for Sandeep, letting him have his way, fully knowing that it's going to completely anger her father. She says he has to do his own thing. If father is angry about it or upset about it, such is life. We'll roll with it. Which is why D is the right answer. There's clear precedent for Taapsee comfortably doing Sandeep or Sandeep, letting Sandeep live his life, letting Sandeep take his own path, endorsing it, supporting it, helping it, giving a pat on the back, fully in the knowledge that his father is not going to be happy with it. It's a classic case of Sandeep doing something which is probably good, nice, something that he wants to do, which his father is dead against, and Taapsee saying, Sandeep, do it, don't worry. I'll help you. I'll buy you a bike. So bike chahiye, I'll get you a bike. But father will be paid, like, that's wo to hota hai, we'll handle it. So this is a classic instance of a wonderful precedent of the exact parallel. Sandeep wants to do something which father is not going to agree with at all. Taapsee comes to know of it. She thinks Sandeep can do his own thing, is capable. And if father will be peeved about it, so be it, we'll handle it. And this has happened before, which is why this is the right answer, because the key issue is not how Taapsee feels about it, but how Taapsee feels about her father not feeling correct about it. What is Taapsee's reaction to father not taking the news well? If father really doesn't like it, such is life. You've got to do what you've got to do. That's her view, which is why choice D is most appropriate. It looks very counterintuitive, but it's a classic precedent in this. Amish is the marketing head of an e-commerce firm named Fill-In-Cart. Nice, Fill-In-Cart, appropriately named. Recently, Fict signed a contract with a top celebrity to endorse their firm. Nice. A few months later, the celebrity was signed as the ambassador to promote tourism in a small country, Wadia, ruled by a dictator. And the dictator, in his zeal to bring peace to the region, brutally suppressed an armed uprising in Wadia. He is currently facing sanctions imposed by a few countries. When the news of the celebrity's association with Wadia become public, calls for boycott of FICT start trending on social media. It's several grey areas here. Wadia is ruled by a dictator. Knowing that fully that guy is a dictator, our man hero signed up for this, with a top celebrity, whoever he is. He signed up for it, knowing fully well that it's run by a dictator. Perhaps some places are ruled by dictators, but it's not the end of the world. Democracy need not be there everywhere. So, the dictator, in his zeal to bring peace to the region, so he's perhaps a guy who's worried about it being peaceful, brutally suppressed an armed uprising. So he's saying, look, this is an act of terror. Some people are fighting about it. They're having an uprising. I'll suppress it. Make sure that everybody is peaceful. Several grey areas here. Whether the uprising was reasonable, whether the suppression was overcooked. There are fine lines here. He's currently facing sanctions imposed by a few countries. So the immediate reaction is you're suppressing something, we'll impose sanctions on you. So that has come in. Even that doesn't automatically mean there's no grey area involved. Right? When the news of the celebrities associated with Wadia becomes public, calls for boycott of FIC. This is the built-in response. We see some news, we attack a celebrity for whatever it is. I don't know whether we process all the grey areas here. So there are calls for boycott of FICT because this guy is linked with FICT. Very tenuous connection. Maybe the celebrity made a mistake with Wadia, but we want to boycott FICT because we are outraged by this. Kinds of outrage sells more than anything else. And this is happening all too frequently these days, several times for no good reason. I still remember the glorious days when the Snapchat CEO said something against India, and which did not put India in great light, but it was not untrue either. And then in a moment of triumphant nationalism, people downvoted Snapdeal in a massive act, with the mass hysteria moment. So it was very funny. None of these really last for much longer than that. But let's look at the questions. Amish is concerned with the trending boycott calls and its probable impact on FICT's brand image. So it's very important. So the celebrity getting beaten up over his endorsement with Wadia, that is one aspect. But the celebrity being associated with FICT is going to tarnish his. You want to be associated with the celebrity, but not with all the shadier things he has done. And so you've got to find only his good part and share in that. Right? Given the social media backlash, which of the following courses of action will help Amish best defend FICT's continued association with it? He wants to continue. and he has to find some way of figuring out and absolving the celebrity from the blame of the dictator, done by the dictator. Ignore social media backlash, assuming that in a few days a new issue will start trending. This is spot on. Several times this is what you should do. Something will come and you just stay put, it will fly away. But obviously, as an answer choice, we cannot do this. The passive response is frowned upon. So I will not mark an answer choice that gets frowned upon. So this is a passive response. We're not doing that. So it's an easy one to eliminate. Publicize on social media that FICT has nothing to do with the celebrity's association with other brands. This is okay, but it's like, I've got this guy on board because I want some of his stardust to rub on me. Why does he have stardust? Because he's a celebrity, because he has something to bring to me. That's the same stardust he's bestowing on other people. And then finally, when things don't work out, you say, okay, his stardust will rub on me, his other associations don't work on me. You are getting a celebrity to endorse you. If the celebrity falls out of favor because of other brand association, that is your problem. It becomes inevitably your problem. You cannot then say, okay, the celebrity stardust is the problem with that association, but not with mine. You can't get away with it. Declare on social media that FICT chose the celebrity for his philanthropic works. This could work because you're saying, look, hey, B doesn't work that much. This could work. Hey, he's a good guy. He's done so much good work. Don't fixate on one thing with a dictator and problem that you don't understand. Our man is a philanthropist. He's made money. He's given tons of it away for free. He's a good guy. And that is why we have selected him. Keep in mind that there are gray areas involved here, and that the good part here is the one that needs to be highlighted. That's nice. I would think about this seriously. Withdraw all advertisements involving the celebrity from all the media platforms till the social media moves to another issue. This is passive. He wants to have continued association with the celebrity. This basically says withdraw. This is against this. I drop him like a pack of hot potatoes. Moment the issue comes in, I can't sneak him back. That means social media will declare victory and say, look, FICT dumped our superhero or whoever the celebrity is. And then you sneak him back through the back door, then somebody is going to raise an issue. This is withdrawing, not giving an endorsement of the relationship. Publicize on social media that celebrities' endorsement of Wadia tourism will help improve the livelihoods of Wadia's poor. This could be a serious thing, because this one not only addresses like choice C says, hey, our celebrity has done a lot of philanthropic work, look this side. Whereas choice C says that his association with Wadia, you're looking at that Wadia problem by thinking what the dictator has done to one uprising and how he has got sanctions from a few countries. But because he's the ambassador and they endorse that tourism, several people for whom the lives will improve. Their lives are going to improve irrespective of whether an uprising has been put down or sanctions have come down, whatever. So the fact that our celebrity has endorsed this is going to make so many people's life better. Why would you want to have a backlash from that? Given that we know there are several factors to this. There is a dictator, and there has been an uprising. He wanted peace, therefore he's put it down. He's facing sanctions. Where the gray areas in this, we don't know. Like those cards fall where they fall. Because our man has endorsed, several poor are going to be better off. And if we create a backlash on that, it is an issue that we are letting down those poor people. They're already under a dictator. On top of it, you're letting down because of some outrage that you have. So this directly addresses the Wadia problem and says, hey, notwithstanding this dictator and those sanctions, our celebrity endorsing Wadia is a good thing for Wadia's poor. This is taking the problem head on and saying, look, Wadia might have a dictator. Dictator might be little over enthusiastic in putting down people and killing them. But our celebrity endorsing it improves the lives of poor people. In the end, that matters. So therefore, we cannot solve that problem. That's how it is. There are dictators, there are uprisings. Dictators put down uprisings. With or without the celebrity, that's going to happen. But because of the celebrity, several poor people's lives are getting better. So sometimes you have to look the other way and carry on. So this takes the problem head on and says, hey, the people's lives are going to get better. So let's not lose sight of that. This I would like more than this, because it says this casts the celebrity in good light. Hey, this guy is good. This puts the Wadia story in a different light. Therefore, I would go with this. FICT's closest competitor, Shop at Us, wants to grab this opportunity. They've come up with a slogan, never at the cost of human rights. I mean, I don't know where they come from. They create wonderful cases. I hope such real-time lunacy doesn't come to be the shape of our social media, which has started trending in social media. Wonderful. Amish is unsure if he should respond to the social media campaign of the competitor. Which of the following options, if true, will best assure Amish that SAU slogan is not affecting FICT's business negatively? That guy is turning at the bandwagon. I don't think Shop at Us is trying to land a blow on FICT as much as he is trying to just be part of something that's trending so that people click somewhere and land at Shop at Us and buy something. Everybody is selling junk. So try to get people to buy the junk through your e-commerce website. For that, be part of any and every event that is passing by. Sometimes it's just get those clicks in. So I don't think there's a serious competitive animosity playing a role as much as, okay, there's some news going on, let me be a part of it. From Shop at Us point of view, sometimes you respond to them, sometimes you should back, depending on how the impact is. More people are looking for cash on delivery for the high-end products since the SAU slogan launch, which is against companies' policies. This doesn't give us much. This is perhaps an independent trend. Some people are looking for cash on delivery for some high-end products. Nothing to do with SAU and their launch. FICT's average monthly sales revenue has decreased by 3% overall when compared with the same month previous year. Which of the following options, if true, will best assure Amish that it is not affecting FICT's? No, this is not it. If this were true, I'd be worried. If this were true, I'll be sitting there thinking, oh my God, my sales are down. It's perhaps because of this Badia thing, perhaps because of celebrity thing, perhaps because of Shop at Us thing. Maybe they're also piling onto this. It's just the wrong time. I need to respond. My sales are down. I'm worrying like that. FICT's average monthly sales revenue has increased by 1% since last month. This is nice. I'm up month on month. I'm up 1%. This let sleeping dogs lie. People are landing a blow, but I'm all right. I'll survive this. I'll ride this out. I'm growing. I'll focus on my business. This social media stuff will go out. I'm not that worried. FICT's average monthly sales volume has increased by 5% since the SAU slogan launch, driven by the sales to repeat customers. This is even better than this. It has increased by 5%. Previous one was only 1%. Previous one was 1% since last month. This is 5% since the slogan launch. Driven by the sales to repeat customers. Customers are finding this. They liked you. They've perhaps seen the slogan. They still like you. It's a clearest indication that the guys who liked you continue to patronize you because they are buying from you in larger volumes. Then they're not worried about this Shop at Us bandwagon catching. This is lovely. Numbers are up. Numbers are up sharp from the time the slogan was launched. By customers who patronized you originally, they continue to patronize you. Everything is good. Numbers are up since the launch. The guys are buying, continuing to buy, and they're up sharp specifically. D better than C, therefore C is out. Number of visitors to FICT's homepage has increased by 15% since the SAU slogan launch. This is the instant that's traffic to your place. I see this never at the cost of human rights. I read up about this and then I find out that, they're talking about this because the celebrities in endorsement of Badia's tourism and the fact that FICT is associated. Okay, what is this FICT? I want to click. A bunch of this could be curiosity click. This means there are more people coming in. Are they putting money where their mouth is? Are they voting with their wallets? Are they saying that, hey, I won't buy from here. I'm not going to spend more money here. I'm staying out of this place. They are going against my ethos. I don't want this. My belief of how the world should be. We don't know. The more people are coming here. It could be the fact that they're saying natural people just browsing and they're not caring about this. People continuing to buy because they don't care about this. Or people just clicking here to see what is happening because they've heard the news. My numbers that are up, talking about sales numbers, they mean more to me than traffic numbers. Traffic could go either way. But sales is money. I'm a commercial enterprise. So I don't have to worry about it. FICT's business negatively. It's not affecting FICT's business yet. Today's traffic is probably tomorrow's revenue, so it matters. But I don't know whether that bounce is one-off because of curiosity or one-off because of negativity or sustainable business bounce. I can't make that decision here. Whereas this is clear. The guys who patronize me continue to patronize me. They're buying more from me ever since that launch. Choice D it is. Tract, a major travel and hospitality conglomerate, operates globally with a significant presence in Vadia. Ever since the celebrity has signed a contract with Vadia Tourism, the number of international tourists in Vadia has increased manyfold. I thought manyfold should have been M-A-N-I-F-O-L-D. Companies like Tract have a great hope towards the future of tourism in Vadia. Consequently, Tract is looking forward to increase its investment in Vadia. However, Tract is concerned about the social media backlash against the celebrity. Tract fears that the celebrity may terminate its contract with Vadia Tourism. Interesting. This guy has been a big deal for this country, for the tourism. He's come and said, oh, lovely place to visit. I've gone several times. It's beautiful. You should come and check it out too. And people across the world, he's a big celebrity, have taken that input and said, look, he sees it's a beautiful place. I must visit it. The tourism is looking up. Tract has invested more. They like it. But now they're worried. If this guy, based on some backlash, says, look, I'm staying away from Vadia, I'm pulling this contract, then the buzz around Vadia will fall. And then that could affect their business. So they will want to be reassured that the celebrity continues his relationship with Vadia. Let's see which choice comes there. Which of the following data available in the public domain will best assure Tract that the celebrity will continue his association with the tourism sector of Vadia? Last week, the celebrity announced that any backlash against him is a support for terrorism. He's fighting back. You hit me, that means you're supporting terrorism. It's not an uprising, it's a terrorist act. So the dictator has put it down for good measure. So good. So he's fighting, he's doubling down on this theme. If you said this, then he can't tomorrow say, I can be withdrawing from Vadia in any case. So good, I like that. A week back, the celebrity released videos of the interiors of Vadia where the poor need help. Again, good point. He's highlighting the plight of the poor and saying, hey, we cannot let these people down. So be careful what you're thinking about as a backlash. I like this less because this is hands off the Vadia tourism link. It's just showing video of the poor. Recently, the celebrity pledged 5% of his annual income towards global poverty alleviation, which is nice, but this is tangential. The celebrity is good. I am interested in the celebrity being good, and I'm interested in him having a strong association with Vadia. He could do this and dump Vadia. He said, look, I'm focusing my efforts on malaria and AIDS, no longer on tourism because poverty alleviation is important. And then I want him to be linked with Vadia. I want him to be linked with tourism. I want him to not worry about backlash on social media or fight back against that. Last fortnight, the celebrity declared on social media that upliftment of the poor is his biggest goal in the coming decade. Nice. But upliftment of poor could happen in his own country, across the world, in fighting disease. The Vadia link has to be established. That's important. So A and B, I like. C and D, less so. A week back, the celebrity signed on as a goodwill ambassador of the kingdom of Dubia, where recently the king ferociously crushed insurgency. This I like. Why? Because it speaks directly to the issue. You guys are fighting back. There's a social media backlash against him because the dictator crushed an insurgency. Then our man looks at us and says, looks nice. I see you social media backlash and I raise you one. Now I'm associated one more guy, another dictator who crushed ruthlessly. I'm not driven. I'm not going to be swung by social media backlash against human rights violations of dictator-run countries. That's not such a big deal for me. So again, he's doubling back. He basically says, Vadia, Dubia, I don't care. Dictator crushing rebellion, I don't care. Clearly, if I see any of this, I'm like, look, I'm doubling down on this. So A, B, E, all I like. Here is doubling down. He's saying, look, any backlash against him is a support for terrorism. You hit me, that means you're helping those terrorists. And you're helping, so the dictator is doing a good job. So he's fighting back. I like that. A week back, celebrity released videos of the interiors of Vadia where the poor need help. This is a little bland. I'm going to dump this. This is videos of interiors of Vadia where the poor need help. So this is he releases videos where poor need some help. He might still drop Vadia, poor need some help. That's what they've asked me to release. I'm releasing, or I'm compassionately releasing. I might walk it back. So this is between this and this. This is a statement. This is signing on. Therefore, this more tangible thing. A week back, he signed on. This statement is saying, look, Vadia, Dubia, Alpha Beta, yeah, another guy run by dictator. I'm there. If me endorsing will help your tourism helps some poor, I mean, whether it's a dictator running it or not, I don't care. The whole backlash is because of a dictator, and not just a dictator who's crushed an insurgency. Where recently the king ferociously crushed an insurgency. Our celebrity is basically saying, king crushing insurgency, I don't give a damn. I'm not only making a statement, I'm signing on. Anywhere dictators want insurgencies crushed and still a celebrity endorsement, I'm your guy. So he's putting his hand up, putting money where his mouth is, or taking money where his mouth is. I'm saying, hey, I'm here. I don't care about your dictator insurgency trampling records. If it can help poor, casting him in good light, if I can help poor, and there's reasonable cost, how you run your country and how there is an issue for that, I don't care about. I'm putting money. This is a classic case of not just making a statement, but taking an action. So in our exam, precedents and actual events that are clearly happening, something that sets a precedent, that's super important. This is a super precedent. I'm worried whether he'll pull the plug on this. He's gone and signed another one. Why will he pull the plug on this? I'm super happy. I'm worried that he'll pull the plug with Wadia. Dubia seems to be very similar and just ferociously crushed insurgency. If anything worse, I'm worried that there's something iffy in this Wadia relationship and he might pull the plug. He goes in and signs a contract with something which is far worse than Wadia, arguably. And last week, after he signed on with Dubia, there is no way he can pull the plug on Wadia. Only after this whole incident, he's gone and signed on another one. He's doubling down on it, clearly. This is just a fight back. If somebody comes and says this is not terrorism, the insurgents are not terrorists, they are fighting for their rights. India's freedom for independence was not an act of terrorism. I think what a backlash against you is not a thing of terror. He could be swayed. This is nothing. This is not a statement. It's not just a sentence. This is signing up. He's taking money from another guy, saying, I'm committing to promoting you guys also, which is a replica of Wadia. I'm worried about his relationship with Wadia. He's gone and signed another with Dubia. Why should I be worried? So this is the right answer. Let's choose one. HR promotion. Ashraf has been working at a cybersecurity firm called Newtech Private Limited for 7 years. Having missed a promotion in the previous appraisal cycle, Ashraf is anxious about it in the upcoming cycle. Ashraf is aware that the HR head is meeting the top management to discuss promotions sometime soon. At Newtech, the HR head recommends names for promotions to the top management based on input from the functional teams. The crucial role, crucial meeting for Ashraf. On a Friday afternoon, Ashraf receives an email from Sridevi, the HR head. It reads, "Hi, I need an urgent framework from you. Please respond if you're free." It was the first time that Sridevi ever contacted him. Surprised, Ashraf immediately replies saying, "How can I help you, Sridevi? Regards, Ashraf." In a couple of minutes, he receives a reply. "Ashraf, I'm in the middle of an important meeting, but I have to urgently send gift vouchers worth 50,000 to one of our important clients. If you could please purchase and send the gift vouchers to the email address given below at the earliest." Seems like a reasonable enough request. I'm stuck here. I need to do this. Bail me out. Sridevi apparently knows about Ashraf, knows that he's a capable guy. He can do this. That's good. That's good. Ashraf, without any delay, sends gift vouchers worth rupees 50,000 to the given email address. So he's being asked to do something, and then he does it. If it had been a personal favor, I would have been worried. Go pick this one up. Go drop them. Write it. Do something borderline unethical. Do something personal. All of those I would have frowned upon. This is a business request, and I forgot to do this. Bail me out. That's completely all right. And so if it's unethical or personal, then there are some murky lines. I don't think there's something unethical or personal here. Lovely. Ashraf feels happy after this brief email interaction with Sridevi. Which are the following statements, if true, will best make Ashraf strongly hopeful about his imminent promotion? So here. Which of the following statements, if true, will best make Ashraf strongly hopeful about his imminent promotion? So this is the context, and it's something, one of these, if true, would make him very hopeful about it. Ashraf's immediate junior, Shamsher, who worked closely with Sridevi, was promoted last year. All right. So if Sridevi knows you work with her, then your chances get perked up. All right. I'm not bowled over by it. There's one instance, one junior who worked with her. Maybe it was a relevant project. Maybe he was a HR guy. It looks like if you know Sridevi, you have a chance. I don't want those lines. I'm not jumping with joy with this choice. It is for the first time ever that Sridevi directly approached Ashraf to contact a client. I like this. Is this nice? Better than this. Effectively, because it conveys to me that Sridevi knows, and she's picked up the phone or she's picked up her email and said, "Hey, do this for me." She knows my name. It's likely that she'll push me. How could she have known my name unless it was to look for a promotion and pitch it to top management? So that's the way Ashraf's mind could work, and this is probably better than this. So, Sridevi chose Ashraf over others for help while in the midst of a meeting with the top management. Yeah, this is better. One, if I make this, it's not that she made a request to me. She made a request to me, to Ashraf, looking over several other people. So there's a degree of trust and faith and something that says, hey, if I give it to Ashraf, this will get done. And every organization, there are a couple of guys who are very reliable and trustworthy like that. So if I give it to him, he'll get it done. So I don't have to worry about it. So Sridevi thinks of Ashraf as that guy, not just some guy, but that guy who can be trusted to do this properly. So if this were true, so I'm liking C better than A and B now. Look at D. Ashraf heard from his industry friends that HR heads accept favors for recommending employees promotions. Nothing to do with this question. Sridevi is not accepting favors in kind of insidious way that this is suggesting here. Accept favors. And so this is not said it's said in a pejorative way. Accept favors. Right? Who accepts favors? It's like the policeman, traffic constable accept favors to make sure in exchange for letting you go without license. Accept favors is a phrase like that. And so something sly, something underhanded is suggested. Sridevi did not ask, nor did she get anything that comes in that category. This has nothing to do with this. Sridevi is known for elite social circle and extravagant lifestyle. Randomly sling one at Sridevi. Doesn't help. Right? So none of these C and D and E are easily eliminated. Between A, B, and C, A is only modest. Anecdotal evidence of just one instance, not bowled over by that. B and C, between B and C, like this particular thing, Sridevi chose Ashraf over others for him. So she's saying, hey, this guy will get it done for me. He has the smarts, he has the competency, he has the capability, he's trustworthy, he's reliable. So many things comes with it, choosing Ashraf over others, but which is why I think C will be it. Yep. Ashraf does not hear anything from Sridevi in the next few days. Anxious, he meets up with Sridevi and inquires if the gift vouchers were appreciated by the client. This surprises Sridevi, who closely scrutinizes Ashraf's emails and discovers they originated from Sridevi at newtix.com instead of Sridevi at newtech.com, an official email. So this is not Sridevi who sent this email. Ashraf has been scammed. A wonderful scam, if you think about it. So they know that there's a HR person, they know the promotion cycle is coming around, they know the name, they know the email address. They just run a scam with a dummy ID and get 50,000 vouchers, and the guy is not going to go and ask her immediately. So well played scam, in fact, but it's a scam. Taken aback, Ashraf requests Sridevi's help in getting compensated by the company for his 50,000 loss. His 50,000 is gone out of something that could be attributable to his own mistake. He didn't see this, but it's still a scam. You've been victim of a scam while operating in office. And so he could ask for that. Good companies, if they're in a good place and it happens to be in good hands in that moment, they have decent revenue, some reserves. Ashraf is a capable long-term resource, and they could waive this off. So that's what he's pitching for. Sridevi asks Ashraf to justify his compensation demand. Ashraf gives the following reasons. I heard, however, my financial rectitude is on record. This is reasonable, important. The mea culpa sitting right there is very good. I heard, it's my mistake. But I'm not a part of this scam. I'm a decent guy. I have a good record. There's just one mistake. Bail me out this time. Good approach. I like one straight away. I acted in the greater interest of the company. All right. I don't know where the greater interest of the company comes in, which is bailing out Sridevi. Whether sending gift vouchers to 2 clients is the crucial thing important for the company, I cannot say. But it is important in as much as it is for the company. It is not some personal thing that he messed up. He was doing something for the company, he thought it was urgent, it had to be done, and he did it. He's not doing this in his personal capacity. He's not doing it in order to enrich himself or his friends or help someone out in his own personal capacity. He's doing it for the company. That is good. but greater interest of the company. Not like it's a crucial thing, it's just to give voucher. So that's why I like it, but I'm not jumping over the job. The spam mail reached my inbox due to the failure of the company's email filter. Yeah, it's part of the blame sits with the company. This new titch should never have come without an alert. Yeah, but again, I'm less keen on this because it's some amount of blame shifting. Yeah, I am not to blame. The spam filter did not work. Your spam filter's mistake has cost me to lose 50,000. Maybe as a secondary, tertiary point, but I won't lead with that. A new tech employee who was robbed of 20,000 of company's cash was not punished. And so this is a parallel, it's an analogous incident, which is interesting. So there has been an instance of this happening previously. There's a couple of issues with it. He was robbed and he was not punished. It's not saying he was compensated. Who was robbed of rupees 20,000 of the company's cash. The company's cash is gone. It's not their money. So, okay, the compensation argument is invalid. He was robbed of 20,000 of the company's cash, was not punished. Not an instance of some other, it just looks like a similar scenario of money being lost. But I think there's a difference here. There's a company transaction and this guy has been robbed of the money doing the transaction. But this is a separate transaction for which he seeks to be compensated because it was run through using somebody's name in the company. Some similarities, it's all right, but I don't think there's a direct parallel here. Here, guy is taking company cash, somebody robs him, he's not penalized for it, so the 20,000 loss is taken by the company. But it was originally the company's cash, it's taken by it, it's not claimed back from this person. Here, Ashraf has lost the money, the company has to compensate him for it. So there's a subtle difference, not a huge one, but a subtle difference. So it's all right, but I'm not jumping up. In the past, some of my acquaintances had been similarly duped. This I don't like. Some have been similarly duped. You should have been more careful. If you have an instance of this having happened, that should be like a warning. You can't walk into a trap having known that some friend of yours has gone through the exact trap. So I don't like 1. I don't like 5. I really like 1. And 2, 3, 4, I'm all right. So if there is one choice with 1 and 2 of 2, 3, and no 5 in it, I'll be happy. There's a 5 here. There's a 5 here. There's no 1 here. Stay out. But I have a 1, 2, 4 and a 1, 2, 3. I hate these. I thought I'm on good wicket. I really like this and I don't want this. I want 1 to be in and 5 to be out. With that, I thought I'll get choices where I can get away with it. No, it doesn't look like that. So 1 and 2 are in. Between 3 and 4, we need to pick one. The spam mail reached my inbox due to the failure of the company's email filter. So there's some amount of culpability that the company also has. A new tech employee who was robbed of 20,000 of company's cash was not punished. I think between these two, it's a fine margin. I would go with 3 because there is this. It is not completely independent of company operations. It's not like the company is blame free in this. I got an email which is suspiciously similar looking ID, which shouldn't have come through the spam filter. The spam filter should have been looking for newtitch.com. They didn't. So 1, 2, 3 it would be, but very marginal. It's important to eliminate these. Then sometimes it boils down to a little bit of luck. Between 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 4, it is all, in my mind at least, there's not much to pick. And I've gone with 1, 2, 3 sliver better because it doesn't look like an exact pattern. Sridevi begins to doubt Ashraf's competencies given the way he handled the phishing emails. Thus, she convenes a meeting with the senior leadership to discuss Ashraf's role in the company. In the meeting, she shares the following observations. Ashraf is poor at verbal communication, which is critical at subsequent level. Very important. So it's not just this incident, but he's poor at verbal communication. So going further, that's going to become more and more crucial. He might have a good skill set to do a bunch of things right till here, but maybe he's not geared to step up from there. Yeah, this I like. Ashraf should have been perceptive, even though the company's email filter failed him. Yeah, he should have been. This also I like. That's also crucial. Ashraf joined the email filter team 1 month prior to his receiving of the phishing emails. This is in. And if I have any doubt, that is in. Even before going there, let me see the question clearly. Which of the above observations in a combination, if true, shall best go against Ashraf's chances of getting through? So, if Ashraf shouldn't get promoted. What is against Ashraf? This one is in straight away. He was part of the team, so you can't lay the blame on the company for saying the spam filter did not pick it. If the company messed up, then Ashraf as part of the spam filter team is a crucial part in messing up. So the blame for the email reaching him also sits with Ashraf. 3 is definitely it. Right? Ashraf rushed to act on Sridevi's request despite his busy schedule. That's hardly a fault. He has a busy schedule. Somebody is making a request. Senior enough person, head of HR. 1, he may be anxious to please. 2, he might be a helpful guy. He finds time to do it. I'm not going to hold this against Ashraf. He's found time. I should be applauding him. He tried. So his intent and ability to find time and contribute and chip in, none of that is wrong. And so I don't want 4 in. I definitely want 3 in. Ashraf appears to be highly anxious to get promoted. Yeah, that is true. So he got that email, he jumped in, he didn't process it, he didn't check it, he just processed it. So this is also dicey. So I definitely have 3 in my list. I'm going to lead with 3. I definitely don't want 4. And from 1, 2 and 5 I'll have to select. And so 3 is in. This is out. 4 is out. This is out. 2 and 5, 1 and 5, 1 and 2. All combinations are there. So let's look at this again. Is poor at verbal communication, which is critical at subsequent levels. That is important. So I'm promoting him. So he should have the skill sets to perform there. This is important. I want 1 to be there. Should have been perceptive even though the company's email filter failed him. Yeah, he should have looked out for it. Even though the filter failed him, he should have been looking out for it. Appears to be highly anxious to get promoted. That's all right. Of these, this is the one I would look most kindly upon. Not such a big negative. But I think 1, 2 and 3, not having the skill set, not being careful, and having been part of the team that was in charge of that. Those 3 are serious things. Being anxious to be promoted, being helpful, not such a big deal. So I'd go for 1, 2 and 3. It's iterative. We're going to find a thing that works. We're going to find one thing that we definitely like, one thing that we definitely don't like. Eliminate a couple of choices and then come back and make it. And so 1, 2 and 3. Campus placements. Himaja was among the top 10 students of her business management batch. She got placed in a reputed strategy consulting firm during campus placements. She was delighted to work under Nirmal, her superior, who was known for grooming many stars in the organization. Nevertheless, he was also regarded as a hard taskmaster, as he should be. So she was a fresh recruit. She longed to be in a client-facing role. She wants to make a name for herself. She's done well. She's got a great job. She's been placed under a hard taskmaster, but with whom the rewards are good. And even though she was a fresh recruit, she longed to be in a client-facing role. This sentence tells me that client-facing role is not something that's automatically given to fresh recruits. They have to earn their stripe, be a part of what they need to do. But she wants to. She wants to be in a client-facing role. He was regarded as a hard taskmaster. Right. Lovely. Let's go. During an informal office gathering, Himaja mustered up courage to ask Nirmal for a client-facing role. Which of the following reasons, if true, will best justify Nirmal saying no to Himaja? Himaja's teammates are not happy with her communication skills. Okay, but it's not for Himaja's teammates to only to make that judgment. She's just about to join. She wants it. I think Nirmal would have to have his own set of interactions with her. He's a boss. His opinion of how she's doing matters a little bit, perhaps more than somebody else's. So, all right, but not great. Himaja needs to improve her presentation skills. This is probably important, but probably for a client-facing roles. For a client-facing role, presentation skills could be important. She needs to improve. Again, important. Middling. Himaja leaves early and client meetings go late into the night. Not this. Why? Because if she has client-facing roles, probably she'll stay late. So far, there's no indication that she has not done her job. So she's working from 9 to 6. Maybe she's good. She finishes her job. He goes back home. There's a meeting at 7. Take it. Assuming that she will not go to the meeting because she's thus far not needed to attend the meeting, not good. Efficient worker completes her job. He goes back home. as she should. If the meeting comes and she's not able to attend meeting after meeting, then that's an issue. You've not even given her a chance. If she has declined meeting, if you've not been able to take meeting, that's a different ballgame. Making the assumption that she will not be available for meeting with no basis for that, no, that's all. Clients do not appreciate strategic discussions with fresh recruits. Strategic discussions are crucial. Client-facing roles involve strategic discussions. A consulting job, and she's a fresh recruit. That sentence, though she was a fresh recruit, she longed to be in a client-facing role. It clearly says fresh recruits are not put in client-facing roles. Why? Because clients might think, hey, this is the guy fresh out of college. She's telling me how to run my business. The fresh recruit brings with them enthusiasm and IQ. They probably do not yet have strategic insight on industry. So this is probably super relevant. Clients do not take young women seriously during discussion. We are introducing I don't like any choice that is patronizing and discriminatory. Clients do not like inexperienced candidates. Take inexperienced candidates seriously. All right, experience matters, knowledge matters. Candidates, young women, ageist, and gender bias. I don't like those choices. So even if clients make the decision, I don't like to go for the choice here. They're very clear about it. Examiners don't want people to take decisions based on anything that is even borderline discriminatory. This one, young women. Young at least is alright because young is used as a proxy for lacking experience and domain knowledge and expertise and industry insight and all that. As a proxy for women, uncalled for, easy elimination. C and D are out. A, B and D. Teammates are not happy. Nirmal is her boss. He has to take a decision. Yes. Needs to improve her presentation skills. Probably yes. Needs to improve her presentation skills. Not even saying it. She's very poor at that. Maybe client-facing role can shape that. This is probably the one that's most important. Clients do not appreciate strategic discussion with fresh. That's why fresh recruits are not normally given client-facing roles right up front. So D it is. Due to her constant pleading, Nirmal assigned Himaja a client-facing role in his project. Nirmal instructed her that he would do all the talking during meetings and she would diligently listen and take notes. The hard taskmaster, he yields and says, okay, sit through the meetings, but don't interfere. Let me run the show. However, in the first meeting, Himaja made a comment which contradicted Nirmal. In the next, she interrupted the client while he was making a point. This offended the client, resulting in Nirmal apologizing to the client to save the project. Nice. Which of the following is the most appropriate action that Nirmal should take against Himaja's behavior? Have a chat with Himaja later in the evening, explain the delicate situation she had put him in during the meeting, and request her not to repeat it. Yep, sounds very good. It's a first meeting she does this, the next one she does this, probably her first day. She's very early on in these client meetings. She's jumping in. She's over enthusiastic. Says something, and then so pull her aside, caution her, request her to keep her peace. Caution Himaja that she would lose client-facing roles if she does not appreciate the rationale behind his instructions. Very similar to this, like this also. This is more severe than this. This seems like explain the delicate situation. Caution, have a chat with her, request her to change her behavior. There it is request, here it is caution. Right, so she would lose. Here it is a plea, here it is a threat. The language dramatically changes from A to B. A is super gentle, B is slightly more kind of in your face. Hey, you shouldn't be doing this, be careful. A is, I don't know, perhaps you should. Don't interrupt me, I've told you this before. This messes with my relationship. Just be a little careful. That's what A is. B is, look, I've gone out of my way to give you this chance. You're messing it up. Be careful, otherwise you can't get this. And so that is the difference between A and B. So he asked Himaja's project teammates to have a chat with her on how to behave in client meetings. No, I'm the boss. I'm laying down the rules. I'm taking her into client meetings. I'm making an exception. She's going to be with me. No point shirking my responsibility and asking somebody else to do this. Nirmal's not going to do that. Recommend Himaja for a 5-day listening skills workshop. I don't think it's as much a listening issue as an over-enthusiastic eagerness to pull the trigger issue. but it could help as a skill set point. But the proximate cause, what has happened, calls for a more immediate response. Not a, okay, why don't you learn this? And this seems very passive. Not this. Await the half-yearly performance review due in 2 months and submit a strong report against Himaja. Not waiting 2 months. She's messed up one meeting. She's messed up the second one. In the second one, the client is offended, and I'm having to apologize in order to save the project. So it's not something that can wait 2 months. It's not something that for which I set a work into a workshop. It requires direct action. And so it is between A and B very clearly. A is the gentle version, B is the harsh version. So very often I've been guilty of going for A when I should have gone for B as a boss. That probably clearly tells you that B is the right answer. And so caution her, tell her this. One, Nirmal has gone out of his way. She's not entitled to this because she's badgered and is given it. Two, he's laid down the ground rules super clearly. He said no talking. Three, she's violated that meeting right in the rules, right in the first meeting. He made a comment that directly contradicts. And the second one, she interrupts the client, which is a cardinal sin. And she's put him off as well. And Nirmal had to apologize. So, one, you've gone out of the way. Two, she's set a set of rules have been defied straight away. Day one, meeting one. That could have been a warning, and then second meeting gets worse. So it's not a simple offense. It's not a slight mistake. It's not a small oversight. It's a blunder. It completely calls for a caution rather than a plea. It doesn't. You don't request her to be careful about it. You say, look, don't do this. Be warned. And so, not be rude, nasty about it. But the line, I think, has crossed a gentle tap on the shoulder saying, hey, better be careful next time. Perhaps it will be good. It goes to you can't be doing this. So it is B, not A. Another month passed and Himaja was working under Shreya in a different team. Shreya was impressed by Himaja's enthusiasm and sincerity. She asked Himaja to accompany her to a meeting with a new client. During the meeting, Himaja made a statement that offended the client. She's making a habit of this. Shreya tried to diffuse the situation by asking Himaja to apologize. Though Himaja apologized, she defended her statement. This infuriated the client further, who categorically told that the statement of Himaja was against his organization's core values. He specifically told Shreya that unless concrete steps were taken against Himaja, he would not get into any business with her. Himaja has crossed her limit again. She's again offended the client. So if you're in a client-facing role, you're in a consulting role, you have no business going about offending clients. And then when you're asked to apologize, you're finding a backhanded apology. I'm really sorry if I have offended you this. Truth be told, what I said was not wrong. You're young, you're a fresh recruit, you're being put there, you're being shown the ropes, and then you say something that offends the client. Then your boss says, hey, apologies, that was uncalled for. Hey, yeah, I see your point. I see what you guys are talking about. Sorry about that. That doesn't mean what I'm saying. Actually speaking, I'm sorry that I offended you, but when I said this point, I was not far from the truth. You need to be careful about that. It's uncalled for. It is the outline here tells us more or less that Himaja is in the wrong relationship wise. She's very likely to have been wrong intellectually, rationally also. We don't have enough evidence for that. On courtesy and relationship ground, she's completely in the wrong. On the intellectual, rational ground, she may or may not be completely wrong. And so that's where we are coming from. Which of the following is the most appropriate action that Shreya should take in the interest of all parties? She should castigate Himaja using strong words in front of the client, and later in the evening share how much Shreya loved Himaja's comment. No. None of these two phase solutions. Molly coddle here and then have a go there. Have a go here and then be friends on the down low. None of that. That's not the right approach, and that's not something that you would be recommending. Easy to eliminate. I can't be offended and shout at the person here, then later on say, that can't work. That is not sustainable, that's not done. Should advise Himaja to look for a role outside the consulting industry since her competencies are not appreciated by clients. I don't think whether it's as much as a not appreciated thing, as much as she's not bringing the right game to a meeting. You cannot go and offend a customer who's giving you some chunk of business, asking you to consult for a solve solution. You cannot go about offending them, and then further insulting them. This infuriated the client further. You've been told by your boss, hey, apologize. And then you still don't play ball. You're choosing to be a difficult character. And so it's not so much that her skills are not appreciated by the industry as much as she doesn't have that. She didn't bring the right set of skills to the meeting. And so it's not, we don't know whether she has other skills. And so I'm not so sure this is right. This is very charitable. Should defend Himaja knowing fully well that probably Shreya will lose the client. No, I don't think this behavior is super defensible. And if your intellectual argument is fine, but the client is offended and your boss is saying, hey, apologies, this was uncalled for, you apologize. And then if the intellectual argument has to be taken offline with the boss and say, hey, this is what I thought. I don't know why you asked me to apologize. I actually thought I was right. And then the boss says, hey, perhaps you are right, but that's not the situation to get in. Or says, no, this was wrong. One, the idea was wrong. Further, the way you said it was wrong. It's uncalled for. It's unnecessary. We don't need to make that argument ever, and definitely not in that room with that person. So what you did was wrong. The boss can correct, but in the moment going and infuriating the client further, no, not happening. So I don't think Himaja's behavior is defense-worthy by Shreya. Should assure the client that Himaja will be transferred and send Himaja to a 2-week vacation to rejuvenate instead. Should assure the client that Himaja will be transferred. That is nice, because the client is more or less saying concrete steps should be taken. And otherwise, I'm not doing any business. But then send Himaja for a 2-week vacation. So I think that's like rewarding Himaja for bad behavior, not concrete action. So I'm not that happy with this either. Should move Himaja to a non-client facing role in the current project and explore client facing roles in other projects. Straight away say you're benched. If you want another project somewhere, look for it. But you're benched. This vacation business seems like it's rewarding. It doesn't look like it's concrete. So the client says he doesn't want Himaja to be in that project, more or less clearly. So just giving her on vacation and asking her to come back, that doesn't work. The vacation seems to be like being super charitable to Himaja and saying, look, take a break, recharge your batteries. So I think my reading of this is more or less was a relationship error by Himaja. I don't see a reason to be super charitable and understanding in this context. She needs to be told, hey, you shouldn't have done this. Be careful about this. I'm benching you on this project. Let's see where it takes us later on. So I would go with E, not A, B, C, D. MNC ambassador. The occasion with a hyper-publicized switch-on ceremony of solar power facilities in an island with many villages in the Bay of Bengal. PK was the brand ambassador of a multinational company that was banking heavily on this CSR initiative to strengthen its presence in India. For the millions of fans enamored by the aging superstar's Robin Hood-like on-screen exploits, the pre-event speech of PK was their first glimpse into his off-screen persona. Nice. So this is big dude, he's a super cinema hero, and he comes and does participates in this. It's a win-win situation. The MNC pays him a ton of money, which can't hurt. It's a CSR initiative through which they want to get publicity, which is why they've signed up with PK. So one of those kind of contrived settings, but could actually be meaningful. In the end, if the villagers get electricity, who are we to complain? After an emotional speech that extolled the virtues of electricity as a driver of well-being and need for inclusive growth, PK, with a flourish of his hand, hit the button to remotely switch on the solar power facilities. Tens of media cameras stationed in all the island villages started beaming live feed across the world. Across the world must be a big deal. Quickly, the event turned from one of joy to something of shock and horror, as all the thatched households on the island caught fire. These solar panels are not all they're cut out to be. A few villagers were seriously injured in the fire. Luckily, I don't think anyone died, which is good. Watching the coverage, PK slapped the MNC representative standing next to him on live camera and collapsed on a couch with his head in his hands. So, PK has behaved like a superstar. So, if he finds something wrong, he slaps the guy standing next to him. It's obviously an embarrassment. Obviously, something has gone wrong seriously. The MNC has done this as a big PR initiative. They have had tens of cameras and it's been beamed across the world. For them, it's a big burnishing of their image riding on PK's popularity. For the fans, it's another experience, another view of PK's screen persona. For PK, it's a way of transitioning from larger than life screen presence to something real, something where he can meet his fans as not an actor but as an individual. But it doesn't work out quite as it had planned out. So the village, the huts catch fire, which is probably the worst nightmare that we could imagine. Luckily, I don't think anybody has died. So let's look at this. Soon after, the MNC filed a case against PK for criminal assault and tarnishing its brand image. So he slapped their representative on live feed going across the world. And so it's important. Which of the following is the most appropriate reason for the MNC to file a case against PK? It's a message to the MNC stakeholders that it will not tolerate such inappropriate behavior. Could be that I'm an MNC, I'm doing this, and then on live feed, my guy has been slapped. We could be a vice president or CXO or some executive vice president, somebody, but he's been slapped in public which is live streamed across the world. He must have family and people and several things. Definitely something went wrong, but he's clearly someone who didn't intend for this to happen. There's probably some systemic thing, something somebody overlooked, or something just went wrong. So the slapping thing is unacceptable. That's not the response to this. And so probably the MNC has to say, hey, we don't take crap even from this guy PK. So I need to convey that this is not the response. That is the problem we'll handle, but we are not brooking this. So this probably is important. The MNC's mission statement includes employee first, customer second. This is not dealing with customers. This is a PR exercise. This cannot be the driver for that. That seems like an empty phrase. That doesn't answer anything. The MNC is forced to respond given the public slapping of its representative. True. At some point of time, the fact that this is public is clear. So they cannot just not respond. There's this guy who's their important person in some form. He has a title, and this guy PK has slapped him in public, and which has been streamed across the world. They cannot just say, okay, this is how PK will behave. What can we do? We have to get slapped. Impossible. They have to respond. So they've been forced to respond. That is true. The MNC intends to arrest its dropping sales post the incident through affirmative action. This is not affirmative action. It's just a case. And I don't know where affirmative action comes from. One of those easy things to eliminate. Nothing. The highly brand conscious MNC is using PK to divert public attention. No, this is a public theme. And if you sue the person, then this particular news stays in news for longer. And so if you want to divert, then you're doing something else. The issue is this one, and you're doubling down on this one. So I don't think there's much to divert public attention. This is they need to respond. They're doing it fine. The MNC is forced to respond given the public slapping. It is a message to the MNC stakeholder that it will not. Both are right. In one sense, they've been pushed to a corner. You can't have whoever the person may be slapping your guy on stage or live stream and not do anything about it. But you do that, how you respond is to convey a message that, look, we won't take this. So it is between A and C. I would go for A because this seems like, look, I'm forced, therefore I'm doing something, and that something happens to be this thing. Whereas this is more proactive. That choice outlines why we are doing this. I want to communicate to my stakeholders, the guys who have invested in me, the people who work with me, my employees, my investors, everyone, that, hey, if somebody pushes us around, we're not going to stop that. We might have made a mistake, we'll apologize for it. We have made a blunder, we'll correct it. It cost us some sales, we'll fix it. But none of this means that somebody can be slapped around. My employees here will not be slapped around. My people here will not be taken for a ride. That communication is clear, will not tolerate such inappropriate behavior. So this is taking out the same response. This looks like under pressure responding. I have to respond, therefore I respond. This says, hey, I'm conveying that I'm not to be pushed around. This is more proactively phrased than this. This is forced to respond. Of course, they're forced to respond, but the most appropriate reason is, what do I convey with that response? That is this. Post the slapping incident, there was a strong social media backlash against PK. There is social media, there will be backlash. And then there is social media backlash for no good reason. His PR team suggested the following social media releases that he could use not only to defend himself but also to garner positive reactions. Let's see what are the choices. He strongly believes in an eye for an eye. This is vengeful. And what happened there, the person whom he has slapped is not the guy who probably caused that. And so this is at least validating vengeance, but it's not like he slapped the guy who was responsible for it. He slapped the guy standing right next to him as a representative. So that's not what you're looking for, right? So I'm not such a big fan of this. His on-screen Robin Hood image influences his off-screen behavior. Weak excuse. You cannot expect that you can jump in and hit 100 people and protect the world. I'm not going to release this and say, look, our hero will behave just like how his superstar or fantastic, larger than life screen presence communicate. You can't say that. You have to say, look, that is that. Your sense of trust in me comes from that, but I am an individual beyond the screen persona. So this is just finding an excuse. The MNC deserved more than just a slap for its irresponsible actions. This is probably true. You can divert attention by saying, look, he didn't hit the representative, but it was a blow against the MNC. And the MNC deserved this and more. I'm already in trouble. What I've done is not justifiable. I'm just looking to hedge and weasel out and figure out some way of saving face. So not only to defend himself, but also to garner positive reaction. I need to find some mechanism to get out of this mess. And therefore I can say, okay, they deserved more than this. Again, this absolves me completely of the blame, number one. And two, it is, I don't think people will say hitting a representative is the same as taking the case against the MNC. And there's a difference there. The plight of the islanders deserved an immediate delivery of justice. Look, this immediate delivery of justice is just bakwas. The plight of the islanders is fine. But what he did is not delivering any justice to them. I have my house burning and then our hero slapped the guy. How does it help me? I'm not feeling vindicated. This is like an immediate outburst. He's lost his cool and slapped somebody. There's no delivery of justice happening. Slapping somebody is not delivery of justice. Slapping the guy who is responsible, at least theek hai, kam se kam usko ek laga. But it's not that. This is some random guy sitting next to you, you took it off on him. So this is not any form of justice being served by slapping a poor representative who's standing there, who happens to be standing next to you. So I don't think this is the answer either. He reacted as the sight of the villagers ablaze was unbearable. Yeah, this is humanizing. It says, I saw that, it really got to me. I lost it and then I lashed out. But the focus could be on the empathy he was feeling towards the sight of so many villagers running ablaze. And then that moment, emotion spilled over and he reacted. The reaction might have been over the board, but the underlying feeling of, oh my God, this is so bad, oh my God, what has happened? Even then, the second half of the reaction is also very nicely outlined. Yes. And on live camera, and collapsed on a couch with his head in his hands. So he really feels bad for this having happened. He feels the issue that the villagers are facing. He feels bad for them. So the focus could be shifted from having hit, one second. The focus could shift from the act of slapping to the act of being emotionally wrought because of seeing entire villages or sets of huts set ablaze. So it could humanize his own action, his reaction. This is perhaps what all of us would have felt. This is how we would have lashed out. And that is why this happened. So this clearly defends his actions as saying, look, oh my God, I couldn't take that. My world came crashing down and then I lashed out. So it is perhaps permissible. This is more aggressive. This is more pitched as an emotional response at the spur of the moment on having seen something heart-wrenching. Therefore, I would go with this better than this. A, B, and D eliminate themselves. In between C and D, C is very flat. E pictures the story as, in that moment, I was so struck that I lashed out. That's all right. People will buy that. I'm still saying people will buy that. I don't think it's the right response any which way, but people will buy that. Right? A few months passed and the slapping incident still garnered a good number of views on social media. You all have free time. PK's publicist was aware that PK harbored a desire to join politics. Yeah, nice. She wanted PK to make the most of the publicity around the incident. She's a publicist. From publicity, all news is good news. Any view is good view. All publicity is good publicity. Before it faded away from public memory in the next few months. Which of the following options will best help PK to take just advantage of the situation? There's no just advantage, take advantage. Right? He should announce that he's entering politics with the slogan "One tight slap." This is owning that, and it could backfire. You can be apologetic over it. You can show some contrition. You can pitch it as an emotional response and say, look, maybe I got carried away. But you can't own it with pride without it affecting it in some point. You did not go and file a suit against the MNC. You did not say, hey, this is happening and this is wrong against the company. That's not what you did. You slapped the guy standing next to you. One tight slap is just a glorification. That's not going to work. He should launch the Slap the Greedy campaign and urge his fans to slap greedy officials. So that'd be nice. Personally, I would like to see this. A glory of slapping each other for no good reason before the country goes down in flames. But not going to work. Easy one to eliminate. In his upcoming movie, in the opening scene, he should slap and shame a treacherous corporate official who swindles poor villages. It's going to be in a movie released N time ago. You want to do something before it fades away from public memory. It has to be now. He should meet the MNC representative he slapped and apologize to him in a public meeting. Yeah, that is nice. So he's saying he should say, hey, I'm sorry about this. I shouldn't have done that in a public meeting. It's a show of contrition, which is nice. So he's saying, look, I shouldn't have slapped you, which is nice. So this I would consider. He should visit the island and publicly promise to rebuild the island villages and publicize it in social media. Anything you're doing, you have to publicize it in social media. That's like a given. We want to make the most of the publicity around the incident. We want to join politics. Right? So contrition never takes you much in politics. You draw a line and you come out as a different human being. This is more heroic. This says, hey, this happened. I am fixing this error. That MNC made that mistake. They made something went wrong and they set the whole set of flats on fire. I'm here and I'm here to fix it for you. I will rebuild these villages. I'm here. So this is a heroic gesture. This is a human gesture. I want to be in politics. I'm a star. I need a heroic gesture. Between D and D, I might have personally preferred D and not go around doing some random promises to get some more upvotes on social media. But if you're looking to enter politics and you want to milk this event and you want to come out as a heroic guy, it is. Rohini is one of the most popular faculty members in the finance department, known for her in-class engagement with students. Every year, she offers an elective financial risk and derivatives management in the 4th term, which gets subscribed by about 100 students. Ostensibly a good teacher. This year, owing to COVID-19, she's forced to teach the course online, that too in the 5th term. Not only format is different, it's also deferred. The 5th term is notorious for its non-negotiable teaching slots. To enable her teaching, Rohini uses her favorite laptop, MapleBook Lite, sold by Maple. Nice, very innovative name. Rohini converts her family bedroom into a working room because of the strong Wi-Fi signals. Wi-Fi signals matter more than family bonds. The room is mostly used by Rohini for taking her classes. However, Rinku, her husband, also uses it for running his meetings. Rohini has 2 children, aged 5 and 8, who use the living room as their playground. I've seen that happen. It's a complete nightmare. During meetings and classes, the working room is shut to save it from unwanted disturbance and noises from the living room. It is 3:10 p.m. and Rohini's penultimate session of the course is going to end in 20 minutes. As usual, Rinku enters the room with a cup of Darjeeling tea. Just before entering, he asks his kids to stop playing for some time. He quietly places the teacup on Rohini's study table and exits the room, leaving the door ajar. As soon as he leaves, a tennis ball comes thundering inside, crashing into her MapleBook monitor. The monitor breaks and Rohini's class ends abruptly, much before scheduled time. It's a tragedy, but a first world tragedy. And there's far more worst things that can happen than a monitor crashing and a class getting cancelled. It's not the end of the world. It's one of our day-to-day, daily challenges of living in any community setting, but particularly so with families and young children. This is something waiting to happen. I read this case and said, "Kya hai man? What is there? This is this whole thing, and we call it Tuesday." And that's all it is. I mean, this happens every other week in every other household. Something gets broken because one door was left ajar, and it's a non-event. But still, let's see whether the questions make it spice it up in some form. What should be best held responsible for the accident? And so, I wouldn't hold anything responsible for the accident. Fine, so, but look at this: the kids not checking the door before resuming play. They're 5 and 8. They're not going to do that. Right? COVID-19 imprisoning Rohini and her children in a closeted space. Yeah, that's a thing for me. Rinku Singh leaving the door ajar. Yeah, that's a problem. He came and gave the tea, but when he gave the tea, he said, "This is and Rohini is as usual." Rinku enters the room with a cup of Darjeeling tea, as usual. This is his usual thing, and he comes and leaves the tea. He asks his kids to stop playing. He quietly placed the teacup on Rohini's study table. So he's being a nice guy. Still 20 minutes to go. She's probably tired after a long class. Good time to have a tea. All good. The only mistake he does is he leaves the door ajar. He shouldn't have. As soon as he leaves, a tennis ball comes thundering inside, crashing into it. So it's not like it's a crime. You must keep in mind that I've been Rinku Singh on several incidents. I'm obviously going to look at this and say that's not a crime. So Rinku Singh leaving the door ajar, it's a problem, but I don't think it's such a big deal. Rinku Singh not waiting for the class to get over before serving tea. This is not an issue because it's very clear. That's as usual. This is the usual thing. This happens every day. 20 minutes, half an hour before things. So he makes his tea. The class is continuing, but he comes and drops the tea and heads out. Not waiting for the class to end, that's not a big deal. Keeping the door ajar, that's an issue. This is a mistake. And so, Rohini not locking the door from inside during class hours. Yeah. So she doesn't want any interruption. So she should take care of her own plans and make sure that it's rigid to not take chances. The answer which is given is this. I was not super convinced. I went for B. I said, look, it's just the world we are living in. This is not somebody's fault. This is just that we live in this world. Children are there. It's bound to happen. It's not the end of the world. Roll with it. A class 20 minute cut gaya doesn't really matter. We'll fix something or just get on with it. This is the times we are living in. I'm sure even the students wouldn't have been too offended. They can imagine a tennis ball coming and hitting. It's not a crucial fact. We just have a good laugh about it and brush it aside. So I more or less jumped and went for this. But the right answer choice is this, which is one thing, which a big message from the guys who set the paper, saying, look, who should be assigned this, then there is about personal accountability, and you can't blame someone else. You can't blame people who don't have the ability and power to do it, not the children. You can't blame circumstance. So get out of the habit of saying, he screwed it up for me. They messed it up for me. The virus killed it for me. Transition to saying, look, I should have been more careful. That's perhaps a message from BDM, basically saying, hey, something goes wrong. Look for what you could have changed. That's the thing you should have changed. Control what you can control. So therefore, this is the answer choice that's given. So more than just this question. This question in another context, I'm still going for this. But the learning that I had from this one is to say, don't blame someone else. Don't blame people who are powerless. Don't blame situation. Don't blame fate, circumstance. See what you could have done. And that's perhaps something that's crucial in answering these kind of questions. Not saying I will do it. I'm still inclined to blame something else. Rohini has a concluding session scheduled for the very next day, which are the following is the best course of action for Rohini regarding the final session. She should inform the student that the course is deemed concluded with 19 sessions. Not such a big fan of this. I'll tell you, you plan for 19 sessions, that's all right. You plan at 15 sessions that it's going to be only 19 and you rejig, that's all right. It's an abrupt end. Even the 19th session has not ended. I have 20 in mind. I have plenty to say. I usually have plenty to say in the last thing. Hey, goodbye, best wishes. Take care of that. I don't want to just say, okay, class khatam, your batch is done, you go do what you want to do. I'm not such a big fan of that choice. She should defer the session until she finds a suitable slot. Yeah, possible. You go for this. But if it was slot number 12, 13, I would have liked it. Because then there are 8 more classes, 7 more classes. Then I can always figure out a day where I can do a double slot and figure it out. But this is the last session. And quite possibly there are exams after this and there are other things on their plate after this. So I would worry a little bit, but that's an option, definitely. A, less so, B, definitely. She should take her last session on her mobile phone and request students to tolerate the inferior experience. Yeah, easy fix. I like that. Take it on the mobile and say, look, so these are COVID times. I can't go and fix my laptop. It's not possible. This is the circumstance we have been dealt. Let's make our peace with it and finish it. It's not going to be the best thing, but 95% of the course is done. Last 5%, I wanted to have this thing where we gathered our thoughts, told you about the final exam, discussed a bunch of things, and say a goodbye after that. The phone should work. So I like that choice. She should cancel the session and ask students to mail video presentations on the topic she intended to teach, which is very much like effectively saying the course is already over. I don't want to do that. I have a schedule, I have a plan, I want to stick to it. I want to take every effort to stick to it. So I'm not such a big fan of D either, very similar to A. She should request Swarna, her colleague, to take her session the next day. This is possible. I would have even thought about this more seriously if it had not been the last session and under time pressure. Swarna might be my cousin and she might know what I'm doing. Not cousin, colleague, sorry. She might know what I'm doing, but I can't transition that level of knowledge in one day, especially for the last session. If I were a teacher, if I were a faculty running 20 classes, and my last class is scheduled for the last day, then I want to be there for the last session. If I'm not there, if I'm taking a weekend off on November 14th, and there's one topic that I know anybody can handle, and then I say, hey, November 14th, Swarna, why don't you step in for me? Just take this class. And she'll probably say, glad to help out, and that's all right. It's a planned handing over. But this will look like a fudged finish. I don't want to do that. Choice C it is, because it is the last class. With the 6th term around the corner, Rohini goes to the Maple Service Center only to find that the replacement for a crash monitor may take several weeks. There are supply chain disruptions worldwide. However, Dhanraj, the service center head, offers to replace the damaged monitor with a monitor from a used laptop. Nice guy, he gives it a fix. He assures Rohini that the used monitor is as good as a new one. Nice. Which of the following options, if true, will give Rohini the best reason to accept the offer? So, he's saying, look, naya monitor to aane nahi wala. Please take this, manage it for the time being, we'll get it fixed. I have this. So, whenever somebody says this, tum ye le lo, naya wala nahi chahiye, handle this, then I want to be able to kind of trust their judgment. That they know what they're doing. And I want to be able to trust them. Okay, he has my best interest at heart. And so the Dhanraj should be a guy who knows his stuff and the guy whom I can trust. Right? Rohini is a long-time customer of the Maple store, which runs the service center. I like that. She's been there. She's long-term. So a long-term customer, it automatically means that you like the guys. It's not just you've been there for a long time. You've been there for a long time. There's a level of trust and confidence you have in the system. Being a long-term customer comes with it. It puts a lot of ticks along with it. Her husband's meeting will be fewer and far between in the next few weeks. This is fine, but I would have loved it if it were true. Then I can probably use his laptop. So I don't think it's a direct thing for my own problem. Maybe he has a laptop, I can use it. He doesn't have too many meetings, I can live with it. So I'm not such a big fan of this because it doesn't expand on that. And if he has fewer meetings, then I can use his laptop, then I can wait for the other things. So it's the exact opposite. I shouldn't be I shouldn't be taking a replacement one. Dhanraj is a friend of Rohini's colleague Swarna. Good, interesting. And Dhanraj is a friend. That means he comes with a certain automatic endorsement. But being a long-time customer, bigger endorsement than this. Several times, friends of friends have even let me down service-wise. You get into the relationship because there's a certain trust and you like the guy and they look to me, I'll give him business. But being a long-term customer is a ringing endorsement of the trust and confidence you have in that. Being friend of a friend, less so. Dhanraj offers a 3-month personal assurance on the used monitor. Nice, this is good. He basically says, you take my word for it, this will work. Rohini has to start her 6-term course in a month. This is important. This says that she needs to have a fix. She can't wait for the replacement monitor to arrive. She needs to have a fix straight away. So it is between A, D and E. Very tight. B and C we can eliminate. A, D, E. This says she has pressure. She can't wait for the replacement monitor. Whether it's used monitor or some other fix that we don't know. The problem is when I get a proposition, some idea like this from someone, right? You use this, then I'm saying, okay, this can work for 3 months or 2 months, or I can use this replacement piece. And my decision will be nudged towards that with more confidence I have in that decision rather than the pressure I'm in. So this is the pressure I'm in that is nudging me towards some decision. But unless I'm very sure about what the new replacement offering is, I shouldn't be going for it. Very often I've taken poor decisions because I've been driven by this and not by the merits of the issue in hand. I don't know if I'm coming through very clearly on this. So I'll go there and I'll feel like, look, we need to take a decision in 4 weeks. And that pressure drives decision making rather than evaluating that product on its own merit. So that rush or haste or slight bit of element of hurry sometimes messes up decision making, which is why I'm not such a big fan of. You should evaluate this proposal on its own merit rather than being driven by other pressures that I have. So it's a very tough call between A and D. D he gives a personal assurance. Now, he giving me assurance, there are 2 parts here. He should say this will work, take my word for it. One, before that, I should trust. I should automatically understand that he knows his stuff. I should have a relationship with him. So if you go to a shop which you have been going for 5 years and that guy says, even if he doesn't give a personal guarantee, I'll take it. But then I suddenly go to a new place and they said, just don't worry about it. I give you my personal guarantee, 4 months it will be there. I don't know that guy. His personal guarantee is worth nothing. Which is why A is better. With this one thing, long time customer, when you're dealing with a vendor, you had a long relationship with them, certain attributes of trust and confidence and reliability get built in. It's already there. That I know that this guy won't sell me a dummy just because he wants to make a quick buck or make some money somewhere. So I won't go for D. I'll prefer A because A ratifies that Dhanraj for me in ways that D cannot. D tells me that Dhanraj makes a promise. A tells me that Rohini trusts Dhanraj, which is why I like A better than D. A it is the correct answer. Village status. Churna is a peaceful village surrounded by thickly forested high hills that isolate it from the rest of the world. Agriculture is the main occupation of the Churna villages. Moreover, the forests provide seasonal fruits, tubers, medicinal herbs, and other forest produce in abundance. A lovely pace. For all material needs not produced locally, the Churna villagers depend on Tendua, a faraway town. Once a month, the Churna women would arduously trek with the surplus produce to Tendua. In the Tendua market, they convey the virtues of their produce through a beautiful song and dance routine. Reputed for their hard bargaining skills, they always manage to extract a premium barter from the traders, more than fulfilling all their material needs. Lovely outline, a nice isolated village, which is made to look like it's a utopia. I mean, we're rich, thickly forested, that isolated from the rest of the village. Agriculture is the main occupation. Seasonal fruit, tubers, medicinal herbs in abundance. So, interesting passage for some keywords, some nice objectives. Nice adjectives in abundance. Oops. Let me just see if I can do this. In abundance. So they have lots of it. And far away town. Arduous trek. Hard bargaining skills. Beautiful song and dance routine, something to the song and dance routines, more than fulfilling all there. They make enough. They're not impoverished. They go there, they do this, they have a nice song and dance routine, which is beautiful. They convey really well. They bargain nice and hard and barter and get whatever they need and then some. And so, very interesting way of outlining, because they're not a troubled outpost. They know what they're doing. They're happy. They have whatever they need is provided. They go and barter once a week. And when they're in barter, they have a good song and triangular scene. They know what they're selling. They get more than what they need. All good. The problem area, if we can phrase it that, is it's a faraway town and it's an arduous trek. And it's not a sob story of a poor village and tribal stuck somewhere. It's a nice place. Let's look at this. Damdu, an ambitious trader of Tendua, wants to have exclusive access to all the surplus produced from Churna. He says, hey, this is nice. These women bring some beautiful stuff, and I can resell this and make some value. So I can take it from them and maybe distribute it beyond even Tendua. Which of the following offers to the Churna village will best help Damdu achieve her objective? Damdu is a girl. I thought I got that wrong. Damdu should offer to provide colorful saris to the women of Churna fancy. Or whatever it is that they fancy, they have their mechanism to bargain and get it. They seem to be good at getting that. I don't think this is such a compelling proposition. Damdu should offer to set up a shop in Churna, which will barter all the material requirements of the village. This is interesting because if there's any one problem, it's at a faraway town. It's an arduous trek. Damdu should offer to educate the Churna villagers about cash transactions. Not required. They know their hard bargaining skills are very good. They barter and get good stuff. They go there once a week. They have more than their requirement they fill. They perhaps do not need a banker cash download from this guy. They know what they're doing. They are good at bargaining. They get more than what they need. They're living a contented life. Damdu should offer novel products unseen by the Churna villagers. This seems interesting because this is beyond the scope of what has been happening so far. Churna villagers live happily. They go there, pick up what they can find there and come back. Now, if you can say, look, if you can be picking up what you're finding here, but I can provide to you some other stuff that's not even here. Not these saris, but those things. That may be enticing. It's a cherry on top of the cake. I can offer something different. That might be something to pitch. Damdu should offer to transport the villagers' monthly material purchases from Tendua to Churna for free. This might also be something because it's a big trek. They come all the way here and then they'll have to, he can carry there. But this is probably helping them only one way. He's only offered to transport their material purchase. He's not bringing them here and taking them back. Only sending the purchases there. And so not so worthwhile. It's not simplifying their journey. The biggest part of their only problem area, if you can call it that, is a big journey to this faraway town. They still have to make this journey. They still have to go back. Only the purchases are taken off. And so this seems to be the most reasonable. Set up a shop, which means they will all the barter requirements of which will barter all the material requirements of the village. So he can set up a shop. They can come and give their goods there. He collects, does the barter on their terms or some nice term. Then he does the transporting. He does the selling at Tendua. He keeps some money for himself. And the Churna village people are happy. So I would go with B. A and C are easy to rule out. E doesn't really help much. It's between B and D. D is offering something new, whereas B removes perhaps the one pain area that they have. The head woman of Churna grants exclusive access to the surplus produce to Damdu. However, Damdu's euphoria dies down when she finds fewer takers for Churna's produce in Tendua. This trend continues for the next few months. Which of the following could be the most plausible reason it should be for Damdu finding fewer takers for Churna's produce at Tendua? Let's look at the choices. Damdu cannot sing and dance simultaneously. Perhaps true, but it's not that. Even if Damdu could, that's not going to fill the gap. What the Churna villagers bring in the dance and song and dance routine is very different from what Damdu can produce any which way. Hard bargaining experience offered by Churna's women is missed by the traders of Tendua. And so, perhaps true, but it's not such a look. If they offer a product, they bring it in, then I'm sure I'll have a romantic notion over hard bargaining experience for 1 week. Otherwise, if it's for simple cash, I'm happier doing it. So maybe, but most likely not. The Churna women offered the authenticity that Damdu could not match. Yep, I know this. I'm staying in a village, my village of Tendua. Churna women come from far away. They bring their produce. I know for a fact that this is manufactured, produced, made, created, handcrafted by them. And then I know that therefore I can sell it as originally done and completely handmade to somebody else. I see them. I clearly understand that they have made this. They convey that. But they are not silly. They know how to bargain and get something from me. So they're sharp people who have come to sell their produce. And there's a certain communication and just them being here, which simply Damdu cannot offer. So I really like this choice. See, the traders in the Tendua market missed the aesthetics of the beautiful song and dance by Churna women. Perhaps, yes, this might be a factor, but this is probably like this, slightly romanticizing the non-trade versions of this. If they came here for the trade and they did a song and dance routine, I would of course love to see it. If it's good, it's interesting. But I'm interested in the produce and what it conveys. And so the experience is to add on, not the crux of it. I'm a trader. Right? Churna's produce is one of the many items in Damdu's inventory. This is perhaps true, but doesn't directly talk to it like this. So here, it becomes one of many things rather than one exclusive, beautiful, wonderful, handcrafted thing that the Churna women bring. This is true, but this adds on to this. So I would jump with C over there.